You did not. I'm Graham Agars.
News time, 1:05.
Radio Eastern 98.1. Weather update.
Bureau forecast for today is isolated showers developing late afternoon or evening. Winds north and northwesterly, going for a top today of 17. For Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, winds west to northwesterly and 15. Monday, partly cloudy, isolated showers, winds west to northwesterly and 16. And for Tuesday, isolated showers during the morning, mostly sunny afternoon, winds southwesterly. At the moment in Melbourne's outer east, it's sitting on 15 degrees. This is Radio Eastern 98.1.
Now it's time to go local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
The sun is shining out in the eastern suburbs, and it is certainly shining here at Zerbes Reserve. Doncaster East and Doncaster going head-to-head once again. Haven't met in a couple of years. Doncaster now back in Division 2. Struggling. Doncaster East starting to hit a little bit of form, and we're certainly looking forward to this matchup kicking off at 2:10 today, and it's a pleasure to be at Zerbes Reserve. My name's Ben Waterworth. Looking forward to taking you through the next hour as we look up towards this game here at Zerbes Reserve, and then a little bit later on have a look at all the other games around the Eastern Football League. Some ripper matchups across all four divisions today, and of course we'll have it all covered right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern. And of course, streaming on EFL Game Day, efl.org.au. Thanks to you who are tuning in from that. Time to welcome my man for the next hour as well. He's going to take me through this, and he's going to be calling with me today. Very good afternoon to the broadcast manager of the Eastern Football League, Ben Warren-Smith.
Very good afternoon to you, Ben Waterworth. What a beautiful day it is. Finally, Mother Nature's being nice to us again, and sitting up here pretty much on the balcony in the best spot nearly in the Eastern Football League up here at East Donny today to call this game, and it's going to be a ripper too. And if the reserves are anything to go by, and the Colts this morning, East Doncaster are looking well on their way to a three-peat. The reserves actually haven't had a win yet for the year, but they've got a pretty solid 6-goal lead as we head into the third term.
Certainly looking forward to seeing how the seniors go, but as you said, Benny, a big victory for the under-19s by, I think, 206 points at the top of my head, so fantastic effort by those boys. And as you said, Donny East currently holding a 35-point lead, 13 and a half minutes into the third term. But it's time to welcome our first guest here on EFL Game Day, and we're joined by a bit of prestige kind of material here, Ben Warren-Smith, because joining us, of course, we have Lee Murphy, the current captain of the Doncaster East Footy Club. Good afternoon to you, Lee.
Yeah, cheers, Ben.
And also joining us is, of course, Lee's older man, who's an AFL Hall of Famer, 5-time Fitzroy Best and Fairest, but most importantly, above all, one of local footy's biggest supporters, and it's fantastic to welcome onto EFL Game Day, John Murphy.
G'day, Ben. Good to be here.
Good to have you up here. What's the from a supporter's point of view? How have you seen Doncaster East season so far to date?
It's been either very good or very bad. It seems to be that Division 2 is probably split into the two divisions, basically. The top three sides, Montrose, Roval and help me out.
Mirrabach.
Yeah. Against the rest, and we probably haven't been able to recruit a lot of players, but we've picked up good players in Shane Thompson and Jared Marshall to name two, and Matty Bremner. But unfortunately, we lost our big goal kicker from last year, and I think if that gap between us and that top three would be a little bit closer if Justin Van Eunen was around. But we've been quite happy. We've played some bad games, we've played some good games, so a bit of both.
Lee, tell us about the turnover this year and some of those new players that your dad just mentioned. Thompson being one of them has been in fantastic form as well. Travis Gordon's kicked 16 goals for the year, really holding his own up forward. Some of those guys who've really impressed you who've come to the club this year.
Yeah, Shane's come from East Ringwood, so he's a big boy and plays in the ruck down back. He's starting to play some good footy. Travis Gordon probably he played at, I think he might have played with us about 4 or 5 years ago. We went to Kilsyth and Montrose. And then he's come back and he's hadn't done much of a pre-season, so he's getting better and better each day.
Staring at his older brother right now, just floating on the 50 by himself out there.
Yeah, Ryan Gordon, he's a good fella. But Travis kicking a few goals for us, and as Dad said, Jared Marshall's been a great recruit for us from White Horse Pioneers. He plays sort of through the midfield on the wing.
And a couple of the younger guys, a couple of my mates who I grew up with going through East Donny Secondary College, your likes of Jason Young and Timmy Robinson as well. Must be nice for some of those guys who've been around the reserves, the under-19s for quite some time, start to push up towards the seniors.
Yeah, exactly. Jason Young's had had a few injuries along the way, but he attacks the ball nice and hard, and he's good to have in the side. And Tim Robinson, he sort of took over the number 1 ruck spot all last year, so he sort of grew as a player, and he gets better each game he plays.
Murph, you had a good win here a fortnight ago against Upper Ferntree Gully in a game that you really had to step up after a pretty ordinary display the week before, only kicking 2 goals. How important is today's game? Because, as always, Division 2 is pretty even, and you're only really a game and a half out of the 4 at the moment. So these are the games that you can't let go today. I know you had your team meeting downstairs just short time ago. So how is today's match for the club?
Oh, it's very important. As we said earlier, there's the 3 sort of sides on top, and then there's sort of 5 or 6 sides fighting for that 4th spot. So where we are at the moment, I think we're 2
Are you
points.
saying that all clubs are conceding that those 3 are going to play in the finals this year?
I'm not conceding, but it looks that way. I think they're all sort of nearly 8 to 12 points ahead of the 4th spot. So, we're trying to grab that 4th spot like 4 or 5 other sides. So if you drop these sort of games here, you've put yourself behind the 8 ball, I guess.
John, you've obviously had 3 sons and you've watched a hell of a lot of sport in your years with your older son Brett and of course Lee and younger son Mark as well. You get to see sport at all different types, levels and divisions as well. Where do you see the Eastern Football League currently sitting? You've probably watched it for more or less 15 years or even longer now, and it seems like it's really going in the right direction. It's a strong competition. It has the largest numbers, but as you've seen so many different types of competitions, where do you think the EFL sits amongst that?
Well, I really haven't seen anything other than in VFL when I used to coach them.
But you have seen this competition evolve.
I've seen it evolve since Brett was the first one to play here way back in last century, and then Lee came down in 2000. So yeah, I've seen the competition get better and better. Obviously, they were in 3rd division then, East Donny, and they worked their way pretty hard up to the 2nd division. But I was just talking to a couple of the Doncaster blokes, Frank McGarnis, and his kids play at Doncaster, and we were just talking about the difference in the football in the last 10 years, how the effect of the AFL trying to clean up their act, and probably gone too far in some cases.
Yeah.
But the flow on to this level of football now is a lot safer. As a parent watching your kid play footy, it's a lot safer to watch the kid play footy these days than it was probably 10 years ago, which is a good thing, and the standard of footy is getting better and better.
And why did you decide those years ago to bring the family down to the East Doncaster Beverly Hills Football Club? Obviously, it's one club, but what was that decision around? Was it living in the area? Was there a Fitzroy connection back in the day, or was there anything along those lines?
No. In fact, we're only the fan was only probably 2 of my drop kicks away from the ground, from the Doncaster footy ground. I think Brett initially played at Bulleen Temp in the Yarra district with Max Cole, a former Fitzroy bloke, as coach. But then Brett decided to come and play footy here. Lee decided to play footy with Beverly Hills, and so obviously we made the journey from Doncaster to East Doncaster, and it's been great. And Lee's had a great time here, and Brett enjoyed himself. So it's now part of the family.
And there's no doubt, and without putting on embarrassing you and putting on a pedestal, Lee, but you are a terrific clubman, and you really do breathe East Doncaster, the football club. But well, who do you think's going to be the player? Who's going to be the wild card, Murph, today? That's going to step up and really put themselves on display for the media team today? A bit excited down there in the rooms, and you just think, well, they might be able to do it for us today. Put them under pressure. And you can go down and say that you've just announced it, so they can step up.
I'll whack him under the pump. He started the year a bit slow, but he played a very good game last week in the second half. Sam Gold is a very exciting player, number 8. He's can take a good grab, which he showed last week. Another one there is I sort of mentioned him a bit earlier. Jared Marshall is nice and quick and very polished player, so he's one to look out for as well. And who else we got?
Watch for Timmy Whitty.
And Timmy Whitty
is a hard man. He's 5 foot nothing, or he's 4 foot nothing, and he attacks the ball like a maniac. So,
started the season really well, didn't he, Timmy?
Yeah, he had a couple of quiet weeks.
Yep.
But he's ferocious at the attack of the ball, so he gives us a big kick.
Murph, Paris Harvey's returned to the club this year. How has he been received by the boys? He's obviously, he's very popular, let's face it, and he's a damn good coach as well. He had a couple of year break after taking a South Croydon into Division 1, and obviously has come back to East Doncaster in the hope of doing that for you guys as well. Are you happy with his plan that he's got set forth for the club in coming years?
Yeah, well, he sort of brings a lot of some good ideas from First Division. As you said, he's taken South from 3rd to 1st. And he's got a good game plan, which we're trying to get used to. We struggled a little bit earlier getting used to his game plan, but the boys are coming more and more around to it, and hopefully we can sort of put it on show today. But no, he's fitted in very well, and the boys love him.
Stuff and well, I'll get in trouble if I don't ask if we can get a little bit of inside information on Mark coming back into the Carlton side. John, how many weeks away is he?
He's still in the sling, and he goes and gets MRI on Monday or Tuesday, which is exactly 4 weeks after the operation. And if it's all knitted back together again, he'll start training and be back in 4 or 5 weeks.
Will he come down today and have a look, East Donny?
Yeah, you'll be here.
Excellent.
Lee, were you next to him when he was tweeting the other night?
No, I wasn't actually. I sort of heard about it the next day at SEN. I thought he might have been in a bit of trouble, but he's I think he's been in trouble a couple of times this year with the finger and now the umpire tweet. He better watch himself, I suppose.
And that's why you avoid the Twitter yourself as well?
No, I'm not on Twitter.
Good on you.
Wouldn't have too many followers, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I'm sure you'd be one of the most popular men in Division 2. But nonetheless, it's been fantastic to have both yourself, Lee and John, up in the box today. Good luck today, Lee.
Yes.
Hope all goes well on the field.
Yep, thanks, Ben.
And Johnny, hope you enjoy the game today and hope you enjoy watching your son play for a number of more years to come. Thanks for joining us today.
Pleasure.
John Murphy and Lee Murphy joining us here on EFL Game today. Fantastic to have them in. Besties, a good
bestie
of yours, of course, BWS.
Oh, you like to always say that, me and Murph are besties. We definitely go way back, don't we, Murph? There's some definitely. I think he might. Did he turn you off then?
No, definitely turn you off there. Yeah.
Anyway, but good luck, Murph. We hope to have a few beverages later on. So, yeah, it's Donny versus Donny today.
It hasn't happened for a couple of years. We said earlier, of course, playing today for the Gregory Doug King Cup, which we'll hopefully talk to one of those gentlemen a little bit later on as well. But there's, Doncaster versus Doncaster East. Just the sound of it gets you excited, doesn't it, BWS?
Oh, it certainly does. It's a rivalry that goes back many years and goes back to when I used to play for Doncaster in the late 90s and playing East Doncaster. Geez, we hated East Doncaster, and it just so fell that I lived down the road from this club and had so many mates that played here. And when I stopped playing, you just end up falling in love with the club and you come down here often. So for today, it's a win-win situation for BWS out here this afternoon, mate.
What do you make of Doncaster, the side? Of course, they've come up from Division 3, so impressive in that Division 3 grand final last year. But they've come up and they've only won 2 games for the year. Games that they've expected to win as well. But are you surprised that they sort of haven't challenged those teams like Bayswater and Upper Ferntree Gully around that sort of mid-range mark of Division 2?
Oh, I don't think it's to win 2 games probably in the first 7 or 8 is probably what you'd expect from a side that's going up in a division. And of course, as you're moving up through 3 and 4 and you hit 2, all of a sudden it does take a bit of a step in class on the field and how they go about things. I think they'll be sort of happy with how they're going. They've had some good pickups as well, and a big ruckman, he's not playing today, Mackenzie, which is unfortunate about that. But I don't know about Doncaster. Who knows? They could put on a show today. The sides are relatively evenly matched. Let's face it. They sit thereabouts on the same part of the ladder, but I haven't seen Doncaster. We got to see them 4 or 5 times this year. There's a lot of players still from that grand final side in Martin and Lumasisi and Anarchus, and the generals in Schimmelbusch and McGarnis are still down back. So it's all about. But these players have also been around for a long time too. So as you get older and then you're rising in divisions, it does get a little bit more taxing on the bodies. But they definitely put in a good show. They're a terrific club, Doncaster, as are Doncaster East, and I really think it's going to go down to the wire out here.
Well, certainly looking forward to the end result, but it is time to welcome in one of our 2 fine Akira Urgent Care boundary riders. Damien Watson will hear a little bit from him later on, but his partner in crime today is the baldest man on the EFL Media Team, Jeff Manalitza.
Yeah, g'day Ben, and I've also put a bit of sunscreen on that
really?
noggin today. Yeah, the sun's out, so I just want to make sure that I slip, slap.
And I'm sure you've done the right thing as well. Make sure all those EFL followers out there, make sure you slap out there today. Glad I'm not on the boundary. Having said that, Jeff, what do you make of today's game? Of course, 2 teams that are. Well, a couple of weeks ago they were relatively even on the ladder, but Doncaster East have just sort of pulled out over the past couple of weeks. Where do you see this game?
Yeah, look, as you were saying, I guess Doncaster coming up from Division 3, a tough assignment coming up in Division 2 this year. That being said, I guess the 2 wins, they've won against Mulgrave and Waverley Blues this season, so and they're on the lower echelons of the ladder. So, as you said, you would have expected that maybe they would challenge those kind of middle of the rung teams. But as was discussed before, clearly in Division 2, there seems to be a bit of a gap between the top 3 at the moment and the rest.
Well, you're a Division 2 expert. Well, I don't know if it was self-proclaimed Division 2 expert last year, but you've had a good look at Division 2 sort of over the past 18 months now, I suppose you could say. Can you see any of these 2 teams in the coming years, in the coming months, sort of challenging towards that Montrose, Roeville, Moorabach, or are they just standing out by themselves at the moment?
Look, I think we've seen in the past, those teams, Montrose and Moorabach and even Roeville, over the last few years, they've been up there. So they've been up there for a few years and they've just consolidated those top spots. So I guess with teams like Doncaster just coming into Division 2 and Doncaster East, who have been about the middle of the ladder or to the lower end of the ladder in the last few years, I guess it's going to take them a few years to develop. But look, there's certainly some good signs for both teams, and looking at Doncaster East, as we said, they're finding a little bit of form at the moment. That draw against Dongvale a few weeks back as well showed some positive signs there for them. So look, I think they'll get better, and in the coming years, I think they'll push their way up to the top of the ladder.
Certainly looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams go about their business. Of course, you can text us in any time. Now, we've changed our mobile number over the past couple of weeks because we're just going all high-tech style here on the EFL Game Day. But 0419 654 082. That's 0419 654 082. If you missed that, bad luck, but you can have a look at page 2 of the Eastern Footballer, very fine publication. Page 2 of the Eastern Footballer has all the details there of today's radio game, 0419 654 082. Whether you're listening to us on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM or listening and about to view us on the EFL website, www.efl.org.au. We do appreciate you tuning in. And of course, you can tweet us anytime throughout the broadcast by mentioning @FootyEFL, or if you want to have a look at the rising scores, www.twitter.com/FootyEFL. What we might do now is we might take our first break here on EFL Game. Though we do have a couple of other guests from both Doncaster East and Doncaster ready to go. And we're looking forward to speaking to them very, very soon. But what we're going to do is we're going to take our first break here on EFL Game Day, of course, on 98.1 Radio Eastern and live video streaming on www.efl.org.au. As I said, guests coming up after the break, and we're also going to have a look at all the other games around the Eastern Football League today across all 4 divisions. Thanks to www.efl.org.au. This is EFL Game Day.
On Friday nights from 9 till 12, Radio Eastern presents Jazz and Other Things. It's mostly jazz, selected from the large and diverse collections of a team of presenters who are great fans of jazz. So if you like jazz, or you'd like to find out about jazz, tune in to Radio Eastern 98.1 on Friday nights from 9 till midnight.
Now, what do you do when you have a medical emergency? Public emergency departments do a great job, but are always busy and often have long waiting times. Private hospitals charge you $280 and more for additional services. But at Akira Urgent Care, there is no waiting, and you'll only pay a minimum of $150 out of pocket, which includes other diagnostic services you may need. So, which system should you choose? Well, Akira Urgent Care, Australia's first walk-in and medical and emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresby Road, Boronia. Phone 9859 3333. That's 9859 3333. Akira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
If you love your EFL footy like I do, and you love getting down to see your team play, you don't want to be spending your weekend stuck in the car driving. That's why I opened a Breeze account. Eastlink is the quickest, easiest way to get around Melbourne's East, and Tag's the cheapest way to use Eastlink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au today and use Eastlink in the cheapest possible way with a Tag account. Instead of being stuck behind the wheel, I can have more time getting stuck. Umpire, ball! Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor. The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Yes, welcome back out to Zerbes Reserve in Doncaster East. We're getting set for the big game between Doncaster and Doncaster East. The Sharks and the Lions going head-to-head for the first time in a couple of years. We'll have the big broadcast after 2 p.m. right here on EFL Game Day. The guests keep rolling in here in the commentary area. It's a three-quarter time siren sounds. Donny East comfortably holding a 21-point lead, but Doncaster have reduced the margin. It was about 6 goals earlier on in that quarter, so Doncaster coming back there. They trailed by 21 points. But joining us from the Doncaster Football Club now, great to have the Doncaster Secretary, Luke Curtis, with us.
Thanks, Ben.
And also very good to have the playing coach today, Andrew Trinquilli.
Thanks, Ben.
Andrew, tell us about the Donny Football Club and coming down, and have you sort of found coming as a first time to the club, but also taking a club that's gone from Division 3 to Division 2. How's that process been for you?
Yeah, that process. Look, from day one, I had to be respectful of the boys coming off a premiership. You know, you just don't want to forget that. But at the same time, put a bit of a reality check in that, well, 3 to 2 means we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us. And look, from day one, the boys have had a really hard, solid pre-season. Look, I know a lot of coaches say that, but they really have. But not only from a running and a physical point of view, of a game style and a game plan point of view. And really, we had to break it down to the basics, and a lot of basic skills, a lot of basic kicking and handball, and then thinking and talking about, okay, well, how does all this mean related to the way we want to play? And look, it's not a jigsaw puzzle that's complete yet. We're probably halfway there, and we do know it's about a 2-3 year process that we have. So yeah, hopefully we've had a freshened up after the bye, and today it's just another piece of that jigsaw puzzle that hopefully will fit in the right spot.
Luke, as secretary, it's always a very interesting job, particularly around the Eastern Football League. Plenty of pressures. I know from the office that we put plenty of pressures on the secretary. Have you really felt off the field the difference between Division 2, between Division 3 and Division 2 coming up this year?
You mean for looking on the field? Or
as in, just off the field, the administration side of things?
Oh, look, we knew it was a bigger step up, and we'd have to do extra work. You know, there's things like a bigger payroll and that sort of thing that you've got to contest with, but...
That's not what you told me.
That was meant to be off air, actually.
It's on the record now.
No, but in actual fact, it's been going well. Sponsorships up. You know, premierships can do that. We had a couple of the major sponsors come up and say, you know, they'll kick in a bit more sort of thing, knowing the challenges we'd face in Division 2. And also, we've set up things like our first coterie. We traditionally don't have a big supporter base, and that hasn't really changed, but we set up our first coterie, and numbers are at about 100, which is great. We had our first luncheon last week, which had about 70 of those attend.
Yep.
So things are going well off-field. Always can be better, but yeah, definitely it was a bigger challenge, but so far, so good.
Tell me about the Valkenburg family, particular Dogger, and we all know how much he means to, of course, Paul Valkenburg, and what he means to the Doncaster Football Club. From a personal perspective, how much influence does the Valkenburg family have on the Sharks?
Oh, Paul has a huge influence. He's been president for the last, well, obviously not this year, but 5-6 years, which was through some tough times.
Yep.
He definitely got his just rewards last year with the premiership, because he was there when we were relegated and we're going through with, you know, little help and that sort of thing. So I've been secretary for most of his tenure as president. Really enjoyed working with him. He does a hell of a lot of work, and I really respect the guy a hell of a lot. can't find him today, actually.
He'll be around somewhere, trust me.
He does have an international business type thing where he does go to China a fair bit. Yeah, and Heath and Kale, they're both playing in the two today.
Kale's playing there.
Heath not today.
I saw Kale out there, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, Kale's there.
Heath, bit worried about him coming back. He had that major neck injury last year. Was it the year before where he broke one of the vertebrae in his neck, and was one of those situations 1 millimetre further left. Could be a different story. And he's come back because he wanted to have a go. He thought he had some unfinished business, and has been a valuable contributor to the footy club as a football over the journey. And Kale's coming along too. He's still young, and good for the on-field side of things too.
Andrew, we've already mentioned that obviously you've come up from Division 3 this season. Well, what were your expectations before the season? Did you have a certain number of wins in mind, or ladder positions, or other kind of aspect to your endeavours this year?
Look, you got to set targets and goals, and for the group, look, we did want to try and finish top 4.
Yep.
Whether that means sneaking into the 4 as a realistic point of view, you got to have those ambitions, whether they're realistic or not. But from a behind the scenes is that it's really the next target was our home ground. I've been disappointed with our home ground performances. I've really tried to emphasise it's our junkyard dog, so to speak, and we've just been poor the first half of the year. So that's been a real strong approach the second half of the year. Is that as much as we want to walk away with the 4 points away games, we've just got to defend like hell the home game. So from a WZNL's ledger point of view, look, I would have thought around the 6-7 mark would have been a really good year for us. And that was probably close enough to sneak a 4. It's not out of us just yet. It's still possible. So it's a big 10 games ahead of us. But yeah, at this stage we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we'll keep working.
You touched on that. The second half of the year, obviously, you're looking for an improvement. Where do you see that improvement coming from in the second half?
Yeah, look, I don't like to use injuries as an excuse, but it is a reality with us. You go back to round 3 at Donvar, we lost Collins and Mullen in the first 5 minutes. It's our number 1 midfield and number 1 full forward, and straight away we're down to 20. Collins has come back, so he'll be playing today. So he came back from a broken foot. Jarvis is just a workhorse. Look, he hurt his shoulder before the break, but he's been able to come back. We've lost Ewan McKenzie, with a broken hand. Luke Parker's only played 2 games, our captain. So we just not so much from a skills point of view with Luke Parker, but it's just leadership. He's a quality leader of men on the ground, so we really lose that.
So you're expecting those guys back any time soon?
Yeah. Frankie, which is McKenzie. Touch and go.
Yep.
Yeah, touch and go. He had the operation a week ago, so touch and go with Frankie. Collins is back today. Mullers is fine. Jarves is fine. Siakavalis, he's a new recruit, and we didn't get him till about round 6 because of soreness in his groins and foot, so he's fine. So now it's just about getting game time into him, and it means they might blow up like Siakavalis the game before the bye. He came off 3/4 time, just cramped up, blew up, but we expect that. So now
Siakavalis, I'm just learning how to pronounce that now.
so obviously with those players' absence, who have you felt that stepped up in their absence over the last few weeks?
The thing about us is that you probably saw with our 19s, really young, really raw, and we lost the core group of our 19s because they're representing senior football. You've got Jesse Liebelt who stepped up, Jack Markin stepped up, Jack Ellis who stepped up. These are all kids qualified for 19s at that top age level. But they're good enough, to step up into the holes that we've lost. We've also got a few kids now that are playing in the reserves level, like Chris Lepp and Galuzzo and Pianta, that have also starting to show some signs, Lucietto. So the future of the club is not about the 26, 28-year-olds or even the 40-year-olds. It's these 19-year-old kids that are really now starting to understand what it takes to play at senior football, and that's what we're looking forward to in the next 2-3 years.
I guess we've seen that model already with Roval and how they've progressed, bringing the young kids up as well. So I'm assuming it's the same kind of model as well.
And as Luke said before, running the club off field is not easy, and it's money doesn't grow on trees, and as much as you'd love to go and recruit dollars and dollars and dollars of players, they're not going to be there forever, and they're not going to be there in 10 years' time, 20 years' time as probably real past players. Reality of it. So we've really got to nurture our young brigade, and look, it's going to take some yards, but the challenge is ahead of us.
And we're coming off the bye, obviously. What did you do during the week off? Was it a good time of year to have that bye, and how do you think you'll respond to that?
Well, probably, look, the Montrose game was just a shabacle. We just absolutely everything that we register ourselves in our KPIs, we just, there it is, throw it in the bin.
They've done that to a few sides this year.
Exactly. So we use that week leading into the long weekend. We use it as a real solid training night. So we train Tuesday, Thursday, but with a different mentality and not so much ball, but a lot of physical work and running work and understanding of spreading and where to run and how to play with less balls. This week it just turned into the vice versa, where get the balls out and away we go. So it's all good.
Sounds good. And just quickly, Luke, we're of course playing for the Gregory King Cup today, and hopefully we'll have Rod on a little bit later. Of course, played over 300 games. What's Rod's influence around there, the Doncaster Football Club these days?
His influence around the club is a little too much for my liking, actually.
Are we serious?
Yeah.
Rod?
Good on him. I had nothing to do with the naming of the cup, actually. I'm quite disappointed about that. But, he's a big influence. He's played over 300, maybe over 400 games. No one really knows. He was filling in for the twos while he was still in his early 50s sort of thing just a couple of years ago. He's a major sponsor of the club. He's director of football. He's very influential guy to have around. But if he does come up here, be warned, he loves the microphone.
Well, that's duly noted, and we look forward to hopefully him swallowing the microphone a little bit later on too. I know, Andrew, it's a very interesting time for a coacher, and these times we certainly do appreciate you coming in and having a chat. Good luck today.
No, not a problem. Thanks, Ben.
And to Luke Curtis, much appreciated you coming up as well. Happy watching.
Thank you, Ben.
Luke Curtis and Andrew Trinquilli, part of joining us here on EFL Game. They're much appreciated for their time. Of course, Andrew pulling on the boots today, and Luke probably not pulling on the boots, but and hopefully he doesn't as well. So looking forward to this. In the reserves, 4.5 minutes into the final term, Doncaster East are 11-11-77 to Doncaster 6-13-49. The margin has gone out to 28 points, but there's not much time left for Doncaster to make up the numbers. Of course, you can text us anytime today on 0419 654 082. That's 0419 654 082. And you can always tweet us as well. We're all over the Twitter today. Mention @FootyEFL in your tweet, and we might even read it out if we're feeling kind. Great to see across the Eastern Football League today. Plenty of players donning the Zerbes Rainbow laces. And, of course, over the past couple of weeks, we've been getting right into the Zerbes Rainbow Foundation. They've really support behind the Eastern Football League. Over 9,300 rainbow laces, I think, was the last count that Kira told me in the EFL offices over the past couple of days. So fantastic effort by all EFL players, all EFL clubs. Fantastic to have your support as well. The guests keep rolling on in the EFL Game Day box here in our EFL Game Day position. One of the best, as BWS said just before, one of the best places to watch footy in the competition. And joining us now from East Doncaster Football Club is Mr. David Sowsby. Nice to see you, Dave.
Thank you.
And also great to have Mr. President himself, one of the most well-known people around the Division 2 of the Eastern Football League, Mr. Alf Molinaro.
Thanks, Ben. Welcome.
Alf, how are you feeling coming into this game? It's been an interesting season so far for Donny East. 3 wins, 4 losses and a draw. How are you personally feeling coming into this game?
I would expect that we have a clean sweep today. Nothing more to be positive because you expect the players to be positive. So hopefully, by the looks, we've look like getting 2 out of 3. So it'd be great to get a win on the seniors.
How much would it mean? Because I was talking to a couple of players just beforehand, and it's been a while since the club has actually gone 3-0 on the one day. What would it mean to get all 3 victories today?
It might cost me because there's an old adage that players invent that if you win 3 games, that the president has to shout the players' drinks all night. But I don't advocate to that. No, it's good to have Doncaster back as a local derby. It's always breeds a bit of rivalry, and like Donvale and Templestowe of old, it's always good to play a local derby, in particular for the Rod Gregory Doug King Cup today.
Dave, tell us, you got a little bit of affiliation, with the Reserves Footy Club. Of course, an interesting season for the Reserves, but I understand this will probably be their first game if they can get up. They're 22 points at the moment. What would it mean for you to personally see the guys get up today?
No, excuse me. No, though obviously a win's fantastic. My son's actually self-appointed coach.
Yes,
Pete. So
yes.
Wants to make sure that he gets enough votes to win the best and fairest, so that's the best way to do it. But another son Michael's out there having a kick, so
he's actually looking a bit muddy. That means he must have got a kick, though.
He might have rolled around in the turf before the game, I think. That's the only way to get it, but I think he's hurt himself, actually. It was a bit disappointing, but he's not on the field at the moment.
No, he's running through the guts right at the moment.
Mick. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, but look, it wins.
Pete's hurt himself. I saw that ice on his leg. He was a bit fired up at that 3/4 time huddle over there. Wants the boys to get their first win.
He's pretty desperate. He's he's just asking me. He's trying to remember what the song is, so that's the main thing. But no, it's always it's easy around the club when you have wins. And to be honest, I think your seniors in the EFL is often as good as your reserves. Most teams have got strong reserves, they've got strong seniors, so we'd obviously keen for that to happen. But the guys enjoy themselves. They turn up each week, and to get a win today would be absolutely fantastic. I think the barman sitting behind me, Dave Whalen, enjoyed if they win. So hopefully that happens in about 20 minutes' time.
Of course, the company that you own, Dave, Walsh and Whitelock, is a major sponsor at the club and really gets behind the place. What was it that made you come down to, I suppose, Beverly Hills all those years ago with the boys and make this your own club? Because you're a terrific club family and always stick by them through and through. So do you know what? We asked John Murphy this question. He put it down to 2 drop punt kicks away from where he used to live. Did you fall under that category, or was there an earlier affiliation with the club?
Yeah, well, no, a bit of that. The boys went to Lade the Pines Primary School, and there's quite a few players down there. Johnny Baird and Steve Gillen playing league footy, mates of my sons. They were a few of those blokes were down there. Pete was probably more insistent than Mickey. He played footy for Lade the Pines in the Catholic competition, but he reckons that wasn't real football, so he wanted to come down and play real football when he was about 6. But his mother was better at it than me. I wasn't that keen on Sunday football, but he kept persisting, and then Lynn, my wife, found out where the under-10s were training, which was down behind the Doncaster East Secondary College, and the rest is history. So I got pretty involved there, which you do with your kids, and the rest is follow on to the senior club. But I've got to say, over about 20 years, I can't think of a day where I haven't enjoyed it. So anyone out there who's got kids and you're a parent, the employees get involved with your club, it's very rewarding.
Alfie, looking across the ground, I see a pretty impressive scoreboard over there, mate. And I know that it was a work in progress for a bit of time. You're pretty proud of that over there, aren't you?
We are, Ben. A lot of work. I think the old scoreboard, we could have rented it out. There were people living in it and possums and all sorts of things. But it became a very great pleasure to push that over at the end of last year, towards the end of last year, and have that. A lot of blood, sweat and tears go into that because you can't just today go and tick a box and say, well, we'll get a scoreboard and up it goes within a week. And there's a lot of work that goes on with protocol with councils and raising money for it, etc. And we've had a fantastic support in Mary Wooldridge, the local Liberal member now that funded a lot of it, to be honest. And together with the juniors and the cricket club, very proud to say that it cleans up the Zerbes ground. And we've got to thank council for that issue, is that they've done a lot of work on here with the cricket nets and fencing, and our next project is the ground lights, and that's not too far in the distant future.
Oh, that's fantastic. And looking out at the ground now, the centre square, the ground's in great condition, but the centre square's a bit patchy, and as the president's job never ends, I hear that you have to head out there and repaint the centre square before the senior game today. Is that correct?
That's correct. Now, I thought I was the one that controlled the club, but I'm being told I have to go and mark an extra 3 metre line on this side of the ground today, when I marked a 3 metre line on the other side for last week. So obviously coaches have their idiosyncrasies, and so I'll do as I'm told.
There's plenty of great people around all clubs, and when you come down to East Doncaster, well, you just have to take a look in any angle, any point of the room, and you can go up and have a chat because everyone's a good bloke. Did you want to give a shout out to people who help out week in, week out around the clubs, and just mega supporters around the place, and will definitely be here today and having a listen?
I most certainly do. Thanks for that opportunity, Ben. To the supporters, members, players, parents and everyone else, and more particularly my committee that does a lot of work and cops a lot of flack off me, the hard-working Dave, both Dave Whalen and Dave Sousby, Pat Viano, Bruce Ward, my team manager or grounds manager, flaps his arms and waves a lot and swears, but does a fantastic job. To Bill Capel, who's been an apprentice team manager for the Twos, he's out there today. Another guy, he's got his son playing, tapped on the shoulder and has agreed to go ahead with us. But to everybody from the under-19s parents up, and to make things run smoothly, but we still lack volunteers for game day. Anybody that wants to help the club, if your kid's out there playing and you're going to come and watch, please do a little job. We ask you to put your hand up yet. That'd be great.
And there's always plenty of good functions at this club throughout the year, and there's one coming up, Dave Sousby, on the 4th of July, Independence Day, and you've got quite a good lineup for a sportsman's night there.
Yes, Ben, we're pretty proud of the calibre we have. And I think, in all honesty, you go better to get a footy night around Australia that's better than this one. We got Jimmy Bartels is making the trip down for Geelong.
Jimmy.
Who's obviously a great player. So, and Scott Pendlebury, who arguably might be the best player in the land's coming. And we got Tony Shaw, who's a good MC. He's going to MC the night. So that's on Wednesday the 4th of July in our social rooms here. And it should be a great night. So if you want to get in touch with the club, you're certainly welcome to. I'll let you, or it's on our website, and the more we get here, the merrier. But I think it'll be a great night. $70 a head, which includes a 2-course meal. You've got to buy your drinks, and should be a really fun night.
That's some pretty good talent for $70.
Yeah, well, we think so. So it's a bit of a good atmosphere up here. They only fit about 120 in the room, so it's first in, best dressed. But each year they turn out to be good nights, and there's obviously it's a little bit of a fundraiser for the club, but the most enjoyable, as Ben said, the thing we pride ourselves on is trying to win footy games, but socially trying to make it as enjoyable as possible. And I think we've been pretty good at that over the years.
Should be a fantastic night on the 4th of July, and should be a fantastic game out here at Zerbes Reserve today.
Sorry, I just had one more thing for Alf. I was driving in here today, Alf, and usually I rock up on a Saturday afternoon and it's all dark and we have come in and have a beverage, but the scout halls across on the way up the road, where they're closed down, they're fenced off at the moment now. We used to do our after-game interviews over there. What's happening over there? Is there a bit of a revamp, or is that getting bulldozed? It looks a bit of a mess.
You're testing me, Ben. All right. Yes, we used to have tenancy there, and for unknown reasons, the place is being refurbished. Not for us, for a scout group, to create a bit of awareness for the scout group in the area. I would say that I wish them all the best. We've got nothing against the scouts.
So it is a council building that previously was shared, which
you've
been told you're no longer allowed to share it.
That's correct.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense at all.
It's not an ideal situation, but what we do like though is, of course, seeing the Donny East Football Club go about their business out here on the ground. So looking forward to seeing how the boys go today. To Alf Molinaro, much appreciated for your hospitality today. Looking forward to the call. Thanks for joining us.
And good call, boys. I'll go and mark that ground for you.
Yeah, thanks, boys.
Much appreciated. Thanks, Dave.
No, thanks.
Dave Sousby and Alf Molinaro joining us right here on EFL Game Day. Benny, we're running out of time. We're going to try and go through all 4 divisions in 15 minutes if we possibly can.
Yeah, Dyson Baker's just stepping right up to the plate here.
Look at the big man just stepping up there. He will be joining us in special comments today. Looking forward to hearing some of his sharpest work. It's a very good afternoon to Dyson Baker.
Very good afternoon to you, Ben Waterworth. I was almost going to say Warren Smith, but that would have been a big mistake. Anyway, out here at Doncaster, looking forward to this one. This is 2 teams that I haven't seen for a while, so looking forward to gritting the teeth on this one.
Absolutely. Let's go through Division 4 to start off. We don't have a lot of time. Let's see what we can do. Ferntree Gully Eagles taking on Kilsyth. Get the feeling that Ferntree Gully will probably do this one quite easily.
Yeah, look, you'd give this one to Ferntree Gully and a civil play to Kilsyth. Young side have been reasonably disappointing this year.
South Belgrave travelling out to Forest Hill Reserve today. South Belgrave. We were out of that. You were out of that game a couple of weeks ago when they just went down to the Basin. They'll be out for some revenge today against Forest Hill.
Yeah, look, what a game it was a couple of weeks ago. I reckon South Belgrave to get over the line pretty convincingly.
The Basin hosting Park Orchards. The Basin rocketed to premiership favouritism after beating the Saints, and I think they'll continue their merry way today.
Won't lose another game towards the end of the year.
Won't lose another game?
Won't lose another game.
Wow, excellent. Well, of course, interesting to note, South Belgrave and the Basin do play each other in the final home and away round before the finals, so certainly looking forward to seeing how that one goes. Game of the round in Division 4 undoubtedly is Silvan and the Eastern Lions. The man himself, Frosty Baird, Big Peter Baird, who milks cows for a living, will be out covering this game for EFL Game Day. Silvan for mine, only for the home ground advantage and the Ashford factor.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the only difference between these two sides. They've really turned it on this year, and yeah, I'm going to go Silvan at home.
And the final game in Division 4 is Nunawading taking on Canterbury. Nunawading, a much improved side this year. Canterbury started well, but just dropped off a little bit. They do have Brent Isles back, but Nunawading for mine at home.
Both these sides too hard to tip. I think Nunawading just get over the line on home ground advantage.
Surrey Park, of course, having the bye in Division 4. Let's go on to Division 3. Baronia taking on Warrandyte is the first game. Baronia, of course, going down to the Glen Waverley Hawks last weekend. But the Warrandyte getting their first victory, so they'll be confident. But I think Baronia, just knowing that they had that loss last time, I reckon this could get ugly.
Yeah, one of the top couple of sides in Division 3. I still reckon one of those premier sides sides in Division 3, I should say, at home should comfortably go over Warrandyte.
Heathmont taking on Coldstream. Coldstream, one of the hardest teams to read, probably the hardest team to read in the entire Eastern Football League. You never know what they're going to produce. Heathmont, well, they've had a bit of an up and down season to date, had some great highlights, had some pretty ordinary lowlights. I think today will be a highlight, though.
Yeah, look, got the ugly mug of Daniel Baker on the front cover of the Eastern Footballer this week.
Your thoughts?
Wasn't very happy with that. I've just posted that one out to the family and they're getting their opinions as we speak. But look, I reckon Heathmont are going to be one of those sides that, towards the rest of the year that are going to beat the sides below them and get done by the sides above them. And I think they'll finish probably 4th or 5th.
They'll win today, though?
They will win today.
No, they should beat Coldstream today. Ringwood taking on Templestowe, probably match of the round in Division 3. Our very own Will Taylor will be out covering this game for us. Looking forward to hearing his match report after the game. Templestowe are just slowly sneaking up that Division 3 ladder. Not a lot of pizzazz about them this year, but they've got a great on-field troop there. I think they'll be able to get the chocolates today on a Ringwood ground that's might actually suit them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a side that we wrote off after a couple of weeks early in the season. They now, if they win, results pending, can go to 2nd spot on the table. So I reckon that's going to drive them today, and I reckon Templestowe to get over the line by probably 5 goals.
Interesting to see how that game goes down today. Of course, Will Taylor will be all over it for EFL Game Day. Mitcham taking on the White Horse Pioneers. These two, of course, at Walker Park. These two teams sharing Walker Park this year. Mitcham for mine, though. They just have way too much class from backline to forward line.
Yeah, White Horse Pioneers still disappointing. Mitcham comfortably.
Glen Waverley Hawks taking on Warren Turner South. Of course, these two teams met in round 1 this season. Warren Turner South had the lead for the majority of the game, but the Hawks came from behind and were able to get a victory. And geez, they've been the surprise packets in Division 3 so far this year, and I just can't go against them. Their form is just too good not to pick them.
Well, the Glen Waverley Hawks were in poor form and still managed to get over the line by 4 points. Some people are calling this the game of the round in Division 3, and I reckon it's going to be a decent one out at Glen Waverley. But I think the home side to get the chocolates.
What do you make of Warren Turner South? Because they've been reasonably hard to read. Come down from Division 2 down to Division 3, and sort of towards the bottom half there. What do you make of Warren Turner South so far?
Look, they're one of those sides that still hasn't managed to take that next step, take the scalp that they need to against a North Ringwood or a Boronia. I mean, we saw Heathmont get over the line. Heathmont and Glen Waverley both got over the line. They just need to, over the next couple of weeks, they've got a couple of tough. They play North Ringwood next week, so they've got a tough ask if they're going to make finals. But probably from round 11 to round 15, they need to get the motor running.
Bit of a wriggle on. Looking forward to seeing how the Devils go today. Glen Waverley Hawks for Dyson and I, though. Final game in Division 3 is North Ringwood taking on Chirnside Park. North Ringwood just keep on winning, and they're doing a nice job of it. Chirnside Park, impressive at the start of the season, just dropped off a little bit. I think North Ringwood will probably be able to get the chocolates today out at Quamby Reserve.
Yeah, should stay undefeated through 9 rounds.
That is Division 3 and 4 done and dusted. Geez, we're racing through this very nicely. Dyson. Now on to... And of course, Doncaster East and Doncaster will be our match of the day. We've gone through pretty in-depth preview already and looking forward to giving a call of that one. Just in the reserves game at the moment, Doncaster East up by 46 points. So they've kicked away over the past couple of minutes. They're going to win their first game for the season. So well done to the Lions boys. Bayswater taking on the Waverley Blues. Waverley Blues, they're in a bit of form. They've won their past 2 games. They're just slowly sneaking their way up. They're now overtaking Doncaster as the second last team on the ladder. Any chance against Bayswater out there at Bayswater Oval today?
It's interesting. I was just about to say that I've been disappointed at Bayswater's form this year. They still sit in 4th, much as the closeness of Division 2 this year. But I think they've got to try and hold off the 2 sides we're going to see out here this afternoon. I think Bayswater need to keep winning to hold that spot at the moment, and they will do so today.
Donvale taking on Roeville. Donvale done it to us again. They looked super sexy at the start of the year, but geez, don't they fall down with a big thump, and they come up against Roeville today, who suffered their first loss a couple of weeks ago. I get the feeling this one could get quite ugly at Donvale.
Yeah, look, I think this is one of the ones that could I reckon it's going to go 15 goals in Roeville's favour, or it's going to go a couple of points in Donvale's favour if they can bring it back the other way at home. But I just think with the conditions the way they are this afternoon, I reckon Roeville quite convincingly.
Montrose taking on Upper Ferntree Gully. Looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Montrose now on top of the Division 2 ladder. Of course, we saw their only loss when they played Roeville earlier on in the year. But they take on an Upper Ferntree Gully side who lost to Doncaster East. So certainly looking forward to seeing how that one goes down. But Montrose, I think, for mine, at home.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've rated Upper Ferntree Gully as one of the informed sides in Division 2. I think Now, Montrose are one of the informed sides in Division 2, should get the chocolates quite convincingly.
And the last game in Division 2, Mooroolbark take on Mulgrave. Mulgrave is struggling. Mooroolbark are in form. Mooroolbark quite comfortably.
Mooroolbark in an ugly display, I reckon.
Mooroolbark in an ugly display. Only 5 games in Division 1 so far today. Lilydale taking on Vermont is one of them. Vermont for mine, but just a sneaky suspicion that Lilydale might make it a close one.
Yeah, I reckon the Falcons at home, we all know LSO puzzles a few teams, and Vermont haven't played there in quite a long time, so I reckon for me it'll be Lilydale at home.
Scoresby taking on East Burwood, one of the best matches in Division 1 so far today. A couple of weeks ago, these two were 1 and 2 on the ladder. Now they're 5 and 6, trying to stay in the top 5. Scoresby for mine only just at home, but this one could go either way.
Yeah, look, rated East Burwood at the start of the year as Premiership favourites. They've still managed to keep in there.
Impressive, very confident. I think they'll be able to get the chocolates out there at Knox Gardens Reserve today.
Yeah, both these sides haven't really done much. They're sort of negative on the ledger at 4-5, but I reckon Knox at home I'm going to go.
It's going to be very close. Looking forward to seeing the result of that one. East Ringwood and South Croydon. Looking forward to seeing how this one pans out as well. East Ringwood in some good form though. They've snuck their way up into the top 5 Division 1. They'll win today, even though South Croydon have been pretty competitive so far this season.
South Croydon win today. They probably avoid relegation for this year. That'll put a 3-game gap on Croydon at the moment. Will be too good at home.
Speaking of Croydon, they take on Norwood in our final game of Division 1. It hasn't been a good couple of weeks for the Croydon Football Club, and I don't think that'll continue today. Norwood pretty easily after such a convincing performance against East Burwood 2 weeks ago.
Well, with none of the top 2 sides playing this afternoon, I think Norwood can almost go back up to the top of the table in Division 1, and I reckon they'll do that this afternoon.
Special guest time now on EFL Game Day. Now, if you have a look at page 5 of the Eastern Footballer today, Frosty's EFL thermometer, one of the best reads going out in the EFL, but he's just kind of our man Peter Baird's just done a little bit of hey look at me style material today, because he says in this week's edition of Frosty's thermometer comes with an apology of some sorts. A couple of weeks ago, almost a month ago now, he put Noble Park in the freezer. Now, that was a very gutsy move because they lost a couple in a row for the first time for a long time. Well, they've come out, won their past couple of games. They defeated top of the table Ballwin last weekend. They're one of the hot teams. Peter Baird, can you please explain yourself? Hello, Frosty?
Yes, mate. How are you?
Yes, now explain yourself, mate. You put Noble Park in the freezer a couple of weeks ago. Now you decide to put them up in the furnace. Can you make up your mind?
Oh, mate. We don't often see Noble Park drop more than one game in a row, or one of the last few years anyway. I grasped that opportunity when it came up. Looking back now, it was probably a little bit premature, but they've turned it all around in the last month of footy. And they've been absolutely fantastic.
Isn't hindsight a beautiful thing, Frosty?
It is. And it's great to be able to have that opportunity to come back and put that positive thoughts out there for the boys, the Bulls. I really respect them, and they're absolutely flying at them. And they're back taking over their mantle as the premier team in Division 1.
Now, of course, you're at the Silvan and Eastern Lions game today. Looking forward to seeing the result of this one. Clearly, game of the round in Division 4. Who are you picking?
I'm going with Phil. I think there's a big out for the Eastern Lions. Darren Murphy. Their vice captain, but the pair is currently under the search not having that removed. That's lost in life. I still think that Silvan has too much firepower up forward, so I'm sticking with the Cats.
Okay, the Cats for yours, but you only just got that obvious. It's very obvious that you're up in the mountains today, Frosty. The coverage isn't brilliant, so looking forward to hopefully hearing your around the ground support at half-time and full-time. Happy watching today.
No, I'm looking forward to it.
Frosty Baird, big Peter Baird out there, of course, covering the Silvan v Eastern Lions game. Looking forward to seeing how that one plays out.
A little bit of bandwagon jumping, I think.
I reckon he's up there with Will Taylor as one of the best bandwagon jumpers on the EFL Media Team. So, but looking forward to seeing the result of that one. He's actually got a cracker of a game out there today. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our final break before we get stuck into this one. It is, of course, the Doncaster East and Doncaster game playing for the Gregory King Cup. It's going to be a fantastic contest. I'm looking forward to bringing you the broadcast. You can text us anytime on 0419 654 082. That's 0419 654 082. Or you can tweet us by using @FootyEFL in your tweet. So looking forward to seeing how it plays out as well. Thanks to www.efl.org.au. This is EFL Game Day. After the break, it's time for the bounce down. Doncaster East and Doncaster right here on EFL Game Day.
Hello, this is Jamone here for Rad. Do you ever have a couple of drinks and think to yourself, I won't drive tonight, I'm going to have a couple, and I've got the keys in my pocket, but I won't drive. Then you get hammered and you think to yourself, I'm fine, I can drive. not a worry in the world. And that's really where that joke ends for me, because there's no real punchline, just a setup. But the message is good. Don't drink and drive. So please, don't drink and drive. Nothing funny about it.
Now, do you have a sudden fever, aching body, sore throat, chills, nausea, headache, dizziness? It sounds like you need medical assistance urgently. It's difficult getting an immediate appointment with your GP when you need help fast. So come to Akira Urgent Care, where you don't need an appointment and you won't have to wait. They are Australia's first walk-in medical and emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresby Road, Boronia, or phone them on 9839 3333. That's 9839 3333. Akira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
20% makes a lot of difference. Imagine your team kicking 20% less goals and being 20% behind on the scoreboard. Actually, let's not. Now, imagine using a Breeze Tag account on Eastlink and getting a 20% discount on all weekend car trips. No need to imagine. It's for real. Open your account online at eastlink.com.au and get 20% off car trips all weekend, every weekend on Eastlink. Now, let's give my mate Ross 20% more stick for being 4 goals behind. Hey, Roscoe! Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Zerbes Reserve here in Doncaster East. Looking forward to this one, as we said before the break. Looking to be a reasonably close contest between two sides that really haven't found a whole heap of form in 2012. But one man who's just going to be all over it this afternoon in the stats, thanks to Choose Tap, is Grant Campbell.
Hi Dyson, good to be here. Just made the short journey across from Box Hill, and hopefully it's a bit closer than the reserves game I saw, which was 7 goals of difference, a bit one-sided. Great to be back in EFL football though.
And your tip for this afternoon between these two sides?
I'll go for the home side, Doncaster East. I think they'll edge it by about 3 goals, I'll go.
There you go. You've got he's the man with the stats, so he's probably the man to go to for this afternoon's action. I'm going to tip with him. I'm going to go with Doncaster East. I think their form has been reasonably quality over the first half of the year, and I think they'd be reasonably happy with where they sit at the moment. Probably shy of finals, trying to fit into that 4th spot behind the big 3 in Division 2, but. Doncaster East for mine. Ben Waterworth, your tip for this afternoon's action?
Doncaster East for mine as well. I think Doncaster really haven't adjusted to this jump up from Division 3 to Division 2, and it doesn't help. As Andrew Trinquilli, their coach, said beforehand, they've had some injuries. They've also had a couple of players leave the club as well. I know Paddy Considine's a huge loss. He's not around the club this year. Ewan McKenzie's not around for this game as well. Their captain, Lloyd Parker, has only played 2 games. So, unfortunately, you don't like to use injuries as an excuse, but you can almost say that Doncaster really can use it as an excuse because things just haven't really gone their way. Doncaster East for mine, but I think as well.
And the league commentator for this afternoon just waltzes his way in, thinks it's his birthday weekend and he can do what he wants. But Ben Warren-Smith, your tip for this afternoon's action?
My tip will have to be Doncaster Dyson. I'll tell you what, the Doncaster East, sorry. I can't believe I even said that. I've just got a weather report brought up to me, which is showing 14 degrees at the moment. The day started off magnificently. People will have got up, they will have gone for a walk on to the market and gone, let's go out to the local football. Don't despair. The rain will hold off for the afternoon. Get out to your local local football this weekend. We'll probably reach another degree or so in the afternoon, but there may be some showers later on in the day come through also. But plenty of cover here out at East Doncaster, out at Zerbes Reserve, so we're all set for a cracker. This Reserves game's been going for quite a long time. There we go. And as we talk about it, there's the final score, and let's go through it too, because Doncaster East, a massive win, 18-18, 126, defeated Doncaster 8-16, 64. So the first win on the board for the reserve side out at East Doncaster. Fantastic effort by them. I went out and heard the three-quarter time speech by their playing coach Peter Sousby, who injured himself earlier on in the game, and he really stirred them on. There's a bit of a wind going down to the hill to the left of your radio dial, and he really just urged them to pile them on. So a good start by them after by East Doncaster. They've got the 19s up with a big win today. The reserves have started well and obviously got a 10-goal victory, and I think it's going to continue on this afternoon. I totally agree with everything Ben said about Doncaster. It's just a tough step to go up in upper division and match it against, really, even though Doncaster East haven't been that solid this year, they have been a side that's been around Division 2 football for probably 5 years now, so they know what it's all about, and they'll be ready for Doncaster today. A local derby, it's back in town. We're looking forward to it. The ground's a bit of a picture, except for that centre square area, but Alfie's going to make a fix of that. But
not happy about it.
He's going, no, but he just does what he has to do, Alfie. That's the best part about him. So he'll be out there with the paint, and hopefully someone's out there giving him a hand too. But good win by the 19s and the reserves, and let's see if the seniors can get on the board. But of course, Doncaster, they've got a lot of stars, and I know that you like to talk about Ben Waterworth, Chris Anarkis, and they've got, as I mentioned earlier on in the piece at the start of the day, they've got those good solid guns up back in Schimmelbusch and Magames, which will always put any forward to task for the whole afternoon. So who just knows? I think it really is going to go down to the wire. We haven't seen either of these sides this year, so it's a little bit of an who knows what could happen today, but let's just hope it's a good one, and we've been pretty good with good games lately here on the media team. That's how we try to pick them. So let's hope that there's another one today, as the East Doncaster boys look pretty happy with themselves.
They're very happy with themselves. Very happy.
You've got a couple of mates in this side, as do I, Ben Waterworth. Mine are looking pretty muddy. What about yours?
Mine, very clean. Very, very clean. Yep. Logger's very clean. Pitchy's looking... Oh, no, Pitchy's got a little bit of dirt about him. That's all right. Well done, boys. Of course, the first victory for the year. So, I think the boys on the side are having a bit of fun as well, just playing a bit of rhythm as well. I think it might be time to cross down to our Akira Urgent Care Boundary Riders. We had a bit of a chat to Jeff Manolitza before the game. He was asking some very, very in-depth questions. It's now time to introduce our other Akira Urgent Care Boundary Rider for today, Mr. Damien Watson.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'm standing inside a foot of mud in the glue pot here in the middle of the ground, but aside from that, perfect ground conditions here at Zerbes Reserve. As Ben mentioned earlier, we'll probably be expecting a top of around 17 degrees. There's a bit of cloud cover over the ground at the present time. Perhaps a chance of isolated showers later in the afternoon, but hopefully they'll hold off towards the end of the game. Jeff, what do you think of the conditions, mate?
Yeah, as you said, not bad conditions. A bit of cloud cover at the moment and expecting a bit of late rain. Hopefully it won't come too soon. And today's game is going to be an interesting one. I really think that it's going to be a closer game than everyone's thinking. And I'm actually tipping an upset today, boys. I'm going Doncaster.
Well, that's an interesting tip, mate. And just for your benefit, boys, there is a slight wind favouring the southern end of the ground, or to the left of your radio.
Or downhill.
Or the downhill end of the ground, that's right. The left of your radio dial if you're here at the game today. I'm expecting, but judging on form, probably a Doncaster East victory. You just can't ignore the fact that Doncaster have only registered 2 wins for the season. So Doncaster East at home for me today, boys.
Peter Baird had a bit of a feeling about Doncaster today, and I know we keep talking about the closeness of what we expect today, but it really just does shape as one of those games, Ben Waterworth, where whoever probably gets off to the better start is probably going to hold them in good stead, especially as we look at the radar, that rain probably going to hit in the last quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. If the rain does come a little bit later on, according to our, of course, Darren McKenzie from the Loft Productions, if the rain does come, this first quarter, this first half, becomes crucial. If you're able to get a bit of a jump, get probably a 4 to 5 goal jump early on, that's going to put you in good stead for the rest of the game, Dice, because it means that when that second half becomes a bit of a slog, you're always going to have that 4 or 5 goal advantage when it becomes harder to score.
when I was driving to the game, I went, nah, look, Doncaster East quite convincingly. Now just thinking about it, especially now that I've got the list in front of me, you look at the back line, and I reckon that back line is probably one of the best that we've seen go up into Division 2 in a while. All the names are there from that grand final side that were probably best on ground right throughout season 2011, and those are the guys that are going to be dangerous. If the Doncaster back line can shut down early and give lack of options to Doncaster East, I reckon that's going to hold him in good stead. And as you said, as it gets a bit sloppy as the game goes on, I reckon that could help him out. I'm still going to go Doncaster East, but probably just in the end.
What about Jeff Manolitza? We can hear your whole conversation over there, so maybe turn the microphone off or get a guest for us pre-match. You're standing right over there with the coaches. So, well, how well did that work last week, speaking to Mick Fogarty and Daniel Donati during the quarter-time breaks? And I know that Jeff's been right on the hammer this morning, and we may be able to speak to Andrew Tranquilli or Paris Harvey throughout the day, so that should work well.
Yeah, he's all over it. Looking forward to seeing how they manage when Andrew Tranquilli's playing as well, but they'll do a good job. Of course, all our sponsors today, wonderful supporters of the Eastern Football League. Of course, the boys on the field today are playing for the Narellan Pools Player of the Day, and gentlemen, the gift cards were delivered during the week. We can finally hand the $100 Visa gift cards to the player live today, so looking forward to, of course, our 3, 2 and 1. The Trojan Workhorse Award for the player who works hard. Might not be the best on the ground, but he's certainly the player who works his butt off. Of course, we were sponsored today by the Bendigo Bank Scores Board, the Bendigo Bank branches in Ashburton, in Baldwin as well, doing a fantastic job. The Choose Stat Match Stats, we're looking forward to hearing some of the stuff from Grant Campbell. Our Kira Urgent Care Boundary Riders, of course, Damien Watson and Jeff Manolitz are doing some great work. And you can text us anytime you want on 0419 654 082. That's 0419 654 082.
So why has that number changed in the last 2 weeks?
Because BWS, we've just kind of given a bit of a boost of the coverage over the past couple of weeks, video streaming style, and what that does is it brings a totally new number, so now we don't have to carry 2 computers around with us, and now we can have all on the one computer, the text messaging there. It does mean that we have to change numbers, but it's a little bit more convenient for us here after
as long as we just continuously read out the number 2 throughout the afternoon, because the old school number is probably entrenched in people's phones, so we need to get it out there so they have probably time to put it in there as well.
Of course, 0419 654 082, and of course you can tweet us anytime today at Footy EFL. Of course, we'll be bringing you up to date with all the games from around the Eastern Football League, and he's going to do some sensational work on the Twitter. So looking forward to seeing how those results pan out today, BWS.
Well, we've got plenty of guys happening around the East as well, and we've sent them far and wide. We've had Brad Henderson, unfortunately, not make it out to the Knox Blackburn game this afternoon, but the big man that milks cows for a living, he's filled up the car with petrol. He's headed up the hill to Silvan, so he's looking forward to seeing what's going to shape out as a really good game out there, and he's going to speak to us at half-time too. Absolutely all over it. He's the big man.
I'm just a bit nervy though. We had a bit of a chat to him just beforehand to try and get something on why he was, a little bit dodgy up there. The reception was pretty ordinary, so hopefully the reception works out quite nicely. But Darren McKenzie's given us a landline, so I'm looking forward to calling.
Great to have Daz back in the seat this afternoon, and of course Will Taylor's out at Ringwood for the big clash between Ringwood and Templestowe, so that shapes as a good one. Yes. So stay tuned with Barry Kotz and Daniel Sensick after 5 o'clock today for all the around the ground scores consistently right through till 10 till 6, when Ben Waterworth, who's just about to take this game away, will come through with the Saturday night scoreboard.
It is the King Gregory Cup at Zerbes Reserve, and up in the ruck, Robinson got the tap down, but coming through there is Galache. Got a little hand pass away, but Doncaster East of the numbers. Galache laid a nice tackle there on Lee Murphy, just at half back here for the Lions. No one able to quite take clean possession. We're going to see a ball up 15 seconds into this game. Big game for these two clubs, local rivalries. Local rivals, haven't played in a couple of years. Umpires put out a free kick, advantage to Doncaster. Narcus up towards the full forward area. Muller was there, couldn't quite take the mark. Ball comes to ground, trying to feed out a hand pass are the Sharks, but to no avail. Now a handball comes out. Narcus around the body, looking for an early contender for goal of the day, just off to the right-hand side. The first minor score for the Sharks. They are one behind. Doncaster East yet to score on that beautiful-looking Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Alf Molinaro doing some fantastic work. Sharks by a point early on in the game.
It's already looking for the freebies, Dyson Baker. Let's cross down boundary side thanks to Akira Urgent Care to Jeff Manolitza.
Yeah, boys, Tom McAllister's out today, number 43, and on the bench, Jack Martin, Mark Collins, Michael Angeli and Jack Ellis. And for East Doncaster?
Well, Jeff, Ian Gale's out of the side today for the East Doncaster lineup, and starting on the bench, Michael Parfadides, I hope I pronounced that correctly,
Yes.
Andrew Hingston, Jason Young and Matty Mercedes.
Well, Bremner kicked it in. He looked for the Robertson direction, chopping it off. That time was Agnew going backwards, got the 1-2. They've got players inside 50, and a nice little pass too has found the forward in Stephen Muller.
Yes.
So he'll have the first shot, the real first shot for the game, about 45 metres out from goal directly in front. But Dyson, Doncaster, they've started off pretty good here.
Yeah, look, this first minute and a half is going to be crucial. If they can get reward for effort, that's going to make this goal even more important.
So he's starting his line up in the middle of the ground, but he'll kick from just inside the 50. This actually looks like one of the true 50s. We know we keep seeing these shorter ones
These
around.
40-metre arcs.
It actually looks like a real one this afternoon as Muller comes in. It's a nice looking kick off the boot, but he's pushed it across the face. It might even go out of bounds on the full.
Yes.
It has, so no score is the result. It's still Doncaster at the 2-minute mark. They are one behind. Doncaster East yet to score.
Stevie Muller wasn't able to add to his goal-kicking tally. He's kicked 21 goals for the season, been an outstanding pickup for the Sharks this year. Bringing it in from half-back was Mark Guccio, inboard. Now McLeod off the left foot, up towards the wing position. No one able to take clean possession, but it might sit here for Gold. Lee Murphy talked about him before the game. Overrunning the ball there was Troy Schimmelbusch, but the ball ends up with the Sharks. Putting the ball inside 50 now is Carlson. Kicks it towards the hot spot at true centre-half forward. Doncaster have the numbers. And going back is your bestie, Greg Jarvis, BWS, and he moves the ball along quickly along the outer side. Torn Henderson takes the mark, plays on quickly, chips it over the top to Michael Batista. We all know that sensational mark that he took in the Divi 3 Grand Final last year. Let's see if he can replicate that today. He goes on the left foot, up towards half forward. Galache was third man, wasn't able to quite take the ball cleanly. Donny East had the numbers. They try to feed it out. Galache was in there again. Lee Murphy sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds, and we will see a boundary throw-in. 3 minutes gone. Doncaster one behind. Donny East yet to score. Local rivals going head-to-head at Zerbes Reserve. Robinson couldn't quite get the tap out, but they got some numbers here through Carlson to Donny East, but a bit of a fumble at the wrong time. Allowed Peduto to come through. Gets a hand pass back. A bit of a slip of the fumbles there. Siakavelis was the man who was slipping in that in the cricket pitch area there, and it might work for Donny East as Ashby goes towards the towards half forward. Whitty couldn't quite able to pick it up. Now here's an opportunity for Rami Ayubi. Kicks towards the hot spot at full forward. No one able to quite take clean possession. Really nicely done by Gold. Got a little hand pass off. One way, then that way goes Travis Gordon. Was holding the ball. Dyson Baker saw it. The umpire didn't. Ball right near the Donny East forward line. No one able to quite take clean possession. Ball looks like it's gone through and hit the post for a minor score. Donny East with a great opportunity. Travis Gordon not been able to put it through. We're all square at Zerbes Reserve. Donny East one behind. Doncaster one behind. 4 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Keep an eye on Tim Whitty. Just got an absolute belter in, right in the shirt front.
Oh, Martin's chopped it off on the kick in, and Marshall has came across the face and taken a mark about 30 metres out from goal. So a big let off for Doncaster East there. That was a terrible kick in, and they might look. They're going to kick the first goal here. 30 metres out directly in front. You'd think Marshall will get this one. He's not going to waste any time though. Comes in. Looks pretty confident too, Jared Marshall, over the top of the goal umpire's head, and the boys get around him too. That's the first on the board for the afternoon, and it goes to Doncaster East. And as we cross the 5 minute mark in the first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the Lions are 1-1-7, Doncaster one behind.
Look, I'd say that was a reward for effort, but I think Doncaster East, a couple of times they've gone inside 50, they've really blazed away. They got lucky on that occasion, obviously, with the turnover inside forward 50, but they just need to know that the breeze isn't going to do them forward. Too many times, I reckon I've seen Devine 2 or 3 times by himself as they've gone forward. They need to look laterally.
So first goal on the board goes to Jared Marshall. That is his 12th goal for the year. So good start for him. Jarvis clearly got the tap down out of the centre bounce. Look at the mud go through there. Geez, you've got to be good to keep your feet today. Bit of a rush on here. Troy Schimmelbusch was first to the ball. True centre wing, but well done. Carlson was tackled without the ball and the umpire saw it. And they're away here at East Doncaster as they take the advantage. McLeod tries to get onto his left foot. In fact, it was Lee Murphy. Now it comes to Daniel Gordon. Kicks inside 50. Doncaster have the spare man over the top. No one able to quite take the mark. Ball comes to ground at half forward. Nice bit of skill there shown by Marshall again. Ball now at true centre half forward position. No one able to quite take it cleanly. Ayubi put
Well
his
done,
head over
Rami.
the ball, and he did all right in the end. He's got the ball at true centre-half forward position, but there's a lot of players inside 50. Gets a hand pass off to Daniel Mead. Long, high left foot kick up towards the full forward area. Gee, that trusty fist of Ben McGarnis was there, but Marshall picks it up. Will look to try and send the ball. He's in a tough position. Puts up a bit of a dobby kick up towards the full forward area, but no one able to quite take it there for the Doncaster East Football Club. A free kick has been picked out, and Doncaster will bring it away.
So it was Batista, moved it on to Tranquilli. Pulled on the jumper this afternoon, Andrew Tranquilli. He's got players running. He had Mark Peduto. He made space. He had to do a U-turn, but he still had time, and then drives the ball inside 50, looking for the Lumasisi direction. He had one bite front and centre. Magnificent Palakas. Will this ball bounce favourably? It will. No, it won't. It goes to the left-hand side. You just thought it might have had enough kick. So second minor score on the board for the Sharks. They move to 2 behinds. They're down by 5. Doncaster East at the 7-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard of 1-1-7.
Very dangerous bit of play there, Doncaster. They're looking good when they go forward. They've got some fantastic forwards up there. And, of course, that man in Palakas is one of those better players. As Doncaster East move it along the boundary line. But it was looking for Marshall, but only as far as the Doncaster defence, who've been so good over the years, but have conceded the second most amount of points so far in season 2012. The kick from Doncaster was intercepted by Robinson. Goes long up towards full forward area. Trav Gordon was the target. He's got McGarnis today, and McGarnis was good in that situation. Gave it over the top to Troy Schimmelbusch. Now goes out wide to brother Matt. Couldn't quite pick the ball up cleanly. Now did well. Playing to one player, but didn't see the tackle from behind from Andrew Hingston, and he was able to win himself the free kick.
Great tackle.
And he's got the ball on the 50-metre arc. Left half forward flank. Lots of players back. Can he get the distance? He's going downhill, Lord's Pavilion style, but he probably won't be able to make the distance from there. He's looking to pass it off. Called the play on now. Goes right towards the top of the goal square. Gordon in position A, couldn't quite take the mark. Doncaster would be happy to rush this through. Jarvis did well. Off to Tranquilli. Left back pocket. Swings on his left foot now. Up towards Mullo, who's a long way from goal. Ball came to ground. No one able to quite take clean possession. We'll have a boundary throw in on that outer side. Doncaster East 1-1-7. Doncaster 2 behinds. Thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats. Grant Campbell, some of the stats that matter from the first term, please.
The contested possessions very even. 11-10 in favour of Doncaster. Handballs 13-9 in favour of Doncaster East.
Carlson took it from the throw-in. His kick was smothered. He started well, Ben Waterworth.
He has. He's been around the midfield quite a fair bit. One of those few players who actually kept his foot in that muddy patch there so far.
And Greg Jarvis, Tyson Baker has been dropping back and been pretty handy 3 times now in the defence for the Sharks.
Yeah, always been there or thereabouts around the mark so far.
They're charging towards the goal though. Margucci on the left boot puts it straight through the middle, and the Lions have got their second on the board. They move to 2 goals, 1-13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Handy little lead now at the 9-minute mark. The Sharks are yet to kick a goal today. They are 2 behinds.
Look, I think this is 2 handy goals that they've got. One from a free kick, one from a clearance. Nothing really from a set shot at the moment that they've actually earned through, and that's going to hold them in good stead. Those are handy goals that you're not really having to work hard for, that are just almost falling into your lap at the moment.
So the Lions with the early break. The Sharks had all the play sort of in the first couple of minutes, but a couple of handy goals for Donny East sees them in front by 11 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Anarchis from the centre clearance up towards half forward. Batista did well. Great hands. Now inboard. A long kick forward from Mark Collins. Might bounce through towards goal. Goes over the heads of a couple of players. Trying to pick the ball up here is Lamachisi. Did okay. Now gets a hand pass inboard at Anarchis. He's a classy finisher, and I think he's just snuck it in. Nice goal from Chris Anarchis. He puts the Sharks' first for the day on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Doncaster 1-2-8, Doncaster East 2-1-13, just under 10 minutes gone. He's a classy player, Anarchis, one of the best in Division 2, possibly Dice.
Look, we spoke about the names that Doncaster have got. They might be ageing, but they still know exactly what to do through defence and right through their midfield. They've got a whole bunch of names that we've heard for years and years and years who just keep on keeping on. And once again, another lucky goal going the way this time of Doncaster, and they put their first on the board.
So the umpire brings it to the centre of the ground. It'll be Big Partho versus Jarv.
Your best mates, Peter.
They're good players and they've been around a long time, and plenty of tussles too over the years. We'll give that one to Partho. Hits the deck. Couldn't quite get a clearance with Mick Devine. Another player who's been around the club for a long time, Michael Devine, still in the centre of the ground. He's a classy player. So the umpire restarts it. The outer side of the ground, just avoiding that mud patch. If they can gain a few metres or so, they will. Jarve got a double fister, then Partho got the next one. The ball hits the deck. A little quick kick up towards the half-forward line. Playing for a free kick that time was Mark Peduto. And he probably earned it too because he's put his head right over the ball in the middle of the ground. Looking for lead-ups.
Playing a lot smarter at the moment.
So Peduto takes his time, then kicks it to the hot spot. It's going to go there now. No one can get a clear possession over the back of the pack. Agnew, could he get ball to boot? No, and now becomes a foot race. Chasing after it is Jason Young. He's quickly tackled out there. The umpire's going to come in and bounce it. So 50 metres out from goal. It's out Doncaster's end. It's 2-1-13 playing 1-2-8. So a tight game out here early in the first term. The Gregory King Cup. Snap around the body that time by Lockie Beaton. Goes up towards the wing position. No one could get a clear possession. Marshall comes in, paddles it towards the boundary line. Sia Cavallis. We've got to find out the right pronunciation.
Sia Cavallis.
I got it right. Tranquilly in the middle of the ground. Does a little toe poke. That wasn't too good. Gets it out towards Sia Cavallis. But now the Lions have the numbers and is banged off the boot by Marshall. Kicks it up towards the 50-metre line for the Lions. It now becomes a foot race. Who's going to get there first? It was Rock. He has a bounce. Runs away with it now. He's got players out wide. Peduto's made space. He has time. Wants to move it along. Had players in the middle of the ground. The handball came off and then the kick went long inside 50. Diving for it. That time was Agnew. Couldn't quite get there. Rushed over the boundary line out of bounds right in front of the Doncaster East faithful here. 50-metre defensive line for them. Doncaster will be looking for their second of the turn. Good umpiring, wasting no time, getting it straight back in the middle. Partho over the top, got the tap down, but Peduto banked it on his boot and kicked it towards Batista. He was clever enough to knock it over the top to Lumasisi, but right on his hammer is Luke McLeod. They're not making it easy. Lumasisi got the handball away. Collins on the left. Can he bring it around? No. Pushes it to the left-hand side. So they are peppering the goals. Doncaster, three scoring shots in the last couple of minutes moves them to 1 goal, 3 and 9. They're still trailing Doncaster East by 4 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are 2-1-13.
Donny looked pretty good when inside forward 50 with the likes of Muller and the likes of Galache up there. Very, very good players. Now that is when a player steps over the goal line when he's kicking out from a behind. That is possibly the coach's worst nightmare, Dice.
Yeah, look, that's head in hands type stuff for a coach at the moment, and under a lot of pressure, Donny East.
So a ball up from the defensive goal line, trying to take it out of the ruck, almost an impossible effort, and kicked off the ground. Magnificent effort from Andrew Trinquilli, the playing coach.
Gallus.
Oh, Gallus. It was Galache. It was Andrew Galache. They, of course, the sleeves. Trinquilli and Galache both wearing the sleeves today, similar height. But I tell you what, it's a fantastic effort by the Doncaster Football Club. They take the lead for the first time today, 2-3-15 to Doncaster East, 2-1-13, 13 and a half minutes gone. Dyson.
Well, you're always under a lot of pressure, and we were just saying that it is a head-in-hands type of scenario, but Doncaster making the most of it and finally getting rewarded after 13 minutes.
Ball's back in the middle of the ground. Almost 14 minutes gone in this first term. Jarvis versus Parthenides. Jarvis got that knockdown running through Anak as he paddled it to his advantage. Right on his hammer, though, was Carlson. The umpire said he was holding him, so it'll be a free kick to Chris Anakis in the middle of the ground. He's going to go for the long option. Kicks it to the top of the square. Lumachese has a front spot. It's good jukes, too, because he takes a good mark about 35 metres out from goal. And in the last couple of minutes, Dyson Baker, Doncaster have been right on top of this.
Finally finding a target inside forward 50. Grant, the inside forward 50, thanks to Choose Tap.
10-7 now in favour of Doncaster.
And finally starting to find some targets inside 50. That's going to make all the difference.
Check out this kicking style.
I was going to say, traditionally he has a very awkward kicking style, but it goes pretty straight most of the time, and over the goal umpire's head it goes. That's his first. That's Doncaster's third on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They moved to 3 goals, 3-21. They've opened up an 8-point lead now over Doncaster East to a 2-1-13.
Yeah, look, we said that it was going to make the difference as soon as you got it inside forward 50 in the mark. One interesting thing that I've seen over the last couple of minutes is Mark Peduto just seems to be creating space. He's played a lot off the wing. Just watch him going forward at the moment in this next sort of 5 minutes or so.
Last 3 goals of the game to Doncaster. They've certainly got the advantage in the past couple of minutes. Almost 15 minutes gone. Donny East will want the next one because the rain is coming in the eastern suburbs.
Don't say that.
So good luck to our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders. There are umbrellas in my car if you do need a chance. Trinquilli out of the centre square. Was looking for that man in Collins, but wasn't able to quite take it clean. The umpires put out a free kick for a throw, and it's going to go the way of Doncaster East. Murphy now, Captain Courageous. Beautiful kick. Whenever he gets the ball, he uses it well, but unfortunately, Parthenides, his good mate on that occasion, wasn't up to the task, and Doncaster away along the outer wing. Kick up forward. Good lead from Muller. He's got it 50 metres out. The umpires...
That'll be 25.
Yep, called it 25 metres. This will probably take him to pretty much right on 50, Stevie Muller. Will he look to have a shot at goal? Donny Easter now getting the players back in their defensive 50 now. They've done well to clog it up. So Muller will kick from right on 55. Looks pretty good off the boot, right towards the top of the goal square. Lumachese. Oh, look at the jukes from the cheese.
Takes on
quickly, kicks the goal. One of the most awkward goals you will ever see. But the cheese has put through his second goal of the day. And Doncaster have got the advantage here at Zerbes. Doncaster 4-3-27. Doncaster East 2-1-13. 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. What a comeback here from the Sharks. The cheese is on fire.
I tell you what, after all that hard work, as soon as Lumachese paid off, I reckon I would have been worrying a little bit. Almost got tackled by about 3 blokes that managed to get booed on ball, and now Doncaster just running away with this one a little bit.
Ball back in the middle of the ground. It's still only 2 goals of difference, though. Comes up towards the half-back line. Carlson takes it for the Lions. Tried to break a tackle. Took a bit of a risk there, but got it over to Masidi. Kicks it up towards the 50-metre line for Doncaster. It might be a downfield free kick. It will be. He was felled after he got rid of it. So the Lions will get it about 55 metres out from goal. So, not too sure who it's...
Might be Rami, I think.
Holding free kick going the way of Ayubi.
So, and he was pretty sure about where the mark should be had to, Rami, telling the umpire exactly what was going on. So he fancies himself too. He's taking quite a big run up. Yet to trouble the scoreboard today. Only gone 17 minutes here in the first term.
He's going to kick from 55 metres. He's gone a long way back. He must like himself.
So he will have practiced this several times over the years down at training. Ayubi comes in from 60 metres. He gets underneath it. It's going to go right to the top of the square. He's actually made the distance and threw for one behind. So probably gave it a bit too much of a rise. Minor score is the result, but it was down the right end for the Lions that time. They are 2-2-14 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 13-point margin as they trail Doncaster 4-3-27.
So Paris Harvey's men got a little bit of work to do. Sia Cavellis kicks to himself and goes long. On the outer side, Big Jarvis claimed the mark. Umpire didn't pay it, so it's ended up in the hands of Daniel Gordon. Kicks long towards the left forward pocket. Schimmelbusch went back, almost fisted it over the line. Oh, gee, Doncaster East players run into the behind post there. Luckily to see he's up and about. And might be my man, Big Timmy Robinson down there, who's run into the behind post. But anyway, it's a minor score for the Lions. They are 2-4-16. Donny East 4-3-27. 18 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Players look to be using the outer side of the ground today. Doncaster, they went for the Jarvis direction over the back. Robinson, that was clever. Got it down to ground level. McGarma's created a shepherd for Tranquilli. Got a bullet-like handball and put his teammate in Liebert right under pressure. And the umpire will come in and bounce it about 65 metres or 70 metres out from goal. It's down the Lions' end. 12-point ball game. Both sides are getting around it. It's been the last 5 minutes or so in Doncaster's area of the ground. Lions will look to match that now as they close in on the quarter time. Ball's rushed over the boundary line. We'll have another stoppage. Grant Campbell, some choose stats thanks to Choose Tap.
It outs 8-5 in favour of Doncaster East. Clearances very even. General clearances 4 apiece. Centre clearances 4-3 Doncaster's way.
So the umpire brawls it in. That was Robinson who flicked it over the back of his head. Doncaster are going to have the run through the middle. This is good if they can link up. They do now. Bounce through the middle now. Get the Sharks and get underway. They are through to Sia Cavallis. I just can't get his name right. I do apologise. He pushes it to the right forward pocket. Over the boundary line out of bounds. So that was a quick bit of play. Doncaster, Dyson Baker, they moved it from end to end.
Yeah, look, off the ball, great work from Dylan Agnew. Ran about 50 metres to try and shepherd the man coming towards his teammate and didn't get rewarded for it. Almost will now.
Lumachese went up into the ruck. I'll come in and bounce it now, so it's about 30 metres out from goal. Sharks end.
He knows how to play footy, Sia Cavellis. Hard to pronounce his name, but geez, he can play footy. He looks like a lovely type for the Sharks, Dice.
Yeah, turned it on those first 20 minutes.
Ellis went up in the ruck and just ripped it out and snapped it around the body. This might have stuck through for a goal. What a ripping goal that is by Jack Ellis. Just in the nick of time too, because Doncaster, they answer. They move on to 5 goals, 33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've hit time on in the first term out at Zerbes. The home side are 2-3-15.
Yeah, look, always handy when you can get out of the ruck. I think that's about the 3rd time it's happened inside a clearance anywhere on the ground, and Doncaster East just don't have the numbers around the ball to actually hold them down at the moment, but reasonably handy goal for Doncaster as we tick towards time on.
Bit of a surprise here at Zerbes. Doncaster with the last 5 goals in this first term. They lead by 18 points. Can the Lions come back now? Ellis went up in the ruck. And the Sharks will go for it again. High kick towards the half-forward area. Mark,
pay
or free kick was paid to Doncaster. And Steve Muller has got the free kick about 45 metres out directly in front of goal. He looked to put through his first of the day. Quickly plays on to Galache, but the umpire said you weren't over your mark. And we will see Muller go back.
You got tricked again. That was Tranquilli that time.
Was it really? They look so similar. They've got greying at the top there as well.
Is it?
A little bit
Galache's
fossilised.
in the forward square.
A little bit fossilised.
Salt and pepper.
Steve Muller now from
Silver
right on the 50 for Doncaster, 6 in a row. Won't trouble the scorers. Oh, but over the back, the man himself again. The cheese has taken the mark. He's kicked 2. He's going to go back and kick for his 3rd. He's on the wrong side for an awkward left footer though. So let's see what he can make with this one.
Not only is he a left footer, but he's an awkward left footer.
Very awkward left footer. So the umpire is telling him to come a little bit closer to the boundary line. He doesn't like it. He's kicked 2. Can he kick his 3rd and Doncaster 6? He's going to go left foot, Ronnie Burns banana style, and he's off to the right-hand side for a minor score. His first blemish on the scoreboard. Doncaster's 4th. Donny 5-4-34 to the Lions 2-3-15. 21 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So 22 minutes gone here in the first term. With Daniel Mead to bring the ball back in for the Lions. You want to go direct. He's got a good left foot kick on him and he wastes no time either and roosts at about 80 metres. It hits centre wing and bounces on 2. Robinson's going to be up there. Has he got running support? He does. Jared Marshall put his body on the line. Gave the handball off that time to Masidi. Goes deep into the pocket looking for Gordon, but getting in the front spot and taking a good mark is the general Ben McGarnis. So he wants to switch the play now into the top of the goal square. Sharks have the numbers out wide. They're going to kick towards the Peduto direction. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Sharks at the ball that time. Palakas snaps around the body, kicks it up towards the Agnew direction, and he flies and takes a ripper mark right here on centre wing. Got players running into the middle of the ground. Can Robertson chop it off? No, he can't. So Doncaster steady it up now. Kick inside 50. It's a high floating ball, but why wouldn't you go into the Lumachese direction? Papa Constantinou got the fist away, got it over to Carlson. He was gang tackled. He ain't going anywhere. The umpire's going to come in and bounce it about 40 metres out from goal from the Doncaster end. They currently lead by 19 points. The Lions kicked the first 2 of the game, and then Doncaster have piled on the last 5. So the umpire just asking the boys to get out of his way. He wants to restart this match. Ball up that time. Palaka's got the knockdown. They're going to have players running out wider. The Sharks, if they can just link up the handballs this time. Galache, snap around the body. That was a clever kick to the top of the goal square. It's a 2-on-4 situation. The Sharks had the numbers as it comes to the fall. The ball kick off the ground by Maguccio. That was safety at its best. Tried to find Sam Gold. He couldn't quite trap the ball, but he had running support. Maguccio, who backed it up well and kicked it up towards the centre wing position. And charging out and taking a mark. It could nearly been paid was Devine. He was quick to get out up there and put pressure on Troy Simmerbush, who's trying to get support himself. Gets over towards Rami, snaps around the body, kicks it deep in towards the pocket. Is he looking for Gordon? Knocked over the boundary line by Matty Schimmelbusch, and we'll have a boundary throw in. It's a fast-paced game of football here. It's in the forward pocket for Doncaster East. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose-Tap match stats.
Contested possessions 34-21 in favour of Doncaster.
So Parthenides versus Alice. Partho had the back spot. Tranquilli was in there. The handball goes backwards to go forwards. Mead just needs to get it on the 50. Gave the handball away to Sam Gold. Kicked it to the top of the goal square. Gordon's got to beat 3 here. He leaves it over the back of the pack and it's bounced through. Sam Gold from 50 metres out. That's a goal to lift your side. And the Lions get their 3rd on the board as we cross the 24-minute mark in the first term. They move to 3-3-21. It's back to a 13-point ball game. Doncaster 5-4-34.
I was actually just about to say I'm really not liking Doncaster East's forward set up at the moment. They've managed to get all goals from sort of around the 40-45 arc. Nothing inside the arc at the moment from a mark. They just can't quite find that missing target. But if they're going to kick goals like that, then they don't really need it, do they?
Doncaster East's first goal in 16 minutes. Check these scores out, gentlemen. Ringwood by 20 points at quarter time. Whitehorse Pioneers 2-2-14. Mitcham 1 behind. Always some surprises in the Eastern Football League. Can they keep it up, the Pioneers? Ellis went up in the ruck with Robinson. Umpires pulled out a free kick. This time it's going to go the way of Doncaster East. Advantage was paid. They got numbers in the middle. Carlson feigns one way, then the other. Off to Robinson. Kick inside 50, but to no one in particular. And Ciacavellis takes the mark, and he's got numbers on the outer side. The kick was poor, though. Libel will see it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right half back flank. That's a letter for Donny East because they're away if that kick was good. So Doncaster 5-4-34 leading the Sharks, leading the Lions 3-3-21, 25 and a half minutes gone. Ball comes to the back for the boundary throw-in. Kick from Devine is no good at all. And sitting in the hole there is the coach, Andrew Trinquilli. Moves it on quickly out towards left half back. Ball doesn't sit for Batista. It's gone over the boundary line and out of bounds. Once again, a poor kick coming out of defence from Doncaster. It could have been away if the kick was good, but it wasn't. Boundary throw-in, 50 metres around from the Lions' goal. They trail by 13 points. A goal just before quarter time would be handy. Taking a big leap over the top there was Parthenides to no avail though. Sia Cavellis was in there again. The free kick will go the way of the Sharks, and the advantage will not be paid. And the free kick will go back here to Dylan Tempany.
Probably should have been paid.
Certainly was paid. Well, wasn't, sorry, but it should have been. So the Sharks leading by 13 points. They've certainly got the jump on the Lions so far in this game. No one behind Tempany as he takes his kick now. He's got a lead short. Mark taken by Peduto. His first game in 2012. Hasn't played so far this season.
He's covering a lot of ground too.
He's moving very nicely. And that's a beautiful kick in board as well to Mark Collins. He takes the mark, accelerates away. One-on-one, Limachisi at the back. But taking a nice mark there is Luke McLeod, wearing Ash Neville's old number.
Yes.
And he takes the mark just inboard. He goes over the top now to Tim Whitty. Now further afield. He brings it out over the top. Lockie Beaton, right half back flank. Not a lot of free options up ahead, so he'll probably have to go to a contest here, unless he wants to go back. Call the play on now, Ellis. Ran him over the boundary line and out of bounds. And a boundary throw-in will occur right half-back flank for the Lions. They are 3-3-21, trailing Doncaster 5-4-34, 27 and a half minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Umpire to bring it in now. It'll be Parthenides versus Ellis. It went wayward. Papa Constantin now got the knockout. Tried to get it to a teammate. It's going to be a free kick to the Lions. So it's going to go to Hingston. Cross half-back. Left foot kick. Short. That was okay. Got it to Papa. Moved it on that this time to Marshall. Feigned one. Then moved it up towards the centre half forward. That's a beautiful kick too. Finds Sam Gold, who kicked a ripper goal from 50 metres out only moments ago. And he'll be looking to narrow that deficit once again and put the Lions fourth on the board.
Exactly what they needed. A couple of midfielders running back with the flight of the ball. In that instance, Sam Gold, right place, right time, can line up for a second.
Well, they've got the slight breeze. They're going downhill, and Sam Gold really needs to put this through. It's a good kick off the boot. It's helicopter punch style, but it might get there. It's touched on the line. So last line of defence. Good work by the Doncaster Tools to get back there. It's a two-goal ball game out here at Zerbes Reserve. 28-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Doncaster 5-4. Donny East 3-4.
Trinquilli getting a fair bit of the footy for a playing coach. Obviously moving very nicely. Didn't rate himself before the game, but he's doing okay. That, in fact, Lobby Calacho's brought the ball in on that occasion. And he goes short. The mark's been taken by Rock, left half back flank.
No, you're right. It was Trinquilli.
It was Trinquilli. Oh, he's right foot. He's kept moving very nicely off both right and left foot. So Rock along the outer side, up towards the half forward area. Ellis and Galacho were there. And Trinquilli again takes the ball over the line. I can hear the advance.
They're laughing at you.
I can hear the Akira Urgent Care boundary riders through the microphone. All the players been on that outer side at the moment.
Are they there, are they?
They are making an appearance just as the ball comes to the back now. Beaton kicks inside 50. Awkward bounce for AUB. One-on-one with Rock. AUB might have been tackled without the ball. Umpire didn't pay the free kick. Lions should have the numbers here if they can get the ball around the body. Kick on its way is very nice from Jesse Ashby. Left foot snap around the body is very nice. And the Lions get their second in a row. A much needed goal just before quarter time. Doncaster East 4-4-28. Doncaster 5-4-34. 29 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Desperately needed that one, Dice.
Yeah, look, that one's going to be crucial. And I'm going to put the Akira Urgent Care boundary riders to work because it doesn't seem like they're doing too much. Just an interesting question when we get a break in play. What's the breeze like down to that bottom hill end where Doncaster East are king? Because I have a feeling Andrew Trinquilli would be reasonably happy with what Doncaster have served up at the moment.
Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Inside 50s evening up now at 16-15 in favour of Doncaster.
Paris Harvey will be happy with the last couple of minutes by the boys after they watched 5 goals get piled on in a row. Whitty on hands and knees, can't quite get it. He might win a free kick or give one away. He's given one away, so Andrew Trinquilli will take the ball in the middle. Got players running inside 50 and leading up. Lumachisi's going to have the front spot again, and the umpire's going to pay it. This siren, you just don't know. they might come in and converse here. Well, he's actually called time off after the mark, so it will be a mark paid to Josh Lumachese. He's kicked 2 goals for the first quarter. He'll be looking for number 3. It's just his range too. He won't be wasting any time because he knows the big men will get back here. Lumachese kicks it, he sets it up, it's going, and it didn't make it either. Wow. So no score is the result, and it's a very good game out here at Zerbes Reserve at quarter time, and it's the away side, Doncaster, 5-4-34 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Lead Doncaster East 4-4-28. What a game we're seeing.
Certainly, what we're going to do is we're going to take our first break here on EFL Game Day. We're going to come back after the break with all the scores from around the Eastern Football League, Grant Campbell, and of course our Akira Urgent Care Boundary Riders. That's coming up on EFL Game Day.
Hello, this is Kevin Morrish. If you're free on Tuesday nights between 8 and 11, I'd love you to join me for Moonlight Serenade. We could enjoy together 3 hours of tuneful music of many different sorts. I'll play some easy jazz and swing, some light classical music, and lots of songs from the great musicals of stage and screen. Why not tune in for Moonlight Serenade here on Radio Eastern 98.1 every Tuesday from 8 to 11 p.m.
Radio Eastern 98.1, this is EFL Game Day. Barry Cott's here in the studio. It's coming up to 16-3. Currently it's 16 degrees in Melbourne's outer east. And checking AFL scores this afternoon, the game is up there in Sydney between GWS and Richmond. And at quarter time, it's Richmond 3-1-19, leading GWS 1 goal straight, 6 points. Now, sudden fever, aching body, sore throat, chills, nausea, headache, dizziness. It sounds like you need medical assistance urgently. It's difficult getting an immediate appointment with your GP when you need care first. So come to Akira Urgent Care, where you don't need an appointment and you won't have to wait. They're Australia's first walk-in medical and emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresby Road, Baronia, or phone them on 9839 3333. That's 9839 3333. Akira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
In footy, the best players always get tagged. In Melbourne, the best and cheapest way to get around the tollways is to get your car tagged. That's because a Breeze account works on EastLink and it works on CityLink too. A tag's also the cheapest way to use EastLink and CityLink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au and start winning as a tagger today. Speaking of winning, my team's a sure thing for 4 points today and maybe the premiership. Come on up, that was in the back. EastLink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor. In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Quarter time here at Zerbes Reserve. It is Doncaster 5-4-34, leading Doncaster East 4-4-28. Some fantastic scores going on around the Eastern Football League so far. We've plenty of scores which I'll bring to you now. Let's look across them now. In Division 1, Knox 5-5-35. We've got the jump on Blackburn 1-1-7. South Croydon have got the jump on East Ringwood. South Croydon 3-2-20 to East Ringwood 1-3-9. And Norwood 5-2-32, leading Croydon 1-1-7. And in the other game, Vermont 5-6-36, leading Lilydale 2-4-16. So a good start for the Vermont Football Club over Lilydale there. Lilydale 2-4-16, 20 points the margin. In Division 2, Bayswater 6-3-39, leading the Waverley Blues 2 behinds. In the game between Montrose and Upper Gully, geez, this is a bit of a thrashing at the moment. Montrose are 8-7-55 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 2 behinds, 53 points the margin at quarter time of that game as well. In the other Division 2 game, Moorabaka 5-3-33, leading Mulgrave 3-1-19. That is a 14-point margin. In Division 3, Baronia 7-6-48. We picked it, Dice. Warrandyte yet to score.
Convincing.
Heathmont 4-3-27. Only 7 points in front of Coldstream 3-2-20. Ringwood 3-4-22. Leading Templestowe 2 behinds. The Whitehorse Pioneers 2-2-14. Leading the Mitcham Footy Club 1 behind. North Ringwood 6-4-40. Leading Churnside Park 1-1-7. Just getting plenty of scores through now in Division 4. The Basin are 6-2-38, leading Park Orchards 3-5-23. In other Division 4 scores, Silvan 4-4-28 to the Eastern Lions 2-1-13. Plenty of other scores coming through. Ferntree Gully Eagles just 4 behinds. The Kilsyth are 3-5-23. Plenty of surprising results. Let's go down to Damien Watson, thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Yeah, just wrapping up the coach's address at quarter time for the East Doncaster camp. The coach, Paris Harvey, claimed that his midfielders should eradicate the corridor movement from the Doncaster Footy Club as it is getting, well, too prevalent as the game goes on. He also implored his forwards to play in front and present more often as they were too rigid in that first quarter. And also for Matt Mercedes, he's going to be transferred to the forward line for greater influence in that part of the ground. Jeff, what happened in the Doncaster camp at quarter time?
Yeah, boys, good to see Andrew Tranquilli wearing his long sleeves like the back old Collingwood days. But before the line coaches got in, Andrew said that he wasn't happy with that last 5 minutes. No accountability at all. He said, look, they might have an advantage in the ruck, but we've got youth on our side. Man up, don't zone off, and contest the ball when it hits the ground. The midfield really needs to be blue-collar workers in that midfield. And boys, the weather is closing in. It's starting to spit, so not good for us down here on the boundary.
Remember, gentlemen, there is an umbrella in my car. Come see me. I'll give you the keys, and you can come pick up your umbrella if you want to. Very nice footy AFL umbrella provided by our Cants man, Peter Luddick, doing some fantastic job. Grant Campbell, some stats that matter thanks to Choose Tap.
Two stats Doncaster East need to overcome. The contested possessions, Doncaster won 37-28, and they also won the tackle count 11-6. You win both of those, you win the match.
Thank you very much to Grant Campbell. Be Smart, Choose Tap Water, a Yarra Valley Water Initiative. We're underway in the second term. Umpires immediately pulled out a free kick, and it's going to go the way of the Lions. Murphy in the middle of the ground has the ball. Calling for players to move now. Umpire now tells him to move. Swings on the left foot. Short chipping ball over the top was good for goal, but Troy Schimmelbusch with a timely fist. Nicely followed up, though, by Tim Whitty. In fact, it was. But Doncaster have the numbers, look to rebound off half-back. And
boundary.
Mark Collins takes it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care. Let's cross down to the boys.
Yeah, just in response to your question earlier, Dyson, that wind has settled a little bit. It's still prevalent at that end of the ground, the southern end, but not much of an influence in this second term.
Thanks, Damo. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care, doing some sharp work. We like that style of material. Lockie Beaton's got the mark. True centering position, outer side, right in front of our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders. Looks to play on now. Got a couple of targets. At the back is Thompson. Couldn't quite take the mark. Ball comes to ground. Surely a free kick. Umpire's right in front of it. Didn't pay it. Lee Murphy will finish this one off. He runs into the open goal. Captain's goal from Lethal Lee. And the scores are level at Zerbes Reserve. Doncaster East 5-4-34. Doncaster 5-4-34. Just under 1.5 minutes gone in the second term. Big captain's goal from Lee Murphy there, Dice.
Yeah, definitely. And just in the response to the boys, it was interesting. And Jeff Manolita pretty much answered the question that I was trying to ask. Is Andrew Tranquilli, he said, from my point of view, he would have seemed to be reasonably happy at quarter time, being a goal up against the Breeze, but obviously not with that last 5 minutes. And fair enough too. They really dropped their head in the last 5 minutes and let Doncaster East right back into this one.
Ball back in the middle of the ground. Robertson versus Alice. Alice got the top tap down, but Marshall got the clearance, kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Aebi was first to trap it. He did well to get down well. Low Rami is going to get the 1-2. He's still in the guts. Slaps it across the half-forward line. His target out there is going to be Sam Gold, who charged at the pack. He pulled off a ripper mark. It's going to be picked up by Sia Cavallis. Gets a handball away to Peduto. Goes inside to Anarchis. Over the top. They've got the run now, the Sharks. This time it's going forward by Sia Cavallis. He's going to get crunched, and he got crunched too. Matty Carlson, great tackle. It's advantage paid to the Lions. They go up towards half forward, and a good mark has been taken out there by Ayubi, who's presenting well early in this second quarter. It's all tied up here at Zerbes Reserve. We've gone 2.5 minutes. It's 5-4, 34 apiece. And Rami really fancies himself from the long distances, doesn't he?
He does. He's looked pretty good across centre-half forward so far, presenting well. However, this is a pretty tough kick. He's a right footer. He's on the wrong side. He's tucked up right against the boundary line. He's 55 metres out, but he's one of your besties. I'm pretty sure he'll kick it for you, BWS.
Well, he's good value, Rami. So let's hope that he can put it through a goal for the Lions, because they'll want to be looking to get back in front since early on in the first term. Bit of a scrapping kick to the top of the square. Whitty had the front spot over the back of the pack. Partho gives it a handball around the body this time by Matty Carlson. He's put it through for a behind.
Still thinks it's a goal.
So a minor score is the result. They're peppering the goals. The Lions, they move on to 5-5-35. They've got the lead back out here at Zerbes Reserve. Doncaster 5-4-34. 3 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He did the old, he thought it was going through the player's goal there, and then it just flicked off to the minus side very nicely. So unfortunately a minor score for Carlson, but he's been one of Doncaster East's best players so far.
Just quickly, speaking of goals, Jonathan Patton, a bit of EFL alumni, kicking
Yes.
his first goal for GWS.
Fantastic. Good stuff from Johnny Patton. Of course, a very good St Simon's boy. Doncaster East have the numbers here, and they look to go forward. It comes into the hands of Sam Gold. High helicopter kick up towards true centre-half forward position. No one able to take it cleanly for Doncaster. Thompson came through. Got a little hand pass away. Captain Lee Murphy, true centre-half forward position, immediately set upon by a number of Doncaster players. We'll see up 60 metres out from the Doncaster East goal. They have the lead by 1 point here at Zerbes Reserve on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Big Timmy Robinson got the tap down. Tries to fan it out towards a teammate. Long high kick up towards the full forward area. Who's there? Thompson was there. Ball comes to the back. Sia Cavellis sees it over the goal line for a minor score for the Sharks, for the Lions, I should say. And 5-6-36 to Doncaster East. Doncaster 5-4-34, 4 minutes gone, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Sia Cavallis wastes no time, goes towards the coach. Tranquilli takes a good mark across half back. So Andrew Tranquilli spoke to him pre-match. Terrific guest too, gave us a lot of in-depth. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Martin's running over the back of the pack. He's going to get a bit of a handball, you would expect here. Tempany kicks it to the top of the square. He's going to push it all the way across out of bounds on the full. So no score to the Sharks, but it is fast-moving football, isn't it, Dyson?
Both sides blazing away to that end. That's Doncaster East. Doncaster, I should say, have done it so far in this quarter. Doncaster East did it all through that first term.
So the Lions look to rebound now. They're running the ball out of half-back. Stuffing around with it a little bit too. Papa Constanta now got his own handball back, then went for the safety of the boundary line. He had Lukey McLeod out there, tried to do a fresh air shot over off the ground. The Galache got ball to boot, and he was put under a lot of pressure, out of bounds on the full. So a lot of pressure going on in that last moment.
Yeah, Tranquilli would have been reasonably unhappy with the way they finished the quarter, but I think the defensive mindset right throughout that term was absolutely fantastic. Their setups have been beautiful so far in this game.
Got good mark, kicked it up towards the Mead direction. The ball bounced really askew. Sia Cavallis is there, so too is Galache. Got the handball across to Anarchis. He's got a player inside 50, just over the head that time of Dylan Agnew, and over the boundary line and out of bounds. So a little bit of a let off there. The Sharks had the spare man in the pocket, but it is deep down there, and they still only trail by 2 points to the Sharks. So see if they can create something of this. Ball thrown in now, over the back of the pack. Lumachese tried to take it out. The Lions have the numbers at the fall of the ball. If they can get one, it might even be in the back or holding the ball. What's the umpire paid here?
It's a ball up. He couldn't make his mind up. Ball up. I thought it was holding the ball because the player had a long time to dispose of the footy.
Took on the play too, so ball will be bounced about 50 metres out from goal. 45, Robertson comes in. That was handy. Double fister away. The Lions are going to clear the ball. Is it going to stay in, out of bounds on the full? Lee Murphy couldn't get there in time, so the Sharks are going to rebound. Ball 70 metres out from goal, and they trail by 2 points.
So it will be Troy Schimmelbusch, who's got the ball 55 metres out from goal, left half forward flank. Thumps it towards the hot spot. Lumachese in position A. Ball came to ground. Plenty of crummers though for the Sharks. Agnew was there. Runs onto it now. Immediately set upon by Whitty. Also there was Martin, who played so well in that Division 3 Grand Final last year. Now Schimmelbusch again gets a hand pass off Peduto. Around the body. Kick towards goal. Just off to the left. Ball doesn't bounce accommodatingly for Lumachese. He can't. He's got 2 goals so far today. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds left forward pocket. Boundary throw in now. Timmy Robinson in position A. Got the tap down towards Marshall, who's gone back into defence. Surely holding the ball. Umpire didn't will let it go in the end. Kick up towards half back for Doncaster East. They're not out of trouble yet. Anarchis is there. Puts his head over the footy. Peduto sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Doncaster East to lead by 2. Grant Campbell, thanks to Juice Tap.
Doncaster 3 forward 50 tackles. Inside 50s were 5-0. Doncaster East way now 5-3.
Boundary throwing occurs. Liebelt wasn't able to quite take it cleanly. Umpires pulled out a free kick.
Out of nowhere.
Will go the way of Doncaster East. A bit of a let-off there. They've been under some pressure over the past 2 or so minutes. They haven't been able to get it out of their back line. They're still deep in their back pocket as well. Lockie Beaton's got the ball. Right back pocket.
Next kick crucial.
Very crucial. He doesn't like it as well. He's going to go along the line, which is probably the safest option, towards Papa Constanta. Now he flies. Knocked out of his hands and over the boundary line and out of bounds. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second term, we've gone 8 minutes. Doncaster East 5-6-36. Doncaster 5-4-34.
I'd be happy with that if I was Andrew Tranquilly forced that right to the boundary line.
Centre wing position, the umpire throws it in. Marshall took it straight out of the ruck. He was stiff because it was a terrible throw in and he was the only one at the back and just took it. So free kick goes to Michael Batista, the high flyer. Winds up now, kicks it inside 50. It was a bit of a floating kick. Luma Cheesy had the front spot. The Lions have the numbers at the fall. The pack, they're going to work the ball through the middle here. If Marshall's up to the task, he's going to go over his head. Who's going to scoop on it? A little 1-2 if they can work it out. The Lions, they've still got the numbers charging through Mead. His kick was okay though because it came up to Ayubi. Charges through the middle. He needs to have a bounce so the umpire might ping him. Managed to get a ball onto boot up towards Lee Murphy direction. That was good forward defensive play. Managed to gain 20 valuable metres or so. Magamas gets a handball across it to the top of the square. Can Big Partho come over the top and take a mark? No, at the fall, the ball charging through Mercedes. Couldn't get it. Who's going to be down at ground level? Murphy tried to scramble a kick. Partho just back to the Shane Thompson it was. I know I've referred to him a couple of times as Partho in the last moment, but Shane Thompson, he's just a big man down there, and it was a good play too because he had to get the ball and bang it on his boot.
Yeah, look, both these sides really trying to force goals at the moment. There's nothing really presenting from the two key forwards. I mean, on that occasion it was Thompson, and the other forward down there is also Travis Gordon. I think they really need to put one out, push one up to centre half forward, and really open out that forward line.
Plenty of interesting results going around the Eastern Football League. Doncaster East, though, here at Zerbes Reserve, 6-6-42, leading Doncaster 5-4-34. Just ticked over 9.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. In another Division 2 games, Bayswater by 37 points over the Waverley Blues, Donvale by 10 points over Rowville, Montrose by 53 points over Upper Ferntree Gully, and Mooroolbark by 14 over Mulgrave as the ball is back in the middle. Galache tried to work his way out of a telephone box there and earned himself a free kick in the end, and he will take it is Tranquilly. So he goes up towards half forward. Peduto in position A, couldn't quite take the mark. Ball comes to ground now. Look at the cheese, get around this footy. Got a hand pass off, but only as far as Thompson. Doncaster East look to bring it out. That player slipped on the outer side there. Hit his foot. Now Collins, he likes it off the boot. It stays to the left as it snuck in. The umpire said it's gone through for a minor score. If the post is a little bit higher, it might have hit the post, but it's a minor score. Doncaster East 6-6-42, leading Doncaster 5-5-35. 10.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's cross down to our Kira Urgent Care boundary riders, Damo Watson and Jeff Menelipsa.
Thanks, Benny. That rain is getting heavier by the second down here at ground level, and it's really reflective of what's happening on the field as well. The physicality and intensity of this game has increased immensely.
The ball's been kicked in there, mucking around with it. Doncaster East in the back pocket. The handball out. The Sharks are going to have a shot on goal. Galache, snap around the body on the left boot. He pushes it across the face and kicks it out of bounds on the full. So as the rain tumbles down and the crowd gets wet, and not in the good wet either. So let's hope that everyone gets some cover as the Doncaster East going to bring the ball back in. The kick goes up towards the goal direction. He stands tall and got a big leap too, but he gave a big push in the back. So Doncaster are going to rebound. Tranquilly has the ball about 65 metres out from goal. Rainey's getting a little bit heavier, kicks it to the hot spot. It's a 4-on-1 situation, and the one wins. You wouldn't believe it. Standing tall and taking a pretty good mark out there was Mark Peduto. So
it's either Peduto or Agnew.
Stephen Muller at actually.
Finally a mark inside the 25-metre arc. It's vitally important, and especially with the rain down now.
So Stephen Muller comes in from, it's only a 1-point ball game now. They are 6-5-41. The home side,
set off for your choose tap. Marks inside the 50, thanks to Grant Campbell.
Marks inside 6-2 in favour of Doncaster for the match.
Well, that showed, and I mean, I've noticed it immensely in the Doncaster East forward line. Just no real structure at the moment, and that's really paid dividends on the other side of the coin.
Great game of footy so far here at Doncaster East. Parthenini's got the tap down to Murphy. Called that one a fair few times over the years. Carlson, beautiful little inside step, kicks up towards Thompson in position A, couldn't quite take the mark. Ball comes to ground there. Schimmelbusch couldn't quite take it. Tackled there was Ashby, tried to get a hand pass off. Parthenese's there, back to Murphy. He now feeds Mead. He's on the wrong side for a left foot. Right foot kick up towards full forward area, over the top. Thompson wasn't able to quite take the mark. Marshall's also there as well. Ashby coming through is Troy Schimmelbusch. Tries to get a clearing hand pass. It's a good one as well. It's found that man out there in Templestowe. And he's got a free player on the other side. And I can see his number this time. Andrew Trinquilli takes the marks. Half-back flank. He's playing very, very well. One of the best on ground so far. Tempany up towards true centre square position. Mark taken by Batista. Waste no time. Left foot towards half forward. The cheese couldn't quite take the mark. Ball off his hands now, and they can rebound off half back through Papa Constanta now. The kick was poor though. Was looking for Bremner. Put his body on the line. Parthenedes lays a big tackle on the edge of the centre square.
That's gotta hurt.
East side.
I have a funny feeling Batista actually thinks that bounced off his foot as it hit the ground.
And he
tried to claim the mark.
Ah, okay. So ball up, 60 metres out from the Doncaster East goal. Trying to work his way through was Brendan. The umpires put out a free kick. It's going the way of the Sharks. Sia Cavellis had the mark at half back anyway, so bit of a let off for the Lions.
Beaton getting a bit feisty.
So ball goes smack bang in the middle of Zerbes Reserve. He's a very good kick as well because Balakis takes the mark. Looks to move it on quickly. Here comes the cheese again, going back with courage. Spoiling the ball there was Ashby, but Doncaster have the numbers. Limachisi tries to keep the ball in, still in play. He's in the left forward pocket. What can he do? He's got Peduto out wide. Peduto lays the tackle. Umpire said the tackle was legal. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. We'll see a boundary throw in left forward pocket. Some other Division 1 scores. Vermont by 20 points over Lilydale. East Burwood by 2 points over Scoresby. As a pretty ordinary boundary throw-in by the boundary umpire. Knox by 28 points over Blackburn. South Croydon by 11 points over East Ringwood. And Norwood by 25 points over Croydon. Boundary throw-in in the Doncaster forward line. Kick up towards the half-back line, but going straight in was Agnew. The kick is okay in the end. Almost fell in the hands of Mullo. He's pushed in the back anyway. Advantage called, and Doncaster are able to put through the goal. And the umpire gives it the all clear now. And it was Chris Anarchis, I thought it was. He's put through his second for the day. And Doncaster take the lead again. 7-5-47 are the Sharks. The Lions 6-6-42. 15 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Bit of goal for goal going on at the moment, Dyson Baker.
Yeah, look, a couple of the forwards for Doncaster are really starting to fire. Limachisi getting in everything. Can't quite clunk him at the moment, but still getting him in everything. Interesting. Just watch Mark Peduto. I've really loved his game. Hasn't got a lot of the ball, but just puts himself in the right time at the right moment.
Ball still in the middle of the ground. Lee Murphy tried to get a handball that was chopped off there by Collins. The Sharks are trying to work their way out of this one. Ball comes out. The umpire's going to let it go, or is he going to... He wanted to sort it out. You got that feeling about the umpire, and he's paid a free kick to the Lions. So it'll go to Matthew Carlson, a former Sharks player, so he'll be looking to rub it in a little bit this afternoon. Otherwise, his former teammates rubbing it into him. He goes short up to Murphy. Look for Gordon in the pocket. The kick was a bit of a grubber. They've still got the numbers down there, the Lions, as the kick goes to the top of the square. Partho and Thompson are there. They're two big men. Partho at the back of the pack. Knocked it over for a minor score, so... That moves Doncaster East on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to 6 goals, 7-43. It's a 4-point ball game at the 17-minute mark. Doncaster 7-5-47.
Tranquilli brings it into the left back pocket and he finds that man in Sia Cavellis, who's had a very, very solid game so far. Chips it over the top to Josh Rock. Solid as he's also known. And
not on that occasion.
Kick very, very ordinary on that occasion. Very loose as the ball was...
Is that what he calls himself?
He does not call himself. I call him that. As beaten. Sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Boundary thrown right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Parthenedes favoured by the tap. Taps it down to Hinkston. Left foot kick up towards Thompson. Schimmelbusch of the Matt variety is suited. He's got a man over the top in Torn Henderson. Takes it now. Hand passes it further afield. Galache now. I saw he moved a little bit quicker that time than Tranquilli. He put his teammate Agnew under a lot of pressure though. And Donny East has the numbers. Bremner came through. Wasn't able to quite get... boot to ball. Now here's an opportunity for Donny East. The kick towards goal is off to the right-hand side from Hinkston. And it's through for a minor score for the Lions. 6-8-44, Doncaster East. Sharks 7-5-47. 17.5 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard style.
We do joke about it, but I think that just ensures that both Galache and Tranquilli are both so versatile that we've seen them all over the ground all day.
Everywhere.
Grant Campbell, thanks for Choose Tap match stats.
Doncaster East 34 kicks for the quarter to 23. The tackle count 14 to 11 in favour of Doncaster.
Both sides have been hugging the outer side of the ground today. So Tranquilli says no, we don't, and he kicks it to our side. Looks for the Magama's direction. Gordon, who's been pretty quiet, tried to take a mark down at ground level. Whitty's in there, tried to bust through the tackle. The umpire will come in and bounces right in front of here on broadcast side. Ben Waterworth.
Quick Division 3 scores: Baronia by 48 points over Warrandyte, Heathmont by 7 over Coldstream, Ringwood by 45 points at three-quarter time, 48-3. Whitehall's Pioneers by 13, Wanturna South by 4, and North Ringwood by 33.
Ball's banged on the boot by Parthenides inside 50. Whitty chops off a handball that wasn't going to him. He's got class, this kid, and he nearly got pushed after it too, so it goes through for another minor score. They're peppering Dyson Baker. Doncaster East move on to 6 goals, 9-45. It's a 2-point ball game, 7-5-47 of the Sharks at the 19-minute mark.
Five behinds in this term.
Yes, have wasted a few opportunities as Jimmel Bush brings it inboard to Batista. To right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Bounces still in Anarchis, just a little bit of class. Took the ball, tried to take his man on. Surely holding the ball. Surely it's holding the ball against Chris Anarchis. And the boundary umpire calls for a boundary throw-in. He took on about 4 players, was tackled by 2, and still a boundary throw-in occurs. Happens now, true centre wing position, broadcast side. Ellis on the second bounce, tapped it forward. No one able to quite take it cleanly. Ball on the ground. Peduto came through. Got a short kick out to the Galache. Now Ellis throws it on the boot up towards left half forward. The race is on. McLeod comes out. Couldn't quite take the ball. Limachisi was trailing him, and we'll see a boundary throw in 30 metres out from the Doncaster goal. 2 points is the margin in favour of the Sharks. Almost time on here in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Tweet us anytime at Footy EFL. And of course on the text line as well as the ball comes out. A few numbers. Carlson just throws it on the boot. A high kick towards true centre wing position. Did well that time, did gold. Brought it towards ground. He now taps it into the path of Mead. He takes a bounce, accelerates away. He's 60 metres out from goal. Throws it on the right foot. He was off. He's normally a left footer, Mead. And unfortunately on that occasion, threw it on his right foot just in hope. And Doncaster away on the outer side through Dylan Tempany.
Kick up towards centre wing position. Who's going to be able to take this one? Palakis at the front spot. He was good with his second effort too. Got the handball backwards down there, moving okay. Agnew kicks it up towards half forward. Finds Galache. Streaming out. Got the short options on. It was a risky kick too, but Muller was up to the task. Takes a good mark across 50. The umpire's not going to pay advantage for that. And luckily enough too, because they had players forward. So it'll be a kick from outside 50 by Stephen Muller. It's about 55 metres out from goal. Doncaster really want this one too, because Doncaster East have been the side, Dyson, who have been peppering the goals in the last 3 or 4 minutes. They've just been kicking behinds, and this will really sting them.
Yeah, look, one against the runner play will make a massive, massive difference as we tick over time on.
In Division 4, Kilsyth by 19 points over Fenchurch Gully Eagles, Forest Hill by 6 points over South Belgrave, The Basin by 15 over Park Orchards, Silvan by 16 over Eastern Lions, and Nunawading by 27 over Canterbury.
Well, Galache was the recipient of the free kick because Muller ended up going on and he passed it to his partner in crime, Chris Anarchis, who takes a mark 45 metres out from goal, directly in front. There's the type of player, Dyson, that you do not leave alone inside the arc.
Yeah, just the way they confirmed the goal pretty much now. I reckon Anarchis just slot this one for number 3.
Affectionately known as Anna's boy by Sean Kelly. Comes in now. He's a favourite of the media team for several years now. Anarchis comes in. It's a beautiful kick off the boot. Straight over the goal umpire's head to put Doncaster's 8th on the board at the 21.5-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The Sharks moved to 8 goals, 5-53. They've opened up that 8-point lead again. Doncaster East 6-9, 45.
Last 2 goals now for Anarchis. I think this is just proving the difference inside the forward lines. I spoke about the forward line setup for Doncaster East. Not really versatile enough. Now got Thompson there as well, which is going to make a difference. But hopefully they can find something inside forward because Doncaster are just doing it all their own way at the moment.
Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap.
Doncaster East 9 hit-outs to 5 this quarter. Inside 50 count now 27 apiece for the match.
Be smart, Choose Tap Water. I tell you what, Tranquilli's been pretty smart today. He gets it off to Anarchis for goal number 4. It's going to fall short. Limachisi! Oh, look at the cheese! He's one of the most off the boot. 15 metres in front of goal. And he's missed. He's got 2 goals, 2 today. He's had plenty of opportunities, Josh Limachisi.
5 marks inside 50.
5 marks for Josh inside forward 50, but only the 2 goals too. So Doncaster 8-6-54, leading Doncaster East 6-9-45. Just over 22.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, but Doncaster just with a little bit of ascendancy at this current point in time, BWS.
They can consider themselves lucky, the Lions, with getting away with that one. You'd normally pencil him in for that, Lumachese. Marshall plays to himself, then kicks it out towards the goal direction. Standing tall, though, and taking a good mark is Tranquilli. Nearly could have got a 25 with the ball being knocked out of his hands. He's certainly asked for it. So Andrew Tranquilli from about 70 metres out wants to kick it to the hot spot. He's going to go towards the Lumachese direction again. It goes over the back of the pack. Papa Constantin now is down there as long as Lockie beaten, and they rush it through for one behind the safety of it. So they give Doncaster another score. They move on to 8 goals, 7-55. It's a 10-point ball game. Doncaster East a 6-9-45. They're wasting no time either, and they kick it in. Martin chopped it off, and Narcus just bagged it on his boot and snapped around and kicked a very handy goal in time on. That's his third for the afternoon. It's actually his fourth, and what a handy timing that was too for the Sharks. And they kicked on to 9 goals, 7-61. It's a 16-point ball game now. Pretty dangerous for the Lions at this point in time, as they are 6-9-45. 24 minutes gone now.
Yeah, look, it's amazing. A few minutes ago we spoke about how Doncaster East were getting away when they kicked the first early in the quarter, but slowly have Doncaster chipped away at this lead. Doncaster East wasting opportunities, and Doncaster making them pay.
I tell you what, who's not wasting opportunities? The Whitehorse Pioneers, 3-2-20, leading Mitcham 1-8-14 at half-time. Can we see another upset? Can Mitcham lose another game they would have expected to win?
I picked him as my roughie on the huddle.
He certainly did. As Doncaster leading this one by 16 points at the moment. 24 and a half minutes gone here in the second term. Secondary ball up in the middle. Robinson, a very nice tap down, looking for his teammate there. Followed up his good work with a little hand pass out, looking for that man in gold. Ball comes up towards the full forward area now. Parthenides came out and met it. Couldn't quite take it cleanly though. Whitty's in there once again. Magarnis off to Schimmelbusch. Called those names a couple of times for Doncaster over the years. But Duto came through, flying style. Got it out towards Sia Cavellis. Keeps it in. Handballs it back to Troy Schimmelbusch, back to Sia Cavellis. Dangerous kick across the face of goal. Might work here for Doncaster as the opportunity.
He knocked him in the head.
A high tackle. Umpire did not pay it, and they're away through the middle of the ground. Here's an opportunity for Collins. Kicks up towards Agnew at half forward. Bounce suits him on his trail though. Well done though by Hingston. But well done by Agnew. Got away from his man. A high kick towards Anarchis. Got the sit. He got dumped after the play, so it's going to be a downfield free kick. And can you believe it? Chris Anarchis is going to go back and kick for his 5th goal of the first half. He's having a magnificent first half. More importantly, this could put the Sharks out to a 22-point lead.
It's a couple of times Papa Constantin, Dyson, has given away a free kick in the defensive half, and this will be the second one that will be costly.
Just got to be smarter. And Marcus for the last 4 of the last 5 goals.
He's about 45 metres out, directly in front. He's a classy player, a classy finisher, and that's a big-time goal from Chris Anarchis. He's got 5 of Doncaster's 10 goals. Doncaster 10-7-67, leading Doncaster East 6-9-45, 26 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's come out of nowhere, this showing from Anarchis Dyson.
Look, he's just been right place, right time on a couple of occasions. The other times he's managed to find a little bit of space. He was working well in the first term, has slowly been rewarded for it as he's gone forward in the second term. And as I said, he's kicked 4 out of the last 5 goals in this game.
Well, they did it in the first term, East Doncaster, and they need to do it in the second. They need a couple of very late goals to get themselves back into this game, because another one to the Sharks, and you nearly think that it's going to make things pretty tough. Robinson got the knockdown that time. Soupy goes straight and hits the deck. We'll have a restart back in the middle of the pitch, just outside the Mudbend Waterworth.
A couple of Division 3 scores. Baronia by 58 points, Ringwood by 45 points, and North Ringwood by 69 points over Churnside Park.
That was great play by Mead to get the knock down the line. Surge forward, kick it up towards the Thompson direction, and it's a great mark too, and the big fella streamed out in front, and he managed to hold it in one grab. So just as we mentioned, the Lions like this period of the game. First quarter's anything to go by, and a very important kick, Dyson, coming up.
As I said, Parthenides, too many times he was getting in the way, and they were both getting in the way of each other. On that occasion, Parthenides created the dummy, and that gave an opportunity for Thompson to line up and kick the goal.
He's already kicked 1 in this second term. This will make it 2. It's a very important kick. Leans over the ball and kicks it straight through the middle. It's clapped through. So that's the Lions' 7th. They move to 7 goals, 9-51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's back to that 16-point margin. The Sharks still have the lead, though. They are 10-7-67.
Fantastic work by Thompson just to finish, especially with a little bit going on. Almost could have turned it over with the little bit of biff that was going on around the forward arc, but still going on at the moment. But a handy goal for Doncaster East just keeps him in it.
Peter Baird is out at Silvan today, and apparently he's very cold. Poor Frosty, you don't have any sympathy for you whatsoever. We're going to hear from him at halftime.
Sure, his couple of burgers have warmed him up.
He chose to go out there as well. That was his choice. Yeah, I'm sure he would have downed at least 2. So looking forward to hearing his report about the Silvan Eastern Lions game. Haven't got a halftime score through for that one at the moment. Ball back in the middle. Robertson and Ellis. Give that one to Ellis, but taken out by Carlson. Up towards half forward. Didn't suit Mead. Well done though by Siak Ellis. He's having an awesome game off half back. Rock was bumped off the ball as he kicked. And luckily for him, the ball bounced just before it went over the boundary line and out of bounds.
He's got the free kick.
Rami Ayubi went down.
No, the free kick
it's
will go
against
to Rock.
Rami.
So it went against Rami Ayubi, and Chris Anarkis is going to get another downfield free kick.
Just took him down off the ball.
So Anarkis wearing a very interesting moustache at the moment. He's got the ball right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Moves it on quickly.
Lucky he plays footy well.
Absolutely. A long kick up towards the half-forward area. Ball suited nicely here for Doncaster as Angeli came through, but well done by the Lions. Papa Constantinou's got it now on half-back. Kick is poor. Anarkis just waited for the ball. Well done, Tim Whitty. He's been super impressive today. There's a little bit of how do you do.
Don't do it, boys. Don't do it.
Umpire's pulled out a free kick as well, and a bit of undisciplined play from the Lions. And the umpire will look to try and get the ball back into play before this gets out of hand. Batista looks to move it on quickly. Ball in the middle. Over the head of Galache. Might not work here for the Lions as Bremner gets a hand pass off. Ends up in the hands of Lockie Beaton. Long kick up towards the half-forward line. Tim Whitty in position A. Great mark. Been super impressive. Looks to move it on quickly. Spears the pass inside 50. Nicely done, and the mark's been taken by Shane Thompson.
There's been a yellow card against Gordon, so there'll probably be a free kick going the way of Doncaster after this.
So, yellow card has been shown
to a couple of players, actually, I think.
Lots of players getting shown the yellow card at the moment.
I think we've gone Polakis is one.
Polakis is gone.
Gordon for Doncaster East is gone as
Daniel
well.
Gordon.
Yep.
And Ashby I think is gone as well. He's running back.
No, just the two.
So,
good work from the umpires, though. There was a free kick paid. I think it was Peduto that got the free kick in the end. The umpire just gave it straight to Batista and let the play continue.
So there's a bit of confusion about who's got the free kick, but it's
it's just Josh Rock trying to be sneaky and hold up the play as long as he can.
In the meantime, some fantastic work by Tim Whitty has seen Shane Thompson take the mark 45 metres out, 45-degree angle. The Lions need this. He's got 2, Thompson. Comes in now. Looks good off the boot. Lions are back in business. Shane Thompson kicks his 3rd. The boys and girls in the club rooms love that one. Back to a 10-point ball game. Lions like that one just before half-time. Doncaster 10-7-67. Doncaster East 8-9-57. Almost 31 minutes gone in the second term here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I'm loving his game so far, Thompson. He's kicked the last 3 goals at the 9, the 27 and the 30-minute mark of this term for Doncaster East. Under a little bit of pressure with everything that went on around him, but he managed to finish off beautifully and puts Doncaster East right back in this game.
They're enjoying the junk time, the Lions, in the first 2 quarters of this match. Is there enough time in this term to snag another one, or can Doncaster answer and get one on the board themselves? Umpire throws it up in the middle of the ground. It's Alice versus Robertson. Got it down to Murphy. Couldn't quite get his boot to ball, but does now. Snap around the body. That was chopped off there by Batista. He's going to scramble his way forward and bang it on the boot inside 50. He got some valuable meterage there. Trap Gordon's down there. Our siren goes as he was just about to put boot to ball. So a good game happening out here at Zerbes Reserve this afternoon for the local derby, Gordon King Cup. Gregory King Cup, sorry. That's why I was on the tip of my tongue. I do apologise. So it's only a 9-point ball game. In fact, it's actually an 11-point ball game.
Boundary.
Doncaster have the lead too. We're going to cross down boundary side to Jeff Manalitza, who's with Andrew Tranquilli. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, Andrew, you'd be relatively happy with that first half?
Oh, look, both sides were having a crack. It's a local derby. The medals, the cup's up for grod. But just discipline that last 5 minutes, it's just not on, and that's right, something we've got to pick up.
Yeah, you did mention that at quarter time, and it happened again in the second quarter, but from positive note, your forward line, Anarkis and Cheesy doing pretty well up there, and also the big target, Muller.
Look, it's no secret ingredient. We're just giving our forwards opportunities this week, and so they need to capitalise it. Opportunities is everything.
Thanks very much for your time. Good luck.
Good stuff, Jeff Menelitzer. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care. We're going to take a break here on EFL Game Day. We've got a beauty at Zerbes Reserve. It's Doncaster by 11 points. We'll be right back after the break, right here on EFL Game Day.
G'day, this is Eric Banner for RAD, recording artists, actors and athletes against drink driving. Here's a simple word of advice. If you enjoy a drink when you go out, keep it simple. Unless you're a rocket scientist, how do you really know whether you're under or over the limit? So try this. Either drink or drive. Don't mess around trying to do both.
A message from RAD, recording artists, actors and athletes against drink driving.
Radio Eastern 98.1 at 22 after 3. The Spirit Guys back here in the Radio Eastern studio. Currently it's sitting on 14 degrees and Melbourne's outer east, a little bit cloudy and a little bit of showers coming across as was predicted by the Bureau. Now, in the AFL this afternoon, the game is being played between Richmond and GWS up at Sydney. It's coming up to half-time, and currently it's Richmond 6-6-42 leading GWS 4-1-25. So, 17-point lead to Richmond coming up to half-time. Now, what do you do when you have a medical emergency? Public emergency departments do a great job, but are always busy and often have long waiting times. Private hospitals charge you $280 and more for additional services, but at Akira Urgent Care, there's no waiting and you'll only pay a maximum of $150 out of pockets, which includes other diagnostic services you may need. So which option should you choose? Akira Urgent Care, Australia's first walk-in medical and emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresby Road, Waranga, or phone them on 9839 3333. That's 9839 3333. Akira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727-7506. That's 8727-7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name. Part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
In footy, the best players always get tagged. In Melbourne, the best and cheapest way to get around the tollways is to get your car tagged. That's because a Breeze account works on EastLink and it works on CityLink too. A tag's also the cheapest way to use EastLink and CityLink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au and start winning as a tagger today. Speaking of winning, my team's a sure thing for 4 points today and maybe the premiership. Come on up, that was in the back. EastLink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Half-time here at the Zerbes Reserve, and a good game on our hands. Doncaster 10-7-67 to Doncaster East 8-9-57. Plenty of good games going around the Eastern Football League. We'll bring you up to date with that. We're about to hear from Peter Baird, but he goes, in my time with the media team, this has been the worst case of umpiring I've ever seen in a half football. Thanks for your input there, Peter Baird. Let's go through some of the scores around the Eastern Football League. Lilydale and Vermont. Lilydale up by a point at half-time. 8-8-56 to Vermont, 8-7-55. Scoresby and East Burwood locked at 4-7-31 apiece. Knox, 10-8-68, have run away with the game against Blackburn, 2-7-19. South Croydon, a good lead over East Ringwood, 7-4-46 to East Ringwood, 4-7-31. Norwood, 7-6-46, but Croydon coming back in that term. Croydon, 6-4-40, so only 6 points is the margin at the moment between the Norwood and Croydon side. In Division 2, as we said before, Doncaster holding a 10-point lead at the moment. Mooroolbark 11-7-73, leading Mulgrave 5-4-34. Montrose currently hold a good lead at the moment over the Upper Ferntree Gully Football Club. But what we might do now is we'll head to our man who joins us every Saturday afternoon to find out what's going on in news around the world. And as he does each and every Saturday afternoon, it's a very good afternoon to Clint Stanaway from 9 News.
Hello there, Ben.
How you going, Clint?
Going well, as is Jonathan Patton, last year's #1 draft pick. The big fella is making a big statement up there at Skoda Stadium for the GWS Giants. Look, he's looked pretty impressive, to be honest. Taken a few good grabs and kicked a goal. The Giants down by 13 points at half-time, so they're giving the Tigers just a little bit of grief.
We like Johnny Patton because he's a former EFL junior boy. He used to play for the Signers, so we like how he's going about his business. Any other AFL games going on at the moment?
No, not today. There's just the one. Obviously, the Suns and the Roos tonight up there at Metricon Stadium. But we do have some interesting footage tonight of Luke Hodge. Now, the Hawthorn captain is still no close to penciling in his comeback from that injury. And Ed Woolley's got some interesting vision. He made his return to the track this morning and was far from convincing. It's worth a watch tonight. Also in the news, plenty happening around the state. Armed robbers hold up a Port Melbourne shopping centre in broad daylight. Investigations continue into a mysterious death of a Bendigo baby. This is a shocking story as a post-mortem is carried out. There's concerns over a missing mum and her 17-year-old daughter. Pressure building on the Olympics front on Athletics Australia to include steeplechaser Genevieve Lacaze in the Olympic team. We'll have the latest on that. Thousands queuing for a view of the block. Who wouldn't want to go and see the block out there and meet all the couples involved? I'm sure all the girlfriends will be dragging their boyfriends along to tell them what they'll be doing next weekend around the house. And also a death-defying feat at Niagara Fall. That too is worth watching. And plenty in sport, including a little profile piece on Olympian Matt Target, a Victorian who's won a spot on the 4x100 freestyle team. He is London-bound and looking to claim gold.
Now, of course, Clint, one of the biggest rating show on Channel 9 at the moment is The Voice. Have you been following it? 1, and 2, do you know who's going to win on Monday night?
Well, I don't know who's going to win because it's not rigged, but
yes,
of course, I am a Team Delta fan because Delta is an absolute star, and you know who wouldn't want to be on Team Delta. But I'd say I'm saying I don't have any.
Say Delta. Say Delta.
Delta.
Yeah, say
so
Delta.
Rachel Learcar.
Rachel Learcar. That's right. She's the blind girl, isn't she?
The blind girl.
Fantastic
she is. But I believe Team Seal is probably the favourite at the moment.
Very smooth moving man is Seal, and he's got a good team on board. Good stuff.
Let's be honest. I've got no idea.
I'm sure we won't like to hear you at karaoke.
Corey Norris, our sport reporter. He's the #1 fan. He's telling me Darren Percival.
There you go. All right. Well,
the dulcet tones of
mixed reactions all across the Channel 9 news team, but nonetheless, we look forward to a great coverage, a great broadcast tonight on 9 News at 6. Thanks again, Clint.
Thanks, Ben.
No worries, Clint Stanaway there at 9 News. Fantastic work from him. As always, you can tune in and see 9 News at 6 o'clock. A couple of other Division 2 scores. Bayswater 14-8-92. Well in control over the Waverley Blues 4-3-27. Montrose 16-12, 108, leading Upper Ferntree Gully 3-4-22. Baronia 9-10-64, leading Warrandyte 1-2-8. Heathmont 6-6-42, leading Coldstream 5-2-32. Templestowe 7-6-48, leading Ringwood 3 behind. So 45 points is the margin in favour of Templestowe. White Oz Pioneers have the lead over Mitcham 3-2-20, leading Mitcham 1-8-14. North Ringwood 12-5-77, leading Churnside Park 1-2-8. Now, speaking of that Ringwood Templestowe game, we've got our man Will Taylor is out at the ground today covering the Templestowe Ringwood game. Templestowe have a pretty good lead at the moment, Will. But what's happening out there?
Well, actually, not anymore because Ringwood has just fought back here in halfway through the third term, and at the moment we're at around about the 8th minute mark of the third term, and Templestowe leads 7-7-49 to Ringwood, 3 goals, 3-21, and what a blistering first half it was for the Templestowe Football Club, and they pretty much scored the first goal pretty quickly through Eccles with the first goal in the 8th minute mark of the term, and then it was just McDermott's kicked the second goal 9 minutes later after a very scrappy play in the middle there, and then Eccles kicked another goal from a quick and a clearance to pushes out to an 18-point lead, and that's at quarter time it was 3-4-22 Templestowe, Ringwood 2 behind 2 points. Into the second term, and well, it's pretty similar what happened in the first term with the first goal to Templestowe through Theophilus there going there in the second minute mark to Chris laying down with 26 points. Then it just came to a very scruffy middle half of the second term, and as we just see Ringwood kick another goal on the board, so they've marched in like 21 points in the third term. But just back into the second term, it was It was all Templestowe. Matt Bain, Rosnells and Because their score, the remaining 3 goals of the term very late. And at half-time, it was a 45-point lead. Templestowe 76-48 to Ringwood 3 behind 3 points. Templestowe lean all of the key stats. They're leaning inside 50s plus 8. They're actually leaning clearance plus 7. And inside forward 50, much inside forward 50 plus 7. But at the moment, Ringwood making a big comeback in the third term. And at the moment, it's reducing back to a 21-point lead. Ringwood 4-3-27. Templestowe 7-7-49. We've just passed the 10-minute mark of the third term. Back to you, Benny.
Yeah, good on you, Wilbur. We'll look forward to talking to you after of course, after the game on EFL post-match. Some scores in Division 4. Kilsyth, check this score out. 5-7-37, leading the Ferntree Gully Eagles 1-8-14, 23 points the margin there at half-time. Forest Hill 8-4-52 to South Belgrove 6-3-39. Well done there for the Forest Hill Zebras. As expected, the Basin 14-10-94, leading Park Orchards 6-8-44. Nunawading 7-9-51 to Canterbury 3-4-22. And then Silvan and the Eastern Lions. Silvan 8-5-53 to the Eastern Lions 3-4-22. And we go out to that ground right now, the Silvan Recreation Reserve, where the big man who's having a very, very cold day, he's not very happy out at Silvan Recreation Reserve. Why is that, Peter Baird?
Oh, mate, it is a very, very chilly afternoon up here at Silvan. I think it might snow this afternoon, just quietly. But the footy's very hot. A very tightly fought contest between two teams that currently sit 3rd and 4th in the division, on the Division 4 ladder, being the Eastern Lions and the Silvan Footy Club. This has been a cracking game of footy. Opened up in the first quarter with the Eastern Lions kicking the first goal of the game. Jason Watt was fantastic for them. He really breaking the lines. And the Eastern Lions really dominated inside 50s for the first probably 10-15 minutes of the first quarter. They weren't able to capitalise on that until the 2 power forwards from the Silvan Footy Club started to take hold of this game. Dan Toohey, the big marking target, and Ash Froud, more the dynamic, lively forward, round his feet. Both of them really started to get involved in the game. They kicked 4 goals between them, 2 each in that first quarter. And at quarter time, the Silvan Footy Club had opened up a 15-point lead. They led 4-4-28 to the Eastern Lions 2-1-13. Daniel Kirby, a player that came into the side for the Eastern Lions today, replacing Darren Murphy, their vice-captain, took a contender for Mark of the Year. Fantastic mark very early on in the game. I went back and kicked the goal from that. The Eastern Lions, they dominated those early inside 50 count, but they weren't able to capitalise, as I said. They were rebounding effectively from half-back. Their captain, Jamie Devonish, was great, but it was the Silvan Footy Club that really got on top later in that quarter. Sean Toohey through the midfield, Dan Toohey is a marking forward, and Ash Froud is that dynamic forward as his feet, as I said. Chris Goodlett at quarter time explained to his team that early on in the game they were being led to the ball by the Eastern Lions, but they lifted, and through their tackling, pressure and intensity, they really got themselves back in the game. He singled out Dan Toohey at quarter time, and Andrew Volpetti through the midfield as well. That was fantastic for them. In the second quarter, though, the Eastern Lions hit back. They kicked the first goal of the quarter, but from then it's been all Silvan. They responded with the next 4 goals, another 2 to Dan Toohey and another to Ash Froud, and they really started to win their clearances through guys like Mark Cullen, Volpetti and Shaw, and they really got on top through the game. They really dominated that second half of the second quarter. The ball was rebounding a lot between the defensive 50-metre arcs, but it was Silvan really that capitalised. Late in the quarter, though, there were a couple of yellow cards, and the umpires, they sent some players off. There's a little bit of feeling creeping into the game, but at half-time it is Silvan, 8-5-53, leading the Eastern Lions 34-22 by 31 points. This is still anybody's game, but I fear if Silvan can capitalise in this quarter, they might put the game out of the reach of the Eastern Lions. That's all from me, mate. Back to you.
Look, Frosty, we're going to send a cup of hard cement up to Express Posted up to Silvan Recreation Reserve. So enjoy that and enjoy the second half.
Mate, I'm going to try and get a spot here by this open fire in the clubrooms because it's nice and warm here. Outside there, it is absolutely freezing.
You are a disgrace, Peter Baird, but doing some fantastic work out there at Silvan Recreation Reserve. Both teams are back out here at Zerbes Reserve. It is Doncaster holding a 10-point lead, so both teams are back out. Guys back in the studio, we might just sort of decrease the ads just a little bit to try and make sure we get back in time for the start of the third term. We've got the coverage of the second half coming up right here on EFL Game Day after the break. Thanks for tuning in on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM. Of course, streaming live on www.efl.org.au. Second half action right after the break on EFL Game Day.
Hello, this is Peter O'Brien. You're very welcome to join me on Radio Eastern 98.1 every Monday at noon for the Monday Music Showcase, highlighting the best artists, both old and new, performing the best songs of all time. At 1:30 p.m. on the program, we feature either an artist of the week or perhaps an interview with a local entertainer. Along with all this, you'll catch up with what's happening in our local area from Radio Eastern's Community File. So there's your invitation. Don't miss it. Radio Eastern 98.1, 12 noon until 2, the Monday Music Showcase.
Radio Eastern 98.1, Baron Cots here on the Steel EFL Game Day, coming back to the second half in just a moment between Doncaster and Doncaster East. Half-time score in the AFL between Richmond and GWS in Sydney. At half-time, Richmond 6-7-43, lead GWS 5-1-31. So a 12-point lead to Richmond at half-time.
If you love your EFL footy like I do and you love getting down to see your team play, you don't want to be spending your weekend stuck in the car driving. That's why I opened a Breeze account. Eastlink is the quickest, easiest way to get around Melbourne's East, and tags are the cheapest way to use Eastlink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au today and use Eastlink in the cheapest possible way with a tag account. Instead of being stuck behind the wheel, I can have more time getting stuck into the umpire. Ball! Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor. EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Oh, timing personified from you, Barry Cots. The both teams have just broken out from their huddles, and we're about to get underway in the second term. Let's quickly cross over to Grant Campbell for some stats that mattered from the second quarter and from the first half. Be smart, choose tap, Grant.
In the second quarter, Doncaster East won the hit-outs 14-6, and that helped them win the clearances 16-6. That was mainly due to the good work by Robinson. Most of the other stats pretty even. Marks inside 50s. Look out for that one throughout the day. It's 8-4 in favour of Doncaster. Doncaster East did take 2 late marks inside 50, which they converted. And an interesting stat that you look ahead to the third quarter, Doncaster have only won one third quarter this season and have a points differential of -71. So perhaps there's an opportunity for Doncaster East to go into three-quarter time with the lead.
Yeah, he brings some fantastic work to the table, Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap. Some fantastic match stats. Dyson, how do you see the first half, and where do you think this is going from now on?
Yeah, look, a couple of things that I wrote down in the first term that I really liked from Doncaster were the fact their defensive setup has worked beautifully. They've zoned space right throughout. I've liked a couple of their players, mainly Agnew and also Peduto, playing a lot of space across the wing, opening up both sides of the ground. Jarvis was fantastic defensively. If we were on Facebook, I would have clicked that little thumb and said like. And the Marguccio and Anarchis sort of playing off each other. I really enjoyed that during mainly the first term and also the second term. But Gordon needs a bit of space for Doncaster East. Lumachese also needs to be one-on-one. They need to open up both forward lines to really let this game flow.
As you said, Chris Anarchis fantastic so far. He's got 5 goals. Josh Lumachese 2. Singles to Muller, Ellis and Tranquilli. For Doncaster East, 3 to Shane Thompson. Singles to Lee Murphy, Jesse Ashby, Sam Gold, Andrew Hingston and Anthony Marguccio. Score here, Doncaster 10-7-67, Doncaster East 8-9-57. Almost set for a start here in the third term. As Grant Campbell said, Doncaster, the Sharks have not won a third term for the entire, won the one. Just won the one for the entire 2012 season. Let's see if they can turn that form around. Partheniti starts in the ruck and got the tap down, and it comes out to Lee Murphy, 55 metres out from goal. Looks for Thompson over his head though, over Partheniti's head though. Comes out, Ayubi looks to centre out up towards Truce and half forward position. Ellis in position A. Went for double fist, probably should have taken the mark. Might come back and bite here. Beaten from 50 metres out, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Thompson in position A, thumped away from him, goes and hits the post and through for a minor score. Doncaster score first, 8-10-58 to Doncaster 10-7-67. 30 seconds gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's cross down to Jeff Manolitza thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Yeah, guys, for Doncaster at the moment, been told Jarvis has gone to hospital with a shoulder injury.
Ooh.
Muller at the moment has got an ankle and doubtful to come back today. And on the bench, Palakis and Angeli.
Muller and Jarvis, you take those 2 men out of the team, Dice, that's trouble.
Third time this year for Jarvis. He did it in the interleague game against the Vaffa. He done it once this year and again off to hospital this afternoon.
Ball comes back inside from the Doncaster, kick inside Doncaster East forward 50. Now the Sharks get some some ascendancy here, and Torn Henderson got the hand pass off to Anarchis. Kick is good to Batista. Tried to edge out Gordon, but it was stumped away nicely by Big Trav Gordon. He gets it off to Beaton. Now he kicks up towards half forward. Going back was Ashby, couldn't quite take it cleanly, and it's stumped over the boundary line and out of bounds and through over the boundary line. So we'll see a boundary throw in, 70 metres around from the Doncaster East forward line, for the Doncaster East goal. They trail by 9 points, but as you heard, Muller and Jarvis off the ground at the moment. That's not a good sign. And here's McLeod, goes inside 50. Ayumi in position A, wasn't able to quite take the mark. Ball comes to ground though. Mead's good in this position. He's on the right side for a left footer. Socket off the ground, was a little bit ambitious, and they'll see it through and run it through for another minus score. So Doncaster East, first two behinds in this quarter. Donny East 8-11-59 to Doncaster 10-7-67. Ball comes in now. Andrew Trinquilli takes a mark, Truce in half-back position. Assesses his options now. They'd love to get a goal right now with the Sharks after Doncaster East have peppered the goals early on. High kick towards Galache. Truce in half-forward position. Everyone went down, but sitting at the bottom of the pack here is Agnew. He's in the right position. Goes up towards Lamachisi, 15 metres out from goal. Thumped away from him, though, by Luke McLeod. Goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. And we'll see a boundary throw in 15 metres around from the Doncaster goal.
Wasn't much exciting about it, but I really liked that setup of play. Galache to Agnew, they found space, couldn't quite get the mark, but using the ball well, Doncaster.
So boundary throw in, Lamachisi in position A, tapped it down. Martin wasn't able to quite take it cleanly, but he was held, and he's going to receive the free kick. Geez, a lot of pausing there from the umpire. Look at me style action.
Loving himself sick.
We liked it as well, as now that man in Jack Martin, who had such a fantastic grand final last year, been pretty quiet so far.
Very quiet.
And he's can go back and line up from directly in front. Not quite directly in front, about a 45-degree angle. The umpire's putting him onto about a 50-degree angle now. And he'll go back and look to put through Doncaster's first goal for the term. Needs to kick this nicely. It's a little right, but it's snuck through for a goal. And Jack Martin kicks his first and kicks Doncaster's 11th. Very quiet here in the Doncaster East club rooms as Doncaster go on to 11-7-73. The Doncaster East 8-11-59. 3.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard here in the third term.
It's hard to really gauge when Doncaster kick a goal because the whole club room just go absolutely silent. It was like a deathly silence. Hello to the boys listening to the radio down on ground level as well. Fantastic goal from Doncaster. As I said, set up really well, made the most of it through the middle of the ground and managed to find that target. And in the end, they got the free kick and got the goal.
We've gone 4 minutes in this third term. We'll choose stats.
The kicks 8-6 in favour of Doncaster East. Inside 50s 3-2 in their favour.
Parthenides got the knockout. Doncaster East get the clearance. The ball goes deep inside 50. Who's going to be the first to meet it down there? They've got the numbers, the Sharks up back. This time it's Troy Schimmelbusch. He has time. He wants to switch it across to his brother Matty. Drop what he probably normally would have taken. The ball runs over the boundary line and beats Ayubi. So we'll have a boundary throw in about 40 metres out from goal from the Doncaster East goal line. Home side currently trailing by 14 points. Alice versus Parthenides took it out of the ruck, kicked it to the top of the goal square, but a good mark taken at the last line of the fence was Sia Cavalas, who wants to move the ball on, goes to Tranquilli, takes the mark onto the defensive 50, wants to switch the ball into the middle now. That was good play, found Anarchis. He had a good running support in Torn Henderson. The hyphen got felled after he kicked it, and it's going to go downfield.
The cheese.
Down at... Well, Lumachese, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of the cheese, the nickname, but Josh Lumachese, it's definitely there, and he's done well this afternoon too. So he'll have a shot from goal about 30 metres out from goal. They're pretty feisty, the Doncaster East side, Dyson Baker. There's been a lot of downfield free kicks this week, but as Lumachese comes in, he'll be looking to kick his third. This is certainly his range, and a drop punt, go for it, and in goal umpire crosses himself. So minus score is the result. Behind to Doncaster, they move to 11 goals, 8-74 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, out to that 15-point lead. Doncaster East 8-11-59, but I'll come back to that topic of Doncaster East just maybe going on with it a bit too much after the ball's gone out of the area.
Yeah, look, I think it's both sides, and Andrew Tranquilli spoke about it at half-time with Jeff Metalitza, that both sides are becoming a little bit undisciplined. I mean, I know it's a rivalry game and everything like that, but we've seen too many times, we saw it especially towards the end of that half, that it just got a little bit out of hand, and players just starting to take their own at the moment.
So Mead will take the kick from full back, and he thumps it straight down the middle of Zerbes Reserve, right to the middle of the ground. Thumped away there from that man in Sia Cavellis. Putting his head over the footy there was Troy Schimmelbusch. Wasn't able to quite take it cleanly. Ball comes out though. Good kick from goal towards half forward. The mark's been taken. And Doncaster East can go back and have a shot on goal. It might be Matty Bremner, I think, has taken the mark. That's down there.
Marguccio.
Might be Anthony Marguccio.
The Gooch.
Our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders who have a very nice view there from the interchange bench. So Anthony Marguccio has already got one goal today. Comes in, kick is on its way, it's a little right, and the umpire couldn't bring it back for him. And he goes through for another minor score. So Doncaster East, another behind in this term. They're going to 8-12-60. Doncaster 11-8-74. Almost 7 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Wasting opportunities.
It's been a bit of the case for the afternoon. Magames was the first to fly. It's centre half back. The ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. So it's still around 70 metres out from goal. Doncaster East end.
It's not even the fact that they've kicked 8-12. It's more that probably 6 of those shots have been either blazing away or shots that you probably would slot on any other given day.
Thompson versus Ellis. Thompson banged it on his boot and gained a valuable 30 metres or so. The ball finds itself in the forward pocket for Doncaster East. So we'll have a boundary throw in. 35 metres out from goal. It's a 14-point margin. Umpire brings it in. Thompson got the knockdown at the fall of the ball tranquilly, trapped it well, broke a tackle, got a handball out to Sia Cavellis. He's played a really good game. He'd moved it on there to Agnew. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, going to keep going. You would expect, brings it out to the grandstand side of the ground and taking a good mark for East Doncaster. That time is Jason Young. He arches it back and kicks it. It might stay in. The umpire said no, it didn't. So out of bounds on the full. Have a Constantinow taking it just over. So the Sharks will reload. Dudo makes space. Started the game off really well. A little bit quieter in that second term, but he's definitely a clever player. Mark Pedudo kicks it up towards the Batista direction. You know he gets up high and he can get down low too for all the ball. Who's going to be down there? Jack Martin's in there. So too Galache at the bottom of the pack. He ain't going anywhere. Lee Murphy's got him, and we'll have a bounce right in front of the members' wing here. 14-point ball game of the day in the Eastern Football League this afternoon. Doncaster East taking on Doncaster. Great local derby. Gregory King Cup back in play in 2012. Ellis got a little knockdown to Galache's kick was nicely smothered. Ball still really close to that boundary line. Murphy got the handball out. That was clever. Beaten. Scrappy kick up towards half forward, goes no further than Tranquility, then switches it into the middle of the ground, finds Liebelt. He had running support there. Agnew, he was overran the pill, snapped around the body by Lockie Beaton, banged it on his boot up towards half forward. Rami charges across, balked 1, balked 2, and then got crunched in a tackle holding the ball. He just wasn't being told what was going on. Troy Schimmelbusch right on his hammer. Great tackle by him, and at the last line of defence, the Sharks are going to clear. So it goes to Tranquility. Kicks it up towards Agnew. Just it away from him, so over the boundary line and out of bounds here. So stagnant couple of minutes, Tyson Baker.
But that's exactly what Doncaster want. This is where their defensive setup is really going to bring them to the floor.
You're going to get the clearance this time. The Sharks, the kick was half smothered as the ball goes up towards the centre wing position. Charging out at this time was Jason Young. Couldn't quite trap the ball. Gold was in there. Got a little left foot toe poke up towards half forward. Tim Whitty found himself in the right spot. Takes a good mark across half forward. Gives it to the runner Mead. He loves this spot. Daniel Mead. Can he squeeze it back? He certainly can. Goal to Daniel Mead and the East Doncaster Footy Club get there first for the third term. And what a goal it was too. He squeezed it just inside that right forward post. And they moved to 9 goals, 12-66. It's an 8-point ball game as we cross the 10-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Doncaster 11-8-74.
Handy goal against the runner play, I reckon you'd say. What is it? 1-3 to 1-1 so far in this third term, and Doncaster East just peppering away at the moment, but Doncaster, that defensive line, holding up really well until they finally let one through, and it was just sort of right place, right time for Mood, who slots through his first.
He's playing a game and a half today, Tim Whitty, putting himself in all kinds of difficult positions, but he's winning out and made the smart choice, giving it to an open Daniel Mead, who's a beautiful left foot finisher.
He's got so much courage, Tim Whitty.
Yeah, for a little guy, he probably weighs about 70 kilograms as well, but doing a fantastic job is Tim Whitty. He's been named the best 3 times this year. I reckon make that 4 today. He's been absolutely fantastic. And Lockie Beaton has also played a pretty good game for Doncaster East as well. For the meantime, though, It's back to an 8-point ball game at Zerbes Reserve, and Partheny, in fact it was Thompson who got a big tap down off to Beaton, back to Thompson, high kick up towards Parthenides in position A, thumped away from him though, ball comes to the ground, Tranquilly just thumps it forward, might not work here because Devine takes the ball, immediately set upon by two Doncaster players, one of them Sia Cavellis, and the umpire calls for a ball up.
Whitty
True centre half forward position,
again.
Tim Whitty again, right in there, in the thick of things. So umpire calls for a ball up, 60 metres out for the Doncaster East goal. The Lions would love the next one. Thompson got the tap down. No one able to quite take a cleaning though for the Doncaster East Football Club, and the umpire calls for another ball up. 11 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Doncaster 11-8-74. Doncaster East 9-12-66. Plenty of players around this stoppage. If the ball gets loose, watch out. Thompson on the second attempt, wasn't able to quite grab it cleanly, trying to barge his way through nicely there. Was Bremner, got a hand pass off towards me, wasn't able to quite take it cleanly. Umpire's brought out a free kick, and he does not pay advantage either, and it's going to go back to Doncaster for a hold.
Peduto. And
it will go to Mark Peduto. True centre half back position. Plays it on now. He's got Tranquility, who has not had one man go near him all day. Smart kick inside as well, finds Jesse Liebelt. He's smack bang in the middle of Zerbes Reserve. Lamachisi leads out. Liebelt now goes in that direction. Look at the cheese, get in position. Hey, oh, how does he take that? He barely leaps off the ground. He sticks the hands out.
His feet were planted.
And takes the mark. I would love to know.
I conceded that to the other three players that were standing around him. He had no hope of getting that.
He quickly gets the hand pass off to Collins, but the umpire said he didn't play on over the mark. I would love to know Josh Lamachisi's vertical leap test at high school. He barely would have got over a metre. It's ridiculous. Unbelievable stuff, but he's a very effective player. Plays on quickly, looks for Collins this time, even in an even better position. He's 40 metres out, almost directly in front, and he can get the quick response here, Dyson, which would be a bit of a dagger in the heart for Doncaster East after working so hard.
Donny East defence just hands on heads, didn't have a clue where that one was going, and another chance for Doncaster.
So Collins, kick one behind today. He's a classy player. Left foot kick is on its way. Looks pretty good right to the goal line. Robinson tried to thump it through. He couldn't quite. Now Young off halfback was bumped off the footy. In fact, I thought he's bumped on the side, but the umpire said he's going to push in the back and he's going to get a free kick back pocket. Let's quickly cross down to our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders.
Yeah, Doncaster could be down to one on the bench here. Torn Henderson come off with an ankle injury and it's just being elevated at the moment.
Torn Henderson, Muller and Jarvis all off the ground with injuries. Not good sign for the Doncaster Football Club as Robinson takes the mark right half-back flank for the Doncaster East Football Club.
They're going to look to reload again, the Lions, as they kick it up towards the half-forward line. Mead was there over the back of the pack, knocked away by Liebelt. So ball over the boundary line and out of bounds right near the Doncaster bench. 8 points of difference here at Zerbes Reserve. 14 minutes gone in the third term as the umpire brings it in once again over the back of the pack. Tranquilly took it, got the handball away. Ellis tried to scramble a kick through. That was good work by East Donny as Murphy has the ball now. Moves around onto the left side of the ball. Kicks it up towards half forward line. Now becomes a foot race. Doncaster East, they're going to have the numbers here because charging down from the back line there was Matty Bremner. Got the 1-2 back. That was good play. Now on the left boot. Goes inside 50. Looking for path. No! Comes out and takes the mark. What a beautiful mark that was. I think is it Thompson down there that's taken that? What a mark that was. And Doncaster East are going to have a shot for goal to put their 10th on the board and get it right within arm. Daniel Gordon, after coming back on from a yellow card, he's answered the challenge and he's taken a really big, strong mark and he'll look to kick Doncaster East to within a kick. So he comes in now from 45 metres out. Daniel Gordon yet to trouble the scorers today. But this will make a big impact if he can put this one through on the left boot. Caresses the ball magnificently straight through the middle. And here come Doncaster East. They're within 2 points out here at Zerbes Reserve on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They move to 10 goals, 72. They're still trailing though. Doncaster 11-8-74.
Now we all know that everyone was going to go to Daniel Gordon after he kicked that goal. But I reckon they should have been running to half-back and looking at Bremner. Absolutely fantastic run-up play. Picked it up on the first, managed to get it back, hit up a target off half-back and absolutely set up that goal and brought Doncaster right back into this game.
Ringwood have made a huge comeback against Templestowe. They only had 3 behinds at half-time, but they've kicked 7 goals, 3 in the third term to Templestowe. 1 goal, 2. So Templestowe are now 8-8-56 to Ringwood 7-6-48 at 3-quarter time. Huge comeback by the Ringwood Football Club. Will Taylor all over it for EFL Game today. Look at this man, Liebelt. He's all over it for Doncaster. Kick inside 50 was good. Martin, one way, then the other, up towards the Machisi. Ball goes over his head and through for a minor score. Doncaster extend their lead by one behind. Doncaster 11-9-75. The Doncaster East 10-12-72. 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Taps and Match Stats that matter, please.
Inside 50s 11-5 to Doncaster East this quarter.
Let's quickly go down to our Kira Urgent Care boundary riders.
Thanks, Benny. Just from ground level, over the last 5 minutes, East Doncaster have really lifted their level of communication and talk, as well as their potency up forward. It looks a little more structured, and that's been indicative of what's happened on the scoreboard over the last few minutes.
They're charging forward to the Lions. A good kick in once again by Daniel Mead. He's got a beautiful left foot kick on him. Ball goes up towards the half forward line, just past centre wing for East Doncaster. We've got a throw in now. Robinson had the back spot. Ball beats all players. Kick up towards the half forward line, all centre wing more or less for Doncaster. It's hot footy. Murphy's got it for the Lions. Handball over the top. That was okay. Got it to Carlson. He looking for his captain again, who ran well. Murphy right, tugged up on the boundary line. Goes on the left foot. Kicks it up towards the half forward line. Whitty over the back. What a terrific mark that was. We talk about a player who's just been stepping up, and he might give the handball off here because Mead was running, but it was his wrong side. Might just double back here, but Tim Whitty, as we talked about it early in this term, he definitely earns his own footy, and he's going to have a shot from goal from about 40 metres out. But Mead, he did get to the other side, and he just didn't pay off too because the kick scrambles up towards the half-forward line. 20 metres out from goal. Murphy on the left. He loves his position. Slams it through, and East Doncaster hit the front for the first time since early in this game in the first term. That's his second for the afternoon, and the captain's goal just at the right time, Dyson Baker. And East Doncaster on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard moved to 11-12-78. They've got the lead back, 3-point lead over Doncaster. 11-9-75.
Kicked the first of the second quarter, did Lee Murphy. Kicked the first score of the first quarter as well, which was a behind. He's done all the right things so far. Hasn't really been the main man, but I reckon you can all take that down to Tim Whitty, who's just been the main man for Doncaster East. He's king of the pride at the moment.
He's doing a fantastic job for the Lions. So we're set for a ripping second half as Doncaster East 11-12-78 to Doncaster 11-9-75. 18 minutes gone, Bendigo Bank scoreboard style. Local rivals going head-to-head, smack bang in the middle of Zerbes Reserve. It'll be Robinson and Ellis to go at it in this centre bounce. Give that one to Robinson, who's got the majority of the hit-outs today. Follows it up with a kick as well, not very far. Gold thumped it forward, though. Looking for that man in Marshall. Might just overrun him in a bit of a foot race here with Tempany. Ball goes towards the boundary line. Doncaster East players wanting to deliver it out of bounds, but the umpire said no, thank you.
Well.
And we'll see a boundary throw in 80 metres around from the Donny East goal. They have the lead back by 3 points. Gold, third man up, got the tap down, only as far as Angeli. Now Galache gets it off to Troy Schimmelbusch. Shrugged one player and did it nicely. Goes up towards half forward. Here comes the cheese again. Takes everything that comes his way, does Lumachisi. Quickly handballs off to Anarchis. Can he kick goal number 6? He's well corralled. Kicks up towards Batista. Got a shove out. No, the umpire said nicely done there by Anthony Marcuccio. And he takes the mark. Mead didn't attack it. Anarchis did, but Mead did well to keep the ball in front of him. Picked up though by Anarchis. He's got 5. Looking for number 6. It's off to the left-hand side and through for another minor score for the Doncaster Football Club. Great game of footy. Great game of Division 2 footy. Doncaster 11-10-76. Doncaster East 11-12-78. 19 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Taps, some stats that matter.
Lumachisi's now taken 7 marks inside 50. That's as much as the entire Doncaster East side.
So McLeod has it for the Lions. Deep in defence, gets a fair roost on it too. Kicks it up towards the wing position. Pavic and Stanton now takes a mark. A timely one too. He's got players running inside 50. The Lions are away here. If the ball can sit up for Marshall, it does now. He's got time. Kicks it to the top of the square. This may bounce through. Magami's got a fist on it just at the right time. Snap around the body, or maybe even off the ground that time by Daniel Gordon. It's still at the last line of defence. Gordon's got it again. He's gang tackled. He's still trying to break through. Can anyone get a ball onto boot? It's rushed through finally for a behind. Minor score is the result. It's a 3-point ball game once again. We've gone into time on in the third term. Doncaster East 11-13-79. Doncaster 11-10-76 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Grant Campbell, the best stats man in the Eastern Football League. He told us that Doncaster had only won one third quarter for the entire 2012 season. At the moment, it looks like it's going to stay one as well because Doncaster East are running all over Doncaster. But having said that, look at Anarchis breakaway on the outer side. Long kick inside 50, but nicely done though from the defence. Mercedes came across, did it nicely, but picked up though by Polakis. He looks to centre it. Wonderful tackle from Big Trav Gordon, who's come down in defence. Umpire didn't pull out a free kick though. 2-on-1 in favour of Doncaster East, last line of defence. Andrew Hingston takes the mark. He played on quickly though, and he was shoved off the
Got to be
kick.
downfield, doesn't it?
And the umpire is saying, he hasn't pointed either way yet, and it's a downfield free kick.
Definitely downfield.
So, free kick will go the way of Jesse Ashby. He's on the left half-back flank, right on about 45 metres out from his own goal. So, Jesse Ashby, kicked one goal today, but he finds himself down in the fence.
So, he's paid a free kick going the way of Doncaster East, right in the goal square.
So, he didn't pay... No, I don't know what's going on
That
there.
doesn't make one bit of sense.
It should have been advantage given that they'd turned the ball over 50 metres out from where they were.
In the meantime, McLeod brings it out towards the right half-back flank. Trav Gordon wasn't a great kick for Big Trav, and he had to go down at hands and knees, but it might work out okay as Daniel Gordon came through. He's lifted in this third term, picked up by Marshall. He tries to kick up towards the half-forward line, thumped away. Free kick, in fact, in the back. It's going to go the way of Doncaster East. It's going to that man, Daniel Gordon, against Martin. So Gordon now, high kick up towards the 4-foot area. Parthenides in position A, had to sit. Ball's going to come to the back. Gold can kick this one. If he can get onto his right foot, he was well tackled by the Doncaster defence, and the umpire pulls out a free kick for holding the ball. So the Sharks will get the resultant free kick right near their defensive goal square. They're trailing though by 3 points. Doncaster East 11-13-79 to Doncaster 11-10-76. 22 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Agnew took it in the back pocket, went for Martin, and he had to stand tall, the little man, and he took a great mark too at the half-back line for Doncaster. He had two players on his hammer, so Martin kicks it up towards the wing position, looking for the Galache Batista direction. Over the back of the pack, trying to charge through that time was Sia Cavalis. Ball rushed over the boundary line and out of bounds. Members wing side out here at Zerbes Reserve. Still plenty of time to get down here and watch a great local game of football. If you want a close encounter, this is where to come this afternoon. Galache took it from the throw-in, snapped it around the body. That time only as far as beaten. He had time, he had poise, and he kicked it up towards the half-forward line. He kicked it into open space too and created a foot race. Charging out there was Matty Schimmerbush, got a handball in looking for Troy. He went in hard too. They've got the numbers over the lines now, trying to scramble a kick. That time was Thompson. The ball still a hot footy. Marshall's in there, trying to paddle it to his fouls, goes backwards to Whitty. Whitty's got clever skills. He slams it across the middle of the ground, and that's a good kick too because he finds Lockie beaten. They've got time, they've got the numbers of lines, and they've got a mark inside 52, and coming out and taking another mark for them this time is Gordon. So Daniel Gordon will have another shot for goal, about 45 metres out from goal, and the Lions, they'll look to stretch their lead. They haven't been ahead of more than a goal since early in that first term. Dyson Baker, that'd be correct?
They led by 5 points at the 9-minute mark of the first term.
So Daniel Gordon comes in for Doncaster. He's kicked one in this term. He wants to make it two. He gives it a fair old roost to the top of the goal square. It's going to be fisted through for a behind off the behind post. So minor score once again. Doncaster East move on to 11-14-80 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-point lead over Doncaster, 11-10-76.
Plenty of good games going on around the Eastern Football League at the moment. As I said, at three-quarter time, Ringwood a great comeback. They're now within 2 points of Templestowe at three-quarter time. But a ripper game out here at Zerbes Reserve. Donny East leading by 4 points, 11-14-8 to Doncaster, 11-10-76. Let's quickly cross down to Jeff Menelitza thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Yeah, boys, interesting to note that was the 7th rush behind today for East Doncaster, the 4th in this quarter, just proving that they're getting the ball forward a lot this quarter.
They're certainly peppering the goals. Jeff, thank you to you. To Akira Urgent Care, Australia's first walk-in medical emergency clinic, 157 Scoresby Road, Dyson. They do a magnificent job down there. They'll see you in under an hour.
Turned into a bit of a stats man last week, Jeff, and he's continuing it on.
So the ball comes to ground, though, picked up by that man in Ayubi, dribbles it forward, but Matt Schimmelbush is in position A there, left back pocket. Kick was smothered off the boot, though, and it's gone over the boundary line and out of bounds. So a dangerous position here for the Doncaster defence. They'd have to try and really hold their own there. Hold their own. It's a boundary throw in, 20 metres out from the Doncaster East goal. Parthenides, tap favoured him, but straight down to Anarchis. His kick is a little bit dangerous, though. Hingston was there, couldn't quite take it. Now here's an opportunity. Ayubi almost holding the ball, didn't have it in the tackle. Umpire didn't pay the free kick. Ball comes out from defensive 50 for Doncaster. Young almost took the mark, picked up by Papa Constantinou, gave it out towards Beaton. Well done though by Sia Cavalis.
Boundary.
Soared over the boundary line and out of bounds. Quickly back down to Jeff Menelitza thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Yeah, and some good news for Doncaster. Torn Henderson is back on.
So that's good. They're now back down, 2 men on the bench. Umpires pulled out a free kick from the ruck contest.
Free kick to Ellis.
And it's going to go the way of Ellis against Michael Parthenides. Ellis plays on quickly. Martin and Batista are there. Bremner from behind. Fisted it over the top, but only as far as Peduto. Got a handball back to Martin. Chipping little ball over the top, only as far as big Trav Gordon at right in front of us here in the broadcast position. And he's got the mark left half back flank.
They really need a big final quarter from him, Trav Gordon.
So Gordon, along true centre wing position. The flies are there. Papa Constanta now brought it to ground. But Cavellis again did it nicely. Trying to push his way through with the Doncaster East players. And Jason Young has earned himself a free kick. He's almost a true centre wing position.
And he attacked the football so well then.
He did. He gave it to Whitty, but he's run into a dangerous spot here. Whitty's hand pass over the top was good to beat. Now to Mercedes. He's got a couple of players on. He goes deep, but sitting back in the hole, as he has been almost all day, is Andrew Trinquilly, the coach, and he takes the mark in defence for Doncaster.
Gets a little handball over, but he puts his teammate under pressure because Jesse Aspey's right there. Comes charging back over. Partho lends a hand, and we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket as we cross down to Damien Watson, thanks to Akira Urgent Care on the boundary.
Well, BWS, it does appear that Doncaster are fatigued late in this third term just from ground level, so it is important that they nullify their opposition in the final few minutes before the three-quarter time break.
Agnew tried to clear it. Whitty comes in on the left boot. Can he put this through? He's pushed it across the face, and it might squeeze in for a point. It won't, out of bounds on the full, so another chance gone begging for the Doncaster East Football Club. They still have that 4-point lead at the 27-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. This game's pretty tight, so the Sharks will just be looking to bring this one in and probably gain some valuable meterage. I don't know what the umpire is telling them to do down there.
The umpire was trying to call it behind for about 120 metres away.
Okay, so they've talked, they've sorted it out, and the game moves on. The kick goes up towards the Alice direction, fisted away by Papa. Whitty runs it over the boundary line and out of bounds, so still 70 metres out from goal.
Tell you what, if there's one guy that deserves a goal, it is Tim Whitty. I reckon he's had 3 shots, given a couple off. He just deserves a goal in the second half.
That was good play by Thompson out of the ruck to get the knockdown. The kick goes deep inside the forward line for East Doncaster. Parthenaity's charged out. He balked one. He could have nearly copped one on the shoulder as well. The umpire said even Stephen will bounce this one. We'll do it all again, 25 metres out from goal. East Doncaster's end. They've been enjoying kicking the late ones in the first 2 quarters of the game. Can they manage to snag another one deep into the third quarter? Papa Constantino got the knockout. Good play that time by Agnew. Got the handball away, and the Sharks are going to clear, but out of bounds on the full. The pressure was good. Murphy's right there too. So Lee Murphy will have the kick. He's probably 55 metres out from goal. He's got very clever skills, Murph. Definitely could probably kick the distance. He might just back himself in from here. No, he's looking at the options. You'll either know he can kick it or he'll kick it to the hot spot to give his side a chance. He plays on, kicks it now to the top of the square. What's going to happen here? Good fly in the last line of defence by the coach, Andrew Tranquilli, and he takes a good mark about 20 metres out from goal. He's got players short. That's okay. The hyphen's back on, Torn Henderson. He's got players out wide. That's okay. Peduto on the left foot, kicks it up towards the wing position. Doncaster, they've been moving the ball okay on that outer side. Collins takes the mark, wants to come back inside. It's to Agnew. I've been really happy with his game this afternoon. I think he's been super, trying to look for the Galache direction. He had to beat 2 to get there. Murphy at the fall. The ball kicks it up towards the Aoube direction. He didn't have front spot, Rami. The umpire hasn't played a free kick or even a mark to Palakas. He was a little bit stiff there. Galache's there to lend a hand. Gives a handball out now, and the Sharks are away through the middle. Kick up towards the Batista direction. It's an half forward. He stands tall and takes a good mark. There's no one deep if he wants to go on with it. He does so now. He kicks it to the top of the square. They've got the numbers, the Sharks, and they coughed it up too. McLeod's in there. Gives a handball away. Pot shot at the goals by Lee. Belt's gone through for a behind. So at the 29.5 minute mark, Doncaster is mucking around with it a little bit deep in their forward line then, and they still trail by 3 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's 11-14-80 the Lions, the Sharks 11-11-77.
Bremner brings it in to the right back pocket. They kick along the outer side. Well done though by Batista, chopped it off in the end. But well done though by Hingston, brought it inboard. And there is the 3-quarter time siren. Doncaster East 11-14-80 to Doncaster 11-11-77. 3 points is the margin. We've got a ripper game of football. We're set for a big final term. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we've got all the around the ground scores coming up after the break right here on EFL Game Day. Whether you're tuning into 98.1 FM or live streaming on www.efl.org.au. We'll come back after the break right here on EFL Game Day.
From Heidi to Killing Heidi. WW1 to WWW. There's only one place to check out, your local library, because with internet access and heaps of other resources, your library is now a lot more than just books. Connect with your local library today on 1300 362 962 or www.librariesvictoria.net. Libraries Victoria, yours to explore.
Radio Eastern 98.1, EFL Game Day, and we'll return for the last quarter of Doncaster and Doncaster East in just a moment. It's 11 after 4, Barry Cott's here in the studio, and an AFL score update. There in the city today, only one game being played this afternoon, and currently it's a very close game indeed. Richmond 9-14-68, just ahead of GWS 7-1-43, so something like a 25-point difference in score, so not an easy match by any means for Richmond. So it's 9-14-68 to 7-1-43 GWS, coming up to three-quarter time. Now, what do you do when you have a medical emergency? Public emergency departments are busy, and it's not always the case that you can wait a long time. Private hospitals can charge you anything from $280 more for additional services. But at the Akira Urgent Care, there's no waiting, and you only pay a maximum of $150 out of pocket, which includes other diagnostic services you may need. So which option should you choose? Akira Urgent Care, Australia's first walk-in medical emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresborough, Verona, or phone them on 9839 3333. That's 9839 3333. Akira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
In footy, the best players always get tagged. In Melbourne, the best and cheapest way to get around the tollways is to get your car tagged. That's because a Breeze account works on EastLink and it works on CityLink too. A tag's also the cheapest way to use EastLink and CityLink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au and start winning as a tagger today. Speaking of winning, my team's a sure thing for 4 points today and maybe the premiership. Come on up, that was in the back. EastLink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor. In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local to your footy.
We're set for a big final term, I should say, the last quarter of the second half, with Doncaster East 3-point leaders over Doncaster at three-quarter time. Plenty of other three-quarter time scores around the EFL across all 4 divisions. Vermont 14-10-94 leading Lilydale 9-10-64. Scoresby 10-11-71 leading East Burwood 10-7-67. Good game of footy out there. Knox 15-13 103 to Blackburn 4-9-33. Great result there. East Ringwood, great third quarter comeback 9-14-68 to South Croydon 8-4-52. In Division 2, Bayswater 17-15 117 leading Waverley Blues 4-3-27. Donvale 10-8-68 leading Rowville 7-8-50. Montrose, big score 21-15 141 to Upper Ferntree Gully 6-4-40. And Moorabah 14-13 97 to Mulgrave 8-5-53. So some good stuff going on there in Division 3. In Division 2. In Division 3, Baronia 12-13-85 to Warrandyte 3-4-22. Heathmont 13-9-87 to Coldstream 7-9-51. Ringwood 7-6-48 trailing Templestowe 8-8-56. Mitcham 4-11-35 dead square with Whitehorse Pioneers 5-5-35. North Ringwood 14-6-90 leading Churnside Park 4-9-33. In Division 4, Kilsyth, are they heading for their second victory? 8-11-59, leading the Ferntree Gully Eagles 3-11-29. Forest Hill 10-6-66, leading South Belgrave 10-7-67. South Belgrave coming back in that term. Silvan 15-7-97, leading the Eastern Lions 3-6-24. Silvan really running away with a 7-goal third quarter. And Nunawading 13-11-89, leading Canterbury 4-8-32. And just had a score through from Norwood. Norwood are 12-11-83, leading Croydon 6-4-40. So Croydon didn't score in that third term. whereas Norwood were able to run away reasonably convincingly. Let's go to Grant Campbell, who's been giving some great stats throughout the whole game so far between Doncaster and Doncaster East. Thanks to Choose Tap, Be Smart, Choose Tap, Grant. Some stats that matter.
The stat that really stands out, and the one that Doncaster East would be disappointed that they don't lead by more, is the inside 50 count in the third quarter. It was 19-8 in favour of Doncaster East, yet they're only able to score 3 goals from those 19 inside 50s. Another big stat for them was marks inside 50. They had 4 for the quarter to 3 after only having 4 in the first half. And they're the main reasons why Doncaster East won that quarter, although they probably should have won it by more.
Let's head down boundary side, thanks to Akira Urgent Care, to our boundary riders, Damien Watson and Jeff Manolitza.
Yeah, just at the Doncaster huddle, Andrew very vocal at three-quarter time. He said that they held on by the bare skin of their teeth in that quarter. The defence really had to push back harder and be in front, and especially man up on the square as well. Really focused on the forward line. Martin's going to be a mobile centre-half forward this quarter, with Cheesy up forward and also Anarchis one out.
Thank you, Jeffrey. At the three-quarter time address, East Doncaster coach Paris Harvey told his players to eradicate the influence of his opposing coach Andrew Tranquilli, who has been able to roam free at ease throughout the game. He also criticised the selfishness of some of these forwards in taking pot shots at goal from long distances, and that may be contributing to the amount of rush behinds throughout the quarter. And he implored his midfielders to push forward, break the lines and stream in numbers, which is pivotal in winning this game.
Thank you very much to Damo and Jeff down there on the boundary. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care for doing some fantastic work. Darren McKenzie from the Loft Productions just during the third term saying it looks pretty dark. The rain might be coming, so we're not looking forward to that. Well,
clouds are looking ominous.
We're certainly looking forward to it here in the club rooms. We're not sure if our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders are looking forward to it. But we're set for a big final term. Doncaster East leading this one by 3 points. Doncaster East 11-14-80 to Doncaster 11-11-77. Just having a look at the Doncaster East forward line. Looks pretty open at the moment. Trevi Gordon looks like he's gone back down open. Just a quick tip from you, Dyson. Who's going to win this game?
Look, I'm going to say Doncaster, but Doncaster East are making the moves to try and win this game, though.
So ball back in the middle. Thompson and Ellis give that one to Thompson. He thumps it forward, and they might be able to get a quick goal here. Will the Lions. High kick inside 50. Timmy Robinson from behind sticks the Dukes out. Couldn't quite take the mark. Tim Whitty has been, as he has been all day, at the fall of the ball. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Rami Ayubi dives on top of the ball. Umpire calls for a ball up 45 metres out from the Doncaster East goal.
Prefer the informed forward Thompson to be standing in the square rather than Gordon at the moment, who's hardly got a touch all afternoon.
So Robinson and Ellis to compete this one. 45 metres out from goal. Robinson clearly got the tap down. Beautifully done into the path of Rami Ayubi. Got a high tackle. And Rami's going to go back and have a shot on goal. 40 metres out. Difficult angle for a right footer, but he can certainly kick it. He hasn't been able to put a goal on the board through today, but he's been very Trojan workhorse-like today, Rami Ayubi, roaming around that half-forward line. So a big kick here for Rami here, Dice.
Yeah, look, this one's going to make the difference. Off a free kick once again. Always handy to get a free kick early on in the quarter, just to shape things up a little bit for the Lions.
Ayubi, big kick for the Lions. This will bring them out to a 9-point lead.
Watch him celebrate if he kicks it.
He hasn't got a goal yet. He'll kick from 45 metres out. Starts at left. It's not going to make the distance. Gordon behind. Takes the mark. He's got the mark. The umpire's paid it in the left forward pocket. So he'll be on the right side for a right footer because he'll be able to bend it round. So he has had no influence on the game whatsoever today, Travis Gordon. East Doncaster's leading goal kicker. He's got 16 goals for the year. Can he make it 17? More importantly, can he make it a 9-point lead for Doncaster East?
Have a
Not
ping.
confident at all.
Gordon swings around on the right foot. Kick looks a little bit off to the near side and through for a minus score. Gordon gets his first score for the day. Doncaster East 11-15-81 to Doncaster 11-11-77. Almost 2 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Jeff Manolitza not happy with the decision from the boundary line. Called it a goal.
So Tranquilli will bring the ball back in. Margin still within a kick. 4 points. It's getting dark out here at Zerbes Reserve. Short passes on. Rock's in the pocket. He's got Martin leading up across half back if he wants him. He'll wait for some more support. Goes for the longer option. Kicks it deep outside, looking for Batista. Over the top there, that time was Sia Cavalis. The Lions, though, through Murphy. They're going to get it to Mead. He just couldn't quite trap the handball, and now the Sharks are going to rebound through the middle. This is good play. Badudo bangs it on the boot up towards half forward. This time, Lumasisi, he couldn't get to the front spot and it was chopped off. Whitty takes a mark on the wing position. He's got players streaming down forward. He's got Mead across the half forward line if he wants him. He's got space. So Daniel Mead, you know he can roost the ball long. He'll probably kick it to the hot spot. That's exactly where he goes now, towards the Gordon direction. Coming in, Thompson over the side, couldn't quite take the mark. At the fall of the ball, the Sharks have the numbers, get a little feed off handball. Playing for a free kick that time was Maganis, and he's actually been given it too. So a free kick will go to the Sharks at the last line of defence, just as the Lions looked like they were getting away with it. So Schimmelbusch takes the kick, goes across the face of goal, finds Dylan Tempany. He wants a short option on as well. That was okay. Palakis stands strong. Every player forward of the ball. As Palakis across the half-back line, kicks it up towards the wing position. He's going in the Alice direction, fisted over by Pavic Constanta now over the boundary line and out of bounds, right in front of that Doncaster bench on the outer side of the ground, Dice.
For 3 quarters, Doncaster have sort of really pushed through the zone of Doncaster East. Now they're really trying to shut things down, forcing them wide as they did on that occasion.
Thompson got the front spot, got the knockdown, the ball hits the deck, it's across the half-forward line for Doncaster. If you want to give any side an advantage, it's with the Sharks. They trail by 4 points. 81 plays 77, 4 minutes gone here in the final term. Players just still finding their feet early in this last term. Doncaster East have had the first opportunity to put a score on the board. That's gone amiss. Ball fisted up towards the half-forward line for Doncaster. Goes through everybody. Who's going to be the first one to meet it at ground level? That was good play by Papa Constanta now, and he managed to hold himself over the ball and win a free kick. Moves the ball on this time to Beaton. Takes a mark. Hugged right up on the boundary line. Thompson's in the middle of the ground if he can spot him out, the big man, and he takes a mark now at centre-half forward, and he might be able to go. It was a good play by the Lions there to create the loose player as he kicks up towards the half-forward line. Who's going to come out? Gold! He went unattended and took a good mark, Sam Gold, about 55 metres out from the goal line. And Schimmelbusch has got to be careful because you don't want to be giving away 25-metre penalties at that stage of the game. And Sam Gold, who this afternoon has already kicked one, he kicked a big goal in that third term, deep out on the outer side of the ground. He'll be looking for his second. We know he'll probably kick the distance. If he wants, he's got to play a short, and he goes short now. That is really clever play. And coming in, Lockie Beaton from down back. He just found the space and takes a good mark across centre-half forward, and he'll have a shot from about 45 metres out. He had Mead running on. He loves just being that swooping player, Daniel Mead. So coming in this time, Beaton kicks it long. It's going across the face, so only one behind is a result. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Doncaster East increased their lead to 5 points now. They are 11-16, 82. Doncaster 11-11, 77. We've gone 5.5 minutes in the final term.
All thanks to the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That scoreboard looking very nice. Probably the lightest thing at Zerbes Reserve at the moment, really standing out. Some interesting results around the Eastern Football League at the moment. We'll go through that in a tick as Rock kicks out from fullback up towards True on the half-back flank there. No one able to quite take it cleanly. Leibelt came through, did it nicely. Got a hand pass off to Matt Schimmelbusch. Kicks up towards True in half-forward position. Limachese in position A. Thumped away from him by Luke McLeod. He looks to run onto it now. Martin was also there. McLeod very solid in defence.
Well done, McLeod.
Got a hand pass off to Mercedes, and now he can run away off half-back. Chips it over the top of the kick was poor, and Tranquilly takes yet another uncontested mark. He's been racking them up today. He chips it further afield, and it's in good hands as well as Mark Collins takes the mark on the right side for a left footer. He's about 50 metres out, tucked up on the boundary, opens up the angle from downtown. Mark Collins kicks towards goal, and it's off to the right-hand side for a minor score. So both teams using opportunities. Doncaster East 11-16, 82. Doncaster 11-12, 78. 6.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Grant Campbell, some stats that matter thanks to Choose Tap.
Inside 50s for the game now, 53-43, and the contested positions, last time I added them up, they were all even for the game, which is reflected on the scoreboard.
Lee Murphy marks the kick in, switches the play. So the Lions just taking their time. It was a shank of a kick. It goes into towards the direction of Baird. He had to get down on hands and knees. It comes out now. The Lions, a Luxor Fortune, Maguccio gained a value 30 or 35 metres and hugged the boundary line that goes over now right in front of that Doncaster box. Right near that scoreboard, that magnificent new scoreboard brought on this year by the Manningham Council.
Fairmont by 30 points over Liddell, Scoresby by 4 points over East Burwood, Knox by 70 points over Blackburn, East Ringwood by 16 points over South Croydon, Norwood by 43 over Croydon.
Plenty happening as you go local for your football this afternoon. We've got a ripper contest out here, 4-point ball game at the Zerbes Reserve. It's the local derby. It's the Gregory King Cup. Who's going to take it home this afternoon? Murphy has really come into this game in the second half, takes his time, gets on the left boot, but it goes up towards half forward. He took the mark, the umpire's going to bring it back because it's a free kick to Doncaster on centre wing. So it'll go to Peduto. He's got McGarmers in the middle of the ground. We'll wind up now. Kick up towards the half-forward line. Who's going to be down at the fall of the ball? Oh, that was good play there by Mark Collins. Bangs it on the boot, and it's just not going to bounce favourably for him. Goes through for one behind, and that's their 13th on the board on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Doncaster, they're 11-13, 79. 3 points behind Doncaster East, 11-16, 82.
Bayswater by 94 points over Waverley Blues. Donvale by 18 over Rowville. Montrose 101 points in front of Upper Ferntree Gully. And Mooroolbark 44 points in front of Mulgrave. Final score out of Division 3, Templestowe running away in the end, 12-9, 81 to Ringwood, 8-7, 55. Ball half-back flank for Doncaster East. Well done by Jace Young. Got a hand pass over the top to Tim Whitty. Look at the man, tuck the ball under his arm and accelerate away. Beautiful handball to Carlson. This is exciting play. Carlson inside 50. Look at the jukes from Thompson. Goes out and takes the mark. He's 45 metres out, tucked up on the boundary, wrong side for a right footer. But he's kicked 3 goals. He's had his kicking boots on today. He's got a great kick for goal. Let's see if he can put this one through. Big kick here. This will extend the margin to 9 points. Shane Thompson, kick on its way. Sneaks in. He's got 4. And Shane Thompson extends Doncaster East's lead to 9 points. Doncaster East 12-16, 88 to Doncaster 11-13, 79. 9.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And if you have a look at all the big guys on the field today, Dyson, Thompson's probably been the most dominant out of a lot of them.
I told you at the start of this term that I wanted Thompson down forward if I was going to be Doncaster East at the moment. He's the informed forward. Had 3 goals up until the start of this term. Kicked 3 goals in that second term just to really shape things up. Came out, nice jukes, solid, and for once actually went through and slotted it from about 45. Not many guys have been able to slot the long goals today, and he's done that beautifully.
Andrew Tranquilli's moved himself into the middle of the ground and he's going to go up in the ruck too, or he might even leave that to Batista, who's going to go up against Robinson. Got the knockdown, that was good. Carlson handball over the top. Whitty's running, he's got pace. Whitty nearly couldn't trap the ball. Across the half-forward line, the umpire's going to come in and bounce it just inside the centre square.
He's fearless,
For
Tim
4
Whitty.
foot nothing, he puts himself in every single contest.
Yeah, they're big raps for him down here as well at the East Doncaster Football Club, and he's a terrific guy, good clubman. So hopefully he can wear the colours for many years to come. He's only a young guy. So the umpire pulls it up. Robinson, double fister away. The clearance went to Doncaster this time. The kick up towards half forward. Can they trap it? Papa Constantinou, he had the numbers. Got the handball away. The Lions cross the face of goal, or cross the face of the ground more in fact. Create a foot race here. Members wing side. Who's going to be the first to get it? Hingston. He got around one. He got around it all right and kicked it inside 50. Who's going to get down there? Tranquilly. The umpires might even give it downfield for... He got pushed after... You saw that, Dyson Baker. Can you care to explain?
I saw it. I know that Anarchus, of course, Hingston got around Anarchus. Then Jack Martin gave Hingston a bit of a push after he kicked it as well. It's a bit of frustration, I think, more than anything else.
So Sam Gold will have a shot for goal. He's kicked 1. He had a shot earlier in this term. This is a very important kick. He's just watched his teammate in Thompson kick 1 from a pretty similar position as Sam Gold, number 2. They could nearly run away with it if he just could squeeze this one through, and it comes back just in time. The Doncaster East Football Club, they've kicked their 13th on the board, and they might just start to run away a little bit with this one. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they are 13 goals, 16, 94. Doncaster are 11-13, 79. Grant Campbell, some important stats in this last quarter thanks to Choose Tap.
Well, the hit-outs have been crucial all day. It's now for the match 48-21, so that's over double, and that's also led to centre clearances being 18-9 Doncaster East's way.
I still like this. The forwards really spread, only 3 inside the forward 50 at the moment. Thompson and Parthenides in the goal square.
And those half forwards are almost on a wing in the end as Batista used that high leap to his advantage and got the ball down, but to no free play. And we're going to see a secondary ball up in the middle of Zerbes Reserve.
Well, at that last centre bounce, Gold was pretty much standing in the canteen. That's how wide he was.
So, secondary ball up, Robinson and Batista. Batista won that and then followed up his good work in the ruck with a kick up towards the half-forward line. Nicely done by Martin. Just a little bit of class and poise. The kick around the body almost fell into the hands of Collins. Papa Constantinou came through. Did okay in the end. And East Doncaster have the numbers in the middle of Zerbes Reserve. Free player on the outer side. Beaton has to work really hard to get this one. Bounce might suit him. In fact, it was Gold, in fact. He tried to handball it over his head.
Clever.
Steve Johnson's line and out of bounds. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position, almost true centre wing, as Tranquilli came forward trying to wheel his side over the line. It might work out okay, as well as Martin. Left foots it, a little chipping around the ball, around the body, looking for Collins, but out of his reach. But he's gained probably another 50, 60 metres for the Doncaster Football Club. Boundary throw in, left half forward flank, 50 metres out from goal. 15 points to margin. Robinson and Batista. Robinson gets the tap down, very nicely done as well. They look to run it away. Gordon of the Daniel variety gets a hand pass over the top. Ends up with Gold. He's in true centre wing position. Broadcast side. Inside 50. Ayubi's got the sit. He was in front. Almost pushing the back. Umpire said play on. Kick off the ground by the Doncaster defence. Might go straight back to Gold. Even better courage though from Mark Peduto. Even better courage from Mark Peduto. Gold was in position, took it well, but well done to Mark Peduto. Nicely done. Dangerous kick in the middle, but might work out okay. Mead takes the mark in the middle of Zerbes Reserve. Left foot kick is beautiful to Rami Ayubi. And he takes the mark, left half forward flank, 50 metres out from goal. This would almost seal it for the Doncaster East Football Club because they have all the run of play.
This finished minute mark of the third term since Doncaster kicked a goal in this game, and they've just dominated the whole second half, the Lions.
So Ayubi, he's 50 metres out from goal. Deserves a goal for his Trojan workhorse-like efforts today. Kick on its way right to the goal line. Touch through. Minus score for the Lions. 13-17-95, the Lions. Doncaster 11-13-79. 14 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard here in the final term.
Short pass, Doncaster. Batista. It's a handball back. They go through the middle of the ground. The kick wasn't too crash shot though. Gordon. Daniel takes it, centre wing. He's got players short, Whitty. He still has space if he's told he can take off, but he didn't see the player coming in from the side and he got absolutely crunched. So, Sia Cavalis, who's just tried tirelessly all afternoon, still laying those important tackles as the game still is in the balance. 16 points to margin, 3 straight kicks will do it for Doncaster. Ahead to the far side of the ground. Good mark there by Galache. He's been quiet this afternoon, Galache, not his usual damaging self. Screaming for players to come up, and a good mark taken there by Martin, leading out from the goal line. So he's taken it about 40 metres out from goal, a 45-degree angle, but he's a pretty good player and he might just poke this one through.
Yeah, this is handy. They've set up well once again. They're slowly using the process. They're keeping the process. That's something Andrew Tranquilli would be reasonably happy about this afternoon.
Looking for his second of the afternoon and to keep Doncaster in this clash. Martin goes long to the top of the goal square. It's going to stay low. What's going to happen here? Can they manage to factor a goal through Lumachese? Lots of screaming going on there. The ball may have been over the boundary line beforehand. See what's happened down there?
Should be a ball up.
So we'll have a bounce. It's Doncaster East defence just screaming the umpire, telling them what they think should be happening as he throws it up. The ball's scrambled out of defence for the Lions now. Only finds as far as Matt Schimmelbusch. Squeezes the kick on the left foot, and that was a good pass too because he's found Mark Peduto. So he's 55 metres out from goal. Hugged right up on the boundary line. They need a goal or two in the next minute just to keep the fire alive. Peduto, we know he's a clever player. He opens the face, gets around Whitty. That's a feat in itself. Peduto arches it back and kicks a goal today. Now, if that's not going to spark your side, nothing will. Doncaster, they move on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to 12 goals, 13-85. It's back to a 10-point ball game. Doncaster East, 13 goals, 17-95. Wow, just in the nick of time, Dyson Baker.
Look, as I said, they haven't kicked a goal since the 3-minute mark of the third term. They've now managed to get one on the board and not quite out of this game yet. I'm not going to... Doncaster East have had the run of play in this second half.
They've certainly had opportunities as well, the Lions. Grant Campbell, some stats that matter thanks to Be Smart, choose tap.
Kicks in the final quarter are 30-21 in favour of Doncaster East, so they've been getting a lot more of the ball.
Ball up in the middle, but Batista took it out of the middle and won it. Beautifully done down to Collins. Kicks up towards full forward. The cheese is there. Almost worked McLeod under, but well done by McLeod to hold his body. And we talk about Limacheesi, how damaging he's been. We have to give credit to Luke McLeod, who's played him very, very nicely today.
Yeah, shut him down so far in the second half, and had a fear of opening up the game in that first half.
We'll quickly cross down to Jeff Metalintza thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Yeah, good work there by Jack Martin as well, going over the boundary to chase the ball there.
Doncaster, thanks Jeff. Doncaster East through Murphy, go up towards the middle of the ground. No one able to quite take clean possession. Numbers at the back. Troy Schimmelbusch, high kick. They've got the numbers here. Doncaster, if they can take the mark. Nice, timely defensive fifth so from the Lions. Still with Doncaster's advantage though, tranquilly. Back to Troy Schimmelbusch. Now, through Anarchis, been a little bit quiet in this second half. Kicks is very nice, just a bit of class from Chris Anarchis, and the mark's been taken by Batista, who's gone into the ruck in this term and really given a bit of a spark to the Sharks. He can give an even bigger spark now if he can put this one through for the Doncaster Football Club and make it a 4-point game, Dyson.
If Peduto's goal didn't set it up a couple of minutes ago, I reckon this one will. This will put him within a goal and right back in this game.
Batista towards goal. Goal umpire does not move. 4-point ball game at Zerbes Reserve. Doncaster East, 13-7-95. Only leading Doncaster, 13-13-91. 18 and a half minutes gone. We have been spoilt by radio games throughout the whole 2012 season, and this is no exception, Dyson.
I'll tell you what, Ben Warren-Smith's just licking his lips at the moment. Another close one as we tick towards time on, but a fantastic finish there from Michael Batista, and now he's got to go jump in the ruck and hopefully get another clearance out for the Sharks.
Grant Campbell, some important stats thanks to Choose Tap.
Inside 50s in the final quarter, 10-8 in favour of Doncaster.
Ball back in the middle of the ground. It's a 4-point ball game out at Zerbes Reserve. Match of the day on EFL Game Day. No one got a clear tap out, but a kick forward by Doncaster. Up towards Peduto, who just ripped it out off the ground and took a one-handed mark. So Mark Peduto, he nearly fancy himself from here. He could definitely kick 50 metres, so he might just be able to roost this one high. They needed 3 goals in 3 minutes to get back in it. They just might do this as a kick goes to the top of the goal square. Limacheesi plays on and snaps it behind her. Is it a goal? I think it's gone through. Doncaster have hit the front. Bang goes the goal. That's a goal to Doncaster. And Limacheesi, he's kicked 5 goals, 3 goals for the afternoon. What a performance by him. He's presented so well, and out of nowhere, the Sharks have kept coming. It's dark out here at Zerbes, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they moved to 14 goals, 13-97. Now a 2-point lead to Doncaster. Donny East, 13-17-95. You nearly called this game over 5 minutes ago, Dyson Baker.
I said if Ayubi had to kick that goal, that was definitely well and truly done. He didn't, and Doncaster have made them pay so far. I was just about to say that Doncaster East have absolutely cleared their forward line. Parthenides, the only man pretty much within 45 metres of the goal. They're trying to play this defensive game now to try and get the flow of play back to forward, but Doncaster just doing all the work in the last 5 minutes.
The problem is they're not winning it out in the middle because this man Batista is doing all the hard work. He got a hand pass off Anarchis off the ground up towards half forward. Was Maguccio hold? No, said the umpire. East only have the numbers if they can able to get a clean possession away, but Doncaster are first to the footy at the moment. Kicked forward by Angeli up towards full forward. Limacheesi over his head. Boundary throw in. Dangerous spot for Doncaster East defence here. 20 metres around from their goal. They trail by 2 points to the Lions. The Sharks have it 15 metres out from their goal. Where has this come from? Boundary throw in. Thompson got the tap down to open space. Martin was there. He'll see it over the boundary line and out of bounds. McLeod says it over with him. Boundary throw in exactly the same position. 20 metres out from goal. Ball comes back in now. Limacheesi takes it from the ruck kick. Was smothered. Collins around the body. Hits the post. Mark Collins. Gee, that would have put a little bit of breathing space as Doncaster 14-14-98 to Doncaster East 13-17-95. 21 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've got a beauty, BWS.
Mead's going to kick the ball in, and there's only one way to go, and that is long. He kicks it about 55 metres out towards the Robertson direction. Nearly got a push in the back at the fall. The ball, who's going to be down there and win a free kick? No one. The umpire said we'll bounce it. 70 metres out from goal. Doncaster's end, if they get another one, they'll be hard to stop. The Sharks. They have all the momentum in this last 5 minutes of play. It's on the outer side of the ground. The umpire balls it up now. Batista got that knocked down. Quick kick inside 50 was smothered. Murphy tries to get around 1, gets around 2, keeps the ball in and probably gained a metre or 2. So we'll have a boundary throw in outer side of the ground. 22 minutes gone. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Doncaster have won 8 out of the last 9 hitouts.
Thank you very much, Soupy. Batista over the back of the pack. Robinson on hands and knees. He's around the ball. Galache, good tackle. So we'll have another bounce, another stoppage. What are the stoppages at, thanks to Choose Tab?
The stoppages, I don't count them, but the clearances are there in favour. Well, 7 apiece, actually.
He said about the hit-out, so Batista's gone into that ruck and has really sparked them. He's been the big difference.
Robertson went before he had the chance to knock it out. Galache took the pill, wrapped up by Murphy. Another restart. 22 and a half minutes gone here in the final term at Zerbes. It's a 3-point ball game.
4 minutes left in this game. Just went and checked the clock. 4 minutes to go.
So the umpire throws it up in the air again. Robertson got that knockdown. They got the clearance. He's Donny kick up towards the half-forward line. Lockie Beaton's first to meet it. He's quickly trapped, and now they've got the numbers. Little toe poke by Liebelt. Out of bounds on the full, so Doncaster East get a chance to load up and go inside 50 here. Mead wanted to take the kick. It's not his though. No, it is his. So Daniel Mead, probably the right person to have it at this part of the ground, just to thump it in long if he can. Does so now, goes towards the Parthenides direction. He's got 2 to beat at the fall of the ball. Tranquilli's in there. Who else is going to get down to lend some support? The umpire might come in and restart this one. No one's getting out, so we'll have a ball up. It's 40 metres out from the Doncaster East goals. The crowd's gone pretty quiet here.
Forward at any cost if you're the Lions at the moment of this next clearance.
Great local derby between these two sides. It's a bumper crowd on the outside. Inside, it's, like I said, it has gone quiet. Quick snap out of there by Tempany just to clear the way and give the Sharks some breathing space. Comes out towards centre wing position. That was really trapped well by Agnew. Handballed it along. Found Galache. That was good. They're working okay. Liebelt, they were just a little bit too quick for themselves over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right near the Doncaster bench on the outer side of the ground. Crossing 24 minutes here in the final turn. The umpire wasting no time to get this game on. Ball hits the deck. They're going to get a clearance though. Batista streams forward from 50 metres. He's going to kick it to the top of the goal square over the top of the head of Lumachese and over the boundary line and out of bounds. So it's deep now in the Doncaster forward line. That's exactly where they'll be wanting to keep this one. We'll see if they can manufacture something out of this and stretch their lead, which currently sits at 3 points. 24 and a half minutes gone. It doesn't stop. Batista takes it out of the ruck. He snaps it around the body. It's going to go nowhere there. And the Lions had hoped that it stays in. Galache charged through. Lions have got the numbers at the back. McLeod on the left boot. Keeps the ball in. It's okay. He's found Gordon. Gets it back to Mead. So Mead on the left boot. Kicks it straight up the middle looking for Rami Ayubi. He had the front spot and he was good to get there. The second effort was great by Yami, but he coughed it up. Got it to Anarkas, but he had the skill of Lee Murphy to contend with. And Murph wins out in this one. Kicks it low to Parthenides, who the big fella gets down right near the ground. And he comes out as Thompson. I've done it again. So Thompson... Geez, Shane Thompson, he's got a bit more hair than Partho too, so he'll be a bit upset with me this afternoon. But this is an important kick. This is a massive kick for the big man. He's done so well today. He's kicked 4 goals, and this would be his 5th and the most telling one, and really important for East Doncaster season if he can put this one through. Thompson comes in, kicks it across the face of goal. It might even stay in here. Parthenides at the back of the pack. The umpire's called play on. It's still a hot footy, 5 metres out from goal. Goal goes in there, trying to win a free tackle. Gang tackled by 4 players. The umpire's going to come in and bounce it. So it's tough to score here. 25 and a half minutes gone. They need to get ball onto boot as quick as possible here, the Lions. They've got the home crowd behind them if they can do it. Umpire throws it up and fisted through for 1 behind. So Sharks will be happy with that one. Doncaster East move on to 13 goals.
Free kick, boys. Free kick.
There's a free kick paid at the top of the goal square. It's going to go to the Lions. Yes, I think. Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care to Damien Watson.
I know that against him for
I know exactly why. Batista thumped it through over the goal line on the full, which he can't do. So it's a deliberate rush behind.
Very good. So big Partho. I called him having a shot a moment ago, but now he actually gets to step up to the big stage. This will rip the heart out of you if you're a Doncaster supporter, because Mick Parthenides from 20 metres out just goes back and puts the Lions back in front out here at Zerbes Reserve. 14 goals, 17, 101. They've got the 3-point lead back. Doncaster 14, 98. There can only be minutes left in this game.
Yeah, look, I reckon there's probably about a minute and a half, if that, left in this game. Doncaster East just did all the attacking, did all the right things just to try and push it forward. In the end, managed to get the free kick, and a likely free kick gives them the 3-point lead.
Great work from Damien Watson, thanks to Akira Urgent Care picking out that free kick. Batista going up in the ruck, thumping it through. over the goal line on the fall, and the umpire is exactly right. That is a free kick every day of the week. Had a chat with Michael Vozzo, EFL head of umpiring, a couple of weeks ago about that very matter, and the umpires are spot on. So well done to all those officiating today. Doncaster East in front by 3 points. Can they hang on now? Batista goes up, tries to make amends. Jumping on the ball there was that man in Marshall, and they lock it in there for a secondary ball up. Grant Campbell, some stats that matter thanks to Choose Tap.
Tackles in the last quarter, 12-4 in favour of Doncaster.
So, secondary ball up in the middle. Who's going to have the legs? Who's going to have the will to win? Robinson went up. Fresh airy though. Tim Whitty at the bottom of the pack. Did it well. Got it down to Mead. One-on-one. Maganes and Parthenay.
Comes Rami.
Barging through his pack was Rami Ayubi. If he can pick it up, he gets a hand pass over the top, but they fumbled at the last line of defence. Maganes gets it over the top to Rock, and Rock can rebound from defensive 50. Not a lot to go to. Will the ball stay in here for Gold? Well done by Sam Gold. He's been fantastic today. Great shepherd laid though by Daniel Gordon. Gold's chipping ball. Cut off. Taken nicely by Palakas. You're right, Dyson. One last chance for the Sharks. Palakas up towards half forward. Papakan Stanton out. Takes the saving mark. True centre wing position. Lots of East Doncaster.
There it is!
Doncaster East get a thrilling victory by 3 points. Fantastic win by the Lions. 14-17, 101 to the Sharks. 14-14, 98. Sharks players, almost everyone on the ground.
Wow.
Doncaster East jubilant in victory. Fantastic work by Paris Harvey's men. That is a big victory, and Doncaster East take home the Gregory King Cup in what has been a fantastic match. Let's head down. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care, to Damien Watson. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Thanks very much, Betty. East Doncaster coach.
Yeah, actually, great game of football, as you can tell. What is it? 3 points of difference. What a fantastic game of football. Big crowd. Arch enemy, so to speak. Doncaster up the road. I thought it was a great game of footy.
Gold, Whitty, all of those players in the midfield, you must be proud of their intensity and composure, particularly in those last few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I thought both teams really tried to win the game. I thought Doncaster really tried to win the game. And to the credit of our blokes, we were down with probably 30 seconds to go and actually won the game. So that's a fantastic effort. Look, both teams, I'll keep saying it again, but if you come and watch today's game as a supporter, you would have loved it.
Yeah, do you feel that fitness was a huge factor? I mean, you were able to run out the quarters throughout the game in the last 5 minutes and kick a couple of goals. That must have been essential to your victory today.
Yeah, look, it is, but once again, I said in that time when it comes to that close to game, and believe me, I know, it comes down to luck. We had the luck in the last couple of minutes to get the ball forward. We had a shot on goal. Unfortunately, one of their players punched the ball through. That happened to us in a game here. It cost us a game throughout the year, so we know that. But I thought, like I said, once again, we were lucky enough to get over the line.
Yep, thanks a lot, mate, and enjoy your victory.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you very much, Damien Watson, and a very happy Paris Harvey. What a gut-wrenching game that was for all involved, including supporters and players alike. Doncaster, they're a bit hands on heads at the moment. They know that they got back in that one out of absolutely nowhere and found themselves in front. One of those decisions that you don't like to see happen in football, but by the letter of the law, it was completely there. And Doncaster East, well, they just stuck to their guns for the whole afternoon, Dyson. That was a really good effort by them. They'll be really happy with themselves to be able to get another close victory over the line, especially against an arch rival. But as Paris said, hats off to both teams today. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, most important victory, I reckon. Two in the space of 3 weeks at the moment for the Doncaster East Footy Club, where they've really had to work. As Paris Harvey said, 30 seconds left in the game, and that's all it took for them to finally hit the front late in the game to actually win in the end. But fantastic effort from both sides, and another great game picked by yourself, BWS.
We try to look at the good games and we think what might happen, but I'm really looking forward to hearing this song in the rooms for a little bit of Doncaster East Slice of Heaven. Well, they're taking their time, but I'll start that It'll come. They're just probably waiting for the coach to come in at the moment. Paris Harvey just talking to a few of the boys out on the field. They might even not bother. They look pretty excited down there. A couple of past players down there talking to Paris, a couple of 19s. They're all happy.
Supporters roar
happy lot, aren't they, down there in the Donny East rooms? A little bit of slice of heaven. The Doncaster East theme song always gets everybody up and about. They're a happy bunch. Grant Campbell, who did such a great job all afternoon on the Choose Tap Match stats board. How did this game pan out in your eyes, my friend?
Well, the full-time stats that maybe made the difference. The hit-outs 54 to 30 in favour of Doncaster East. The centre clearances 19 to 13 in their favour. The kick count, very interesting, 179 to 178, not much in that. And the inside 50 count, 61 to 53 in favour of Doncaster East, with that third quarter differential of 19 to 8 really standing out. They were probably the main stats you'd look at as to why Doncaster East won the game.
So I suppose, was there anything completely telling about at the start of the game when you gave some stats about how these teams have panned out through the season that played through fruition throughout the afternoon and set the score?
Oh, well, the third quarters really cost Doncaster again. I know it was only 3-5 to 1-4, so perhaps not a massive win, but they've only won one third quarter for the season, Doncaster. Again, they lost it, and in such a close game, you can't afford to give away a couple of goals there, and really should have been more if you look at the inside 50 count. So, for whatever reason, they need to improve their third quarter performances.
Major goal kickers for this afternoon. Thank you, Dyson Baker.
Yeah, look, going through for Doncaster, unfortunately couldn't get the job done today. Anarchis kicked 5, Limacheesy with 3 for the day. Singles to Martin, Muller, Galache, Ellis, Peduto and Batista, while for the Lions, it was Thompson getting the job done. He kicked 4 for the afternoon, 2 to Gold, and then 2 to Murphy as well, kicking 1 late in the game. And singles to Ashby, Parthenetes, Marshall, Gordon of the Daniel variety, Mead, and also Marguccio.
Got our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders who have joined us up here, and obviously Paris Harvey boys will be pretty happy with that, and I think he's closed the doors down there on everybody, and he just wants to have a chat to the boys because that's a big win for them.
It was a very emotional win, and also on the other side of the coin, Andrew Tranquilli, I saw him down at ground level. He was in tears after that game. Just the emotional roller coaster of the whole of what transpired out there was really intense.
What was it like down there at ground level, especially on the other side of the ground? I know the crowd all hovers over this side. They're up in the club rooms as well, Jeff. But over that side of the ground, it's really where all the playmaking's happening. The coaches are over there, the benches are over there. What was it like in that last 10 minutes?
Yeah, look, it was an unbelievable feeling. As we said, Doncaster hadn't kicked a goal for a while. It was a 3-minute mark of that third quarter. And then to bang on 3 goals like they did, it got really excited. Everyone on the bench got really excited. And then, yeah, that free kick in the goal square wasn't received very well, obviously, by the Doncaster bench.
It was absolutely there. I had a chat with Michael Bozzo a couple of weeks ago about the deliberate rush behind. If it's punched through on the fall and under no pressure, Batista went up, he went up pretty much uncontested.
There was no attempt to do anything else.
No attempt to do anything else.
Ben, it was a ruck contest. Does that jurisdiction apply in a ruck contest?
Yeah, absolutely. When it's that close to the goal in the ruck contest, because remember, if it happens on the boundary throw-in as well, it's exactly the same rule.
And interesting that Paris also mentioned that they'd actually lost a game in similar circumstances as well. So there you go. Yeah.
Let's have a look at our best player on the ground for today, gentlemen. Brought to you by Narellan Pools. You get a fantastic $100 voucher, and which will be given to the best player on the ground this afternoon tonight at the Club Awards. We're going to start, as we always do, with our boundary riders, and a man who we missed over the first, at least the last month and the start of the season is Damien Watson, and we got to have him back on board this today, and we really enjoyed having you with us on the team, mate. And what was your 3, 2 and 1?
Well, mate, I gave one vote. I had to be sympathetic to the losing side this afternoon. Andrew Tranquilli, his ability to roam 3 throughout the whole game was quite unbelievable, really, for a playing coach, a veteran of that age, to gain those amount of possessions throughout the afternoon was quite a fantastic effort throughout the game. Sam Gold got my 2 votes from the East Doncaster lineup. His work at the midfield, his intensity throughout the game, also superlative. With the 3 votes, Tim Whitty, particularly in those last few minutes, that was fantastic and was really essential and imperative to their victory throughout the game.
Good stuff, mate. There were 3 players that definitely played a massive impact on this game today. Jeff Manalitza, how did you see it standing alongside Damo for the afternoon?
I had the same 3 players, but I've got to say a special mention to Anarchis, kicking 5 goals as well. Fantastic work there. But my 1 vote goes to Sam Gold. I thought across half forward today, fantastic. Really throwing himself in and under the packs as well and getting the ball out and pushing it forward. 2 votes, Andrew Tranquilli. I think that he was the best on field at half time. He had a ripper first half. Second half maybe slowed down a fraction, but lack of rotations, I guess, as well didn't help him. And the 3 votes to Tim Whitty today. As we said, he kicked it behind today. He really should have got a goal for all the hard work today, but fantastic play by Tim.
I think he'll be pretty happy with the win.
I think that'll do.
Won't worry about the goals there. Dyson Baker, you're 3-2-1 today.
Yeah, look, I had honourable mentions to about 5 or 6 different players. Anarchis was fantastic. Sikavalis was fantastic. So to Batista Tranquilli. Also for Doncaster East, Marguccio Mead were fantastic. So too Sam Gold, I should say. In the end, I went 1 vote to Mark Badudo. I thought he was fantastic, especially in the first half. Dropped off in the third, but he was one of the guys, along with Batista, who really got Doncaster back in the game and probably would have been best on ground, second best on ground had they won it. I gave 2 votes to Shane Thompson. I thought he was fantastic as that lead-up full forward. He was exactly what Doncaster East needed during the game to really spark a bit of a light. I gave him 2 votes, and I gave 3 votes, as the other boys said, 3 votes to Tim Whitty in the end.
Yeah, he's a super player, and he's just so gutsy as well, and I think that's what won all our admiration this afternoon. Ben Waterworth, you're 3-2-1, thank you.
Yeah, plenty of apologies, but I gave my 1 vote to Mark Peduto, who worked so hard. A couple of classy marks at the end, really got himself involved, particularly when during Doncaster's comeback. I gave him 1. 2 to Sam Gold. I agree with you. I agree with you, Jeff. He was fantastic today, particularly in the second half. Moved in towards the half-forward area, provided plenty of contest, a little bit of classy finishing as well. And 3 votes to the Whitty one. He's one of the most fearless guys I think I've seen on the Eastern Football League. For such a small, young player, this guy is going to be a star. So he thoroughly deserves my 3 votes. It looks like he's going to get the best on-ground player today. He was absolutely fantastic today.
I think he may have already run away with it, but we're going to go to our stats
looks like
man.
a clean sweep at the moment.
Grant Campbell, you're 3-2-1 today. Thank you, mate.
Well, I now only narrowed it down to 7 players, and that shows you what a great game of football it was. And I actually had 4 players on the losing side, a bit unlucky. Lumachese's 8 marks, inside 50, but he probably didn't convert his chances quite enough to get votes. Narcus was great in the first half. I feel really sorry I didn't give Tranquilli a vote, but I ended up giving 1 vote to Batista, because in that last quarter they were getting smashed in the clearances, smashed in the hit-outs. He transformed that game right near the end, gave them a chance of winning, so I gave him 1. And then 2 and 3, I was the same as Dyson. I had 2 votes to Shane Thompson. The first 1.5 quarters, they really seemed to lack that option up forward. He stood up, kicked 2 late goals, ended up, I think, with 4 for the day, and was probably their best forward without doubt. And 3 votes, I think we've all said enough about Tim Whitty. Probably the only player who was great in every quarter. There was a lot of great performances today, but Tim Whitty was great throughout the whole game.
I'm going to agree with the Akira Urgent Care Boundary. I was this afternoon. My 3 votes goes for Tim Whitty. Enough said, I believe. And Sam Gold, what a performance he was. Jeez, he worked hard after the football the whole afternoon. I have to give him 2 votes. And he just, when they needed a little bit of a spark here and there, he was always the one that was putting his body on the line and winning his own ball too. So he gets my 2 votes. Actually, I will disagree. I'm going to leave Andrew Tranquilli out of it, and I'm going to put Chris Anarchis in, because I really do believe he deserves a vote from the team today. I think on any other given day, someone that kicks 5 from this team generally scores a 3 and a 2 here and there from a few people. So I think he was very serviceable today. He really kept them alive, especially in that first half, Jeff.
Yeah, that second quarter, 4 goals in the second quarter was fantastic as well.
So I'm going to give him my 1 vote for the day. So I think that just basically makes it a clean sweep, doesn't it, Dyson?
Yeah, first clean sweep in a radio for the year. 18 votes to Tim Whitty. Took 3s from everyone on the media team this afternoon to win ahead of Tim Gold with 7 votes. Thompson with 4, Tranquilli 3, and then 2 to Peduto, singles to Batista and Anarchis.
Now, of course, we've got another award of the afternoon, and maybe I'll just put my hand up for awarding this today, seeing that it is my birthday. I've been, well, Ben Waterworth thinks he's got his name on someone, and I hope you were pointing to that one. Were you pointing to that one?
I was pointing, no I wasn't, but I was pointing at Rami Ayubi.
Okay, I'm going to disagree because I think
had a UB as well.
Look, I'm not saying that Rami doesn't work hard, but Rami had a lot of chances, especially across the half-forward line today, to kick some damaging goals, and there were times when he actually needed to put the ball through. A couple of times he was probably beyond his reach too, Rami, and he probably should have passed the ball off. So I'm going to stay away from that today. I'm going to give it to Sam Gold. I pretty much made that decision in the last quarter, especially when they were down as well across the half-forward line. Ben Waterworth doesn't look happy with my decision today, but bad luck.
Isn't this democracy? Is it your show? Is it a democracy?
I'll second Gold, I reckon.
Thank you very much. And I also let someone choose every single week, and if I choose myself this week because it is my 30th birthday, then so be it. Bad luck. I'll throw it in if I want to as well.
I don't have any personal pronouns are thrown in those.
Oh, God forbid any of you would say happy birthday today. So anyway, let's have the Trojan Workhorse toolbox go to Sam Gold today, because at least I got one person backing me today, Jeff Manalitza, Sam Gold, and we'll have a little chat to Paris Harvey too as well, because I'm pretty sure he'll be impressed with his performance today as well. So it was a ripper afternoon out here. I don't know if we've got time to go through scores, Ben Waterworth, do we?
I'll quickly go through the scores. Vermont by 75 points over Lilydale today. Scoresby by 7 points over East Burwood. Knox by 53 points over Blackburn. East Ringwood by 11 points over South Croydon. Norwood by 19 points over Croydon. In Division 2, Bayswater by 100 points over the Waverley Blues. Doncaster by 3 points over Doncaster. Donvale by 29 points over Donvale. Montrose 124 points over Upper Ferntree Gully. Mooroolbark by 56 points over over Mulgrave. Baronia 72 points over Warrandyte. Heathmont comfortably over Coldstream. Ringwood by Templestowe by 26 points over Ringwood. Mitcham just got up over the Whitehorse Pioneers in the end. The Moberly Hawks want to turn the South game is running late today. North Ringwood by 53 points over Churnside Park. Kilsyth by 45 points over Ferntree Gully Eagles. South Belgrave just holding on against Forest Hill by 8 points. No score from the Basin and Park Orchards. Silvan by 56 points over the Eastern Lions. We'll hear Peter Baird's report shortly. And Nunawading comfortably over Canterbury by 29 points.
Oh, plenty of great games happening in the eastern suburbs this afternoon in the Eastern Football League, Australia's largest and best local football competition. Let's thank the team that joined us here today at Zerbes Reserve. Start with the Boundary Riders, brought to you by Kira Urgent Care. Damien Watson, loved having you back on board today, mate.
Yeah, thanks, BWS. I was a bit rusty today, but I haven't been in the Boundary Riding caper for a couple of months now, so it was good to get back into it.
And it was great to hear those dulcet tones of yourself on the boundary line all afternoon, mate. We'll see you again throughout the season. Jeff Manalitza, the everywhere man. You give him a task, he steps up to a week in, week out. Thanks again for joining us on the grass, mate.
Thank you very much, Ben, and a fantastic game today, and I've got to thank Andrew Tranquilli as well for his time at half-time today for the interview.
And even our guests beforehand as well. It was a great pre-match program today hosted by Ben Waterworth. We had lots of guests in. We managed to squeeze them all in and go through the games as well, so great job there, boys. Grant Campbell on the stats today. Some weeks he drops us, some weeks he goes, yeah, I'll come and have a play, but you keep picking the good ones, mate. Another good game today.
Oh, it was an absolute ripper. You look at the Division 2 ladder. On paper, Doncaster East, Doncaster, maybe not a great game. What we saw today was fantastic. Just shows you Division 2 is a close division, and it is one where any side can beat any other side on their day.
Dyson Baker, another man who doesn't mind which job he gets on the Saturday as long as he can be part in calling the football, and we like it every time he joins us here on a Saturday afternoon. Unfortunately, he has another engagement next week, but we'll see you in a fortnight's time. Thanks for today, mate.
Yeah, look, finally got through a game on special comments. Unfortunately, out next week, obviously with other commitments being it's another birthday this time in my family, but...
someone with hair.
Only a little bit. Fantastic effort by Doncaster East, both sides today, and as always, they've been great. You've been fantastic.
Thank you very much to Dyson Baker, and of course the media manager of the Eastern Football League, the number one wingman in the Eastern Football League as well, and he does a great job hosting the game day effectively. All the quarter breaks gives me a little bit of a chop out, and it's great to have you on side for a side that we barracked for. Let's face it, Ben Waterworth, East Donny today.
Fantastic to see the Doncaster East Football Club. Now BWS,
you wouldn't say yes then, would you?
I didn't. They're in my heart.
I go on the party line.
I go for them. But BWS, haven't mentioned happy birthday today because I'm mentioning it to you now. Happy birthday. Sponsors product right there. Free James Bogues draft. courtesy of the Eastern Football League, and Darren McKenzie from the Loft Productions doing some fantastic work. So happy birthday for tomorrow, and enjoy this evening's proceedings.
Thank you very much. And does that mean that I get out of not pulling down these signs tonight? Are you guys going to step up to the plate and give me a bit of a break, or
we'll see how you go?
I know. Look at the look of devastation on everyone's face. It's all right, boys. I'll get out there. I'll pull them down too. But of course, Darren McKenzie back on the team this week. It's always a smoothly run ship when Daz sits next to us. The man who's always parched at 5:05 in the afternoon. I'll be just about to get him a beer. Thank you very much to you, mate. Always a joy having you on the team, and it goes well too. I love that sound, don't you? Just love the pouring of beer. But that's it from us out here at Zerbes Reserve. It was a 3-point margin to the Doncaster East Lions. They defeated their local rival Doncaster in the Gregory King Cup today. And we're going to cross back to the studio right now with Barry Kotz and Daniel Sensick. Are you there, Baz?
I certainly am, and a very exciting game indeed it was this afternoon, wasn't it?
I hope you boys enjoyed the call out there in the Croydon studios, and no doubt you've got heaps of scores to go through with us, as well as some around-the-ground reporters.
Yes, a full rundown of all divisions of all EFL matches played today.
Well, of course, thank you very much to yourself and Daniel as well for being in the studio today, Baz. You are the #1 studio host on the Eastern Football League, and who could forget our feverishly working Twitterer who's joined the media team this year, Annie French. She sits in the background. We might get her on air in the next few weeks. I think it has to be done, and thank you very much to Annie for doing some great work today, working with the 46 clubs around the league. So good stuff by the whole media team today. That's it from us. We've got some around the ground scores to go through. That's all everyone wants to hear now. You've had enough of us. This is Game Day, signing off from Zerbes.